Welcome, everybody, to our State of the Union preview. I want to thank you guys for joining us today here live on X. We're going to be here for the next 5 hours with multiple experts from the Heritage Foundation and members of Congress. And without further ado, very kindly, he has been waiting for us from North Carolina's 8th Congressional District, Congressman Mark Harris. How you doing, sir?
Hey, Tim, I'm doing great. How are you doing today?
Pretty good, pretty good. A busy day for you. A busy day for America, I'd imagine. First of all, I want to ask, every member of Congress gets to bring special guests to the State of the Union, very significant people. Who is your guest tonight for the State of the Union?
Well, my guest tonight is actually Dr. Mike Whitson, who is the pastor of First Baptist Church of Indian Trail, which is in the heart of my district. He's been a good friend for more than 25 or 30 years. He started a special ministry after the loss of his grandson called Cameron's House of Hope that deals with families that are struggling with addictions that are going on in their family. And I'm just very honored to have him there, have him here with me, and very excited at the prospects.
That's incredible. The stories, by the way, I was able to attend. RC had a Republican Study Committee had a roundtable this morning, and the different stories of success and hope that you guys bring with you with your guests are incredible. And that sounds like another just an incredible human being that gets to the honor of coming to the State of the Union tonight. This past year, let's talk about it. I mean, incredible movement. I think incredible movement as far as health and security. This country is definitely better off than it was just a few short months ago, we'll say. What does it mean for you? What policy have you been the most excited about? What are you looking forward to in the future as well?
Well, obviously, Tim, I'm very excited to be a part of the 119th Congress. I mean, there's been a lot of work that's gone on here. I know there's always room to do more. There's always room to do better. But we are looking at a Congress that has passed more than 500 bills at this point. We've passed over 100 codifications of President Trump's executive orders, which is absolutely critical, I think, in this time. And so we spent the first 6 months very, very engaged in this whole reconciliation effort, and we're able to bring forth what was termed the One Big Beautiful Bill, or working families tax cuts. And that, to me, has certainly been the landmark legislation of President Trump's first year. So I think when you look at putting the principles in place that he really believes, and I think rightly so, are critical to get our economy moving again after the 4 years that we lived through of Joe Biden. And we found ourselves, and I would imagine he'll probably talk about this tonight, he created a mess, or actually took in a mess that Joe Biden had created, and President Trump has taken that on, and in this first year has just done phenomenal things. I mean, you can talk tonight, and he says it's going to be a long speech, and I tend to believe him when he says something, but he just has so many things to celebrate, from not only the working families tax cut that saved nearly 6 million jobs in us making those tax cuts permanent. The no tax on tips was an important aspect. The no tax on seniors and their Social Security is a very important aspect to that. And then when you look at what he's done domestically, his tough on crime issues, and that our murder rate is the lowest since 1900, that's a phenomenal figure to look at. What he's done when we look at bringing down gas prices, and some of the movements that have been made on the green scam that was taking place, and rolling back regulations that we've been able to start rolling back. There's just so many things the president could talk about, and I imagine he will talk about them this evening. And when you look at foreign policy, look, that is another whole chapter in and of itself, of really returning America to the leadership spot on the world stage. The respect that we now have is just incredible. And then, of course, his tariffs and the economic way and strategic way that he has leveraged the power of the United States economically around the world in order to get things done. I think there's, again, so much for him to talk about, and I could go on and on, but I'm going to toss it back to you.
I feel that way. I don't think people realize what crime looks like now, how it's down everywhere because of what we've done to secure the borders and get rid of these violent, criminal, illegal immigrants. Just even in your district in North Carolina's 8th, it's got to be down, right? I mean, you've got to be seeing the results of everything that he's doing, everything that President Trump is doing. You see those direct results even up in North Carolina.
You do, and you recognize that this is a good thing. Now, again, we still have our blue cities that are run poorly in many cases, and we find that when you have soft on crime policies within many of these blue cities, you're going to get bad results, and that is also a reality. But I mean, you look at what he did in Washington, D.C., you look at what he did in Memphis, Tennessee, when you had that cooperation going on between the president who was driving the agenda. The sad part is it's taken national leadership in order to bring these things down while they have been ignored by many of our leaders at the city level and the local municipalities. And that's a problem. But President Trump's been committed to it. He continues to stand strong. And definitely we've just got to keep moving his policies forward. That's the key. And that's why this speech tonight is going to be extremely important to help remind the American public where we were even 15, 16 months ago and where we are today. And really the principles being put in place in this first year have now set us up for even greater success as we move forward through the remainder of this year.
Congressman Mark Harris, I know you got to run. You got a busy day. Everyone today, all the congressmen stopping by today, going to be a very, very busy State of the Union. Is one of the busiest days of the year for you. Before I go, I got to ask you a goofy question. All right, you ready?
Okay.
Would you rather have those like 20 Democrats that say that they're going to boycott in person in costumes with signs, or is it okay that they're staying home?
Let me tell you what, I would rather them stay away than to disrupt the president tonight. So look, we've got to get back in this country to decorum. We've got to get back to some element of respect for the office. And this is the perfect time tonight for us to recognize the president of the United States is going to be speaking, and we in Congress need to behave. We need to act appropriately. And I think it's a great time in our nation. It's always a busy day, as you say, but there's so many folks tonight, I think, that we're going to be able to honor. I mean, let's face it, we just won the gold medal in men's hockey and women's hockey. That's a major feat. And I think there's a lot of fun, a lot of excitement we can have as a nation. And I think President Trump is going to be able to report it all out tonight. And if there are those that want to just sulk in the corner because they're leaderless, because they're issueless, because they're rudderless, and they don't want to celebrate or hear of these great things that have happened, then so be it. Let them stay away.
Congressman Mark Harris, thanks for being here and looking forward to tonight and have a good time tonight.
Thank you. Look forward to it.
Are we allowed to say that? I got EJ Antoni, the chief economist from the Heritage Foundation and everywhere else in the world, basically at this point, with me. And then also we are being joined at the same time because why would we have just one guest? That's how this goes. By one of my favorites, Texas Congressman Greg Gulbin, Texas 12. How you doing, sir?
Great. How are you?
Pretty good. Having a little rough audio there, so kick your comms person.
Okay, we'll get that fixed.
Yeah, get that. But we can hear you good enough to keep moving here, and we'll get it going. Listen, Congressman, the first question for you: who is your special guest tonight that you're bringing to the State of the Union?
I have a constituent here. So TCU just brought a big group of students. I just met with them, and so one of their leaders is my guest here in the gallery tonight. So I'm honoring my constituents from TCU with one of their leaders, who is there as they go around the Capitol today. But Tim, let me tell you, I caught the tail end of my freshman colleague, Mark Harris's comments. I don't think we need to have an interview at all. Just keep replaying what Mark Harris said. What he said, I echo 110%. He said it beautifully and wonderfully.
Well, I have, by the way, one of the chief economists here for the Heritage Foundation is with me. I want to ask you, what has President Trump's policy meant for the economy in Texas? I've seen it a little bit. I live in Fort Worth. I've seen it a little bit there in Beth Van Dyne's district. But what's it mean for your district?
Well, we definitely have seen it in Fort Worth. And let's be very clear. In Texas, it starts and stops at the border, right? I mean, look where we were a year and a half ago and look where we are now. 0 border crossings compared to absolute complete chaos at the border. And Texans felt that every single day. In fact, when I was in the state legislature, I voted for over $15 billion of state funds going to help secure our border, paying for drones, paying for boats, paying for DPS officers to go down to the border. None of those monies need to be spent anymore by the state of Texas, thanks to President Trump and this administration, because we don't have any illegal border crossings anymore. That's huge. That's huge for our economy, because illegals were in our hospitals, they were in our schools, and the less border crossings, of course, the less they are in our schools and at our in our hospitals. So as far as the economy goes, it also, this administration approving funds, major defense funds, more defense funds than the Biden administration did. Of course, the F-35 is built in my district. Over 19,000 incredible men and women go to Lockheed Martin in my district every single day to help build and support the building of the F-35. And how important is the F-35? I'll tell you. Benjamin Netanyahu told me to my face personally. It has led in every single mission they've had since in the last year. So the F-35 is a critical element not only for our own national defense, but certainly for our allies around the world.
And I just personally, I know an F-35 pilot. He's a good friend of mine, and he's the coolest guy I know. So I just want to, those guys, they're so cool, and what they get to do with that stuff. And I'm so glad they're representing America. I'm glad you're representing America. What do you think going forward we need to look forward to from the Trump administration? It's an uphill battle. You guys have a very, very slim majority in the House. And I know that there are a lot of personalities involved when we pass things. But what are we looking forward to here? What policy can you get everybody on board with that we're going to be seeing here in the near future?
Well, the economy. The economy. You know, we all vote with our pocketbooks, right? And I think certainly by November we're going to see a complete change from where we were 2 years ago. Secretary Bessent has certainly said that. Kevin Hassett, the economic advisor in the White House, has said it. And it all started last year with us passing the One Big Beautiful Bill. It started with that. 11 committees coming together to cut out waste, fraud, and abuse, to extend the largest tax decrease in American history. And so it started with that. And now that we just finished passing, or at least the House has finished passing, we're waiting on the Senate Democrats to finish the Homeland Security portion. Now we finally have President Trump's budget in place. And so I think we're only going to watch the economy take off. Again, look where we are today compared to where we were 2 years ago. Inflation is down. Mortgage rates are down. Interest rates are down. I mean, you name it, one by one. I think Americans are going to see incredible relief in their taxes this year based on the policies we passed in the One Big Beautiful Bill and since then. So I think certainly in the next few months, you're going to see this economy just take off even more than it already has in 1 year. And again, keep in mind, President Trump has been in office barely a year. His cabinet secretaries, many of them haven't even been in office a full year. So it's in 1 year's time, look at the difference we've had from the Biden administration to the Trump administration.
It's remarkable, and I don't think people realize how difficult it's been, not just to get the policy started, but getting those people in place, getting those cabinet secretaries in place. A lot of folks think that it is an out-the-gate situation where as soon as President Trump takes over, that the policy will shift and these departments will shift, but you put the heads in place, and then you have to actually get the other appointees in place underneath of them to be able to enact this. It is not an easy job, is it?
And it's not an easy job, and think about that. You're exactly right, because not only were the secretaries needed to be approved by the Senate, but the undersecretaries, basically a lot of people who do a lot of the work have to be approved of the Senate. And if for those that have studied it close enough, you saw Chuck Schumer block those appointments. So they had to basically change the rules and put them all in one as they were nominated, because Chuck Schumer did everything he could to delay those appointments from being made.
Yeah, and continues to block every possible positive policy that we can move forward. And also, I mean, honestly, there are so many other appointments, whether it be in the courts, everything else that you guys are up against. I'm going to ask you the same final question I asked Congressman Harris when he was here. You know, you got about 20 Democrats. Some of them, I think, by the way, some of them, they were going to try to get in. Their planes got delayed, and they're like, you know what? I'm not going to sit at the airport. We're just going to pretend that I'm protesting this. Would you rather have them there making noise in costumes or staying home watching on TV?
Well, like I said, I think my colleague Mark Harris put it perfectly. We need to return decorum to the House. we need to show respect for the President of the United States. You know, we don't need Al Green waving his cane. I thought that was very appropriate of the speaker to basically throw him out of the chamber last year. If you don't have respect for the office of the President of the United States or want to show the proper decorum, then you don't need to be in the House chamber.
I'll be honest with you. I used to live when I lived in D.C. and I regretfully lived here. I'm back home in Texas, but when I lived here, I would shop at the same Safeway that Al Green would shop at, and I watched him stare at the bread aisle, stare at bread for about 7 minutes one day. I was walking around. I'm like, this man's not moving anywhere. I don't know what's happening there. So he really is like the old man screaming at the sky with the cane when he does that. But look, I'm with you on that, and you're down the street from me, so I'd love you to do a longer interview with me at some point here. Maybe back home in Texas, you can come over to the studio there, and we'll hang out and have a longer interview.
I'd love it. Let's do it. I look forward to it. Always nice to talk to a fellow Texan.
And we'll talk to you soon. Congressman Craig Goldman, again, Texas 12th Congressional District. Have fun tonight, and you know, take a little bit of a break before you get right back to work tomorrow morning. You know.
Fascinating speech. You know, my guess is it's going to be close to 2 hours. But I'll leave you with this, a little tip, a little secret. Watch what happens with the men's Olympic hockey team. Watch what happens with that. It's going to be great theater.
Oh, I'm looking forward to it. All right. This is going to be fun. A great preview there. Thank you so much, and we'll talk soon. Congressman Craig Goldman, thanks for being here.
Thanks.
All right. Now, I want to be somebody's been very patient hanging out here. My good friend. He's done the show many times. I've gotten in trouble with you many, many times. Chief economist,
how
again,
else are
of
we
the world.
supposed to have fun, right?
We're not. By the way, it's 12:30, so we're not drinking yet. But later on,
But we
this evening.
could. It is after 12.
But you were the guy. Let me tell you something. What a year you've had. You were the guy. I'm not going to mention any kind of things back and forth.
Oh my gosh.
You explained a position on my show. You explained the Bureau of Labor Statistics. You almost ran it. And then, and here you are, I think, in a better position, being really the economist to everyone, because everyone turns to you. It's so crazy, by the way, because I just know you as EJ, who I have a good time. We hang out, we joke about politics, we have a great time when we hang out. But you really are the top guy when it comes to economics, especially in conservatism, which means the side that tells the truth. How this economy has been moving.
You're not wrong.
Yeah, I know. It's like,
the
it's
side
crazy
that tells
because
the truth.
this, when we really started to connect was when you were explaining to me how the Bureau of Labor Statistics manipulates statistics, and explaining what they do and who was in charge there, who looks like, you know, a female gym teacher that leads children in ICE protests. But I mean, that's accurate. It's accurate. But you taught me that. I have learned. My worst subject. I actually went to grad school. Believe it or not, I have degrees that I don't talk about. Economics was my worst degree. You make economics easy and understandable for everyone. That being said, let's talk about the economics. I can't even say it. Boy, half hour into a 5 hour.
You know, the thing
with the stuff. Let's talk
can
about
be
it.
summed up with one word, Tim.
America. I mean, by the way, Trump's going to do 2 hours tonight. He's going to do a solid 2 hours tonight.
With like before applause.
Yes.
And I have to be at Fox at 5 a.m. tomorrow to do
Good luck.
to do Maria Bartiromo's show, all 3 hours.
Oh, you're doing all
I'm
3 hours
basically
tomorrow?
just not going to
Well,
sleep.
what an
tonight.
honor to have you that you're doing mornings with Maria. You're doing the whole morning with Maria.
That's right. That's
It's
right.
mornings with Maria and EJ. You're the guy to do it, though. I mean, again, that speaks to who you are and what you do, and representing this organization, which is fantastic. I like that you're moving up in the world, you know, because you should have been chief economist for everybody before. Anyway, whatever. That's enough. Enough kissing your butt. Let's talk about the economics of the past year. Things have shifted quite dramatically. Where you want to start? This is basically you got 20 minutes here.
Oh dear goodness.
This is a good.
Where do we?
And then I
start?
got Jim Jordan after you, so make it good. You're a good.
Should I take my jacket off just so we have some continuity? Because
No.
the man never.
No,
wears,
I like a
the
three-piece
man never
going into
wears
a. And you know how I dress. I showed up to an RSC function this morning, this roundtable thing dressed like this. My friends at the White House texted me and they're like, this is me bragging. And they're like, we all laughed when we saw you there because there you are in your stupid hat.
What
and your
what
t-shirt.
is what is the?
That's the
half
Round Rock
library?
Express.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
just,
I got
just
Round,
north of
and then I got
Austin, right?
Bucky's. I got Round Rock Express, and I wore a collared sweater today
There you
instead
go.
of because it's the State of the Union. You dress up for the State of the Union, you know.
Yeah, I
But
think
this
it's so like Austin, Round Rock, Pflugerville, that whole area
just
around
north
Texas,
of, yep,
right?
mhm.
Is one of the fastest growing major metro areas in the country.
Ever since Jim and Pam moved to Austin at the end of The Office.
Oh, did they
It's
really?
You didn't know that?
No,
That's where they moved.
I
at
was
the end of-
I never really.
They
watched
left
the show or
Scranton for
anything, so-
Austin. I mean, I left DC for Austin originally, and then I ended up in DFW in Fort Worth.
There you go. See, I made the mistake of doing the reverse. I went from Austin to the DC area.
But they need you here. See, they don't want me here. They need you here. They need you here, understanding the
Do
economy.
they, though? Do
I
they?
show up. I've got members of Congress this morning, and they're like, I said something about, I have my Twitter muted. I was talking to a member of Congress today, and she's like, did you get my message? And I said, oh, my Twitter's muted. She goes, of course, because you say awful things on the internet all the time. And,
Who among
yeah,
us?
and you don't want to see the results of that. Which, by the way, in the middle of everything, I will say, I won't pull it. Well, I won't pull it up. We can discuss it. Jimmy's Famous Seafood. Have you seen this
Oh
story?
my gosh, this is awesome.
They've
This
been
is
friends of
absolutely
mine for
awesome.
years. I
Yeah.
used to live around the corner from them. So they are
Get out.
unfortunately just inside the Baltimore City line. So they are like double taxed. They're one of the last holdouts
no.
of restaurants who have kept. If I were the mayor of Baltimore, if I were the governor of Maryland, I'd be up their butts because they are a successful business that represents the city, best crab cakes in the world.
Yeah.
They now have the record for the greatest ratio ever on X.
Really?
Because after the Olympic hockey team won, there was a very anti-American post by the Huffington Post. They put
Mhm.
up,
Right.
if you're feeling upset about people chanting USA and waving the flag, you're not alone. And their response was, go F yourself. And as of this morning, the original post from Huffington Post had 1,800 likes. Their post had 247,000 likes. And
I love it.
Small
Just
business
inject it
administrator-
right into my veins.
small business administrator Kelly Loeffler is headed there today to do lunch, and then they're doing Clay and Buck this afternoon. These
Beautiful.
guys, they told me, I had a phone call with them briefly this morning. They're selling T-shirts at a rate of 6 to 10 a minute.
God bless America.
And
Seriously.
so hold on. So they've been selling an American flag made out of crabs T-shirt for years. These guys are like true patriots, and they were targeted by the city. By the way, we're going to get to you talking about the economy at some point. But once I couldn't pronounce it, it was over. But they were targeted during COVID
Mhm.
because they knew that these guys were Republican and conservative,
Right.
where the city would send in random health checks almost every day during COVID, every day, because they kept their business running and they were able to survive it. And now they're thriving.
Mhm.
I mean, I called this guy this morning. I don't know what the numbers are going to be, but when you're selling, 6 to 10 T-shirts a minute,
Right.
pretty good.
Right.
Also got 250,000 followers in like 2 days.
Good for them.
I don't think
Now-
people, you're not allowed to talk. I don't think people
Why am I here?
realize, I don't think people realize how, and then I'll let you finally say something, how going full conservative,
Mhm.
and not even full conservative, they're not saying vote Trump. They're not saying any kind of like, they're not saying, hey,
No,
we've got a
it
copy of
wasn't
Project
even- It wasn't even
2025.
political. It was pro-American.
Yes. How
That's
being
it.
pro-America, number one, is interpreted as conservative because that line was drawn by the Huffington Post and their weirdo editors.
Mhm.
But it makes your business explode in a good way, in a great way. So why aren't there? This should be the bellwether for businesses out there. Be pro-American. That being said, tell us about the economy over the past year. Not a bad time going on.
No, not at all. Although I'm gonna throw it back to you in a second here,
No.
because when you mentioned Baltimore, I'm shocked. Last time I was there, just how much the Inner Harbor especially has gone downhill since like when we were kids, right? How many businesses are gone? I mean, it's just it is so unbelievably depressing. Same thing in my native Philadelphia. Outside of a few areas of the city, I have zero desire to go down there anymore. It's not safe. It's amazing how much business has moved out, right?
it is. It's not just the businesses. So when you think, tourist areas, it's the restaurants and
Mhm.
whatever.
Right.
And so the Cheesecake Factory, which had been there for, I believe, 30 years. So in Baltimore, for people who don't know who are watching this, there's a harbor place. It's kind of like a cornerstone of downtown Inner Harbor, where everything kind of comes in. The water comes in. The National Aquarium is there. Every restaurant is gone now from that. And they're saying they're going to turn it into a housing project, which just to me says that somebody's going to collect money that's friends of the governor and the mayor.
Oh wow.
But the major hotels have shut down. So the Hyatt and the Sheraton Inner Harbor Hotel was the bougie hotel where all the baseball stadium, the baseball players stay and the football players stay when they come to town. That's gone. So I'm not sure where they stay anymore when they're there. So we're talking like, I mean, everything has literally everything has closed there. There was a mall that was in the Renaissance Hotel, and I believe the Renaissance Hotel is also closed. I mean, when you're losing the hotels in a downtown, on top of everything else. And then they're saying we're going to build, fresh new housing or whatever there. Who's going to want to move down there when there are no more attractions to move there? So this is just, it's going to be a dead Inner Harbor
Yeah.
full of crime. But Baltimore, they did not handle the crime for a long time. And I'm sure Philadelphia is like this too, where there's a nice area, then immediately a ghetto area that is like riddled with crime and drugs. They never cleaned it up. So you would have the stadiums. I grew up in Baltimore. I'm very passionate about this. I actually, you, I think, know this. I was trained as a litigator and a public defender at Baltimore, University of Baltimore School of Law. So you'd have a very nice strip of houses and then an unkept street where all the drugs and bad behavior would happen. Then another nice little tourist area, then another, and it was like literally just stripes of bad, good, bad, good. And I think the tell for all of Baltimore City is that next to City Hall is called the Block. There's a strip there on Baltimore Street called the Block. You're not familiar with this. You're a good man. But it is, for the longest time, it is where all of the strip clubs and the pornographic stuff was, literally right next to, I'm not even kidding you, right next to City Hall. You would think next
Well,
to
you
City
don't-
Hall, you would want it clean and
No,
decent.
no. See, I understand the thinking here. We want our politicians to be as efficient as possible. We don't want to waste their time with like commuting. So if they're going to need all that stuff right when
It's
they
right
get off
there.
of work,
They
right?
can
They
just go
don't,
across the
we
street
don't
and
want
come
them to
back.
have to go halfway across town to get that right. This way they can walk across the street and voila.
It's just
Those,
so
those good Baltimore politicians.
it's good. Yeah, the quality Baltimore politicians. They haven't had a good mayor since William Donald Schaefer, who was a conservative, and one of my mentors actually, a conservative Democrat. Remember those
Mm-hmm,
when we were kids? They
Yep.
would just do. They were around. They believed in fiscal conservatism, and really, it was only a political party name. He actually was also, I believe, pro-life. As a Democrat, that would never be allowed. Now he's
Well,
an
look at-
extreme right wing.
Look at the senior Senator Casey, not the current Casey, but his father, right?
Yeah.
Same thing, where he was a Democrat, but he was a pro-life Democrat, and they basically ran him out of the party. And it's a shame. His son, I think, really despoiled his legacy when his son was a senator. Not anymore, obviously, but again, claiming to be pro-life, but unlike his father, where it actually meant something. Casey Jr. just voted along with his party the entire time
Wow.
on every piece of pro-abortion legislation you could imagine.
All right, let's do this finally. State
Okay.
of the Union tonight.
Here we go. Economy.
Donald Trump's going to talk probably 2 hours. I think probably an hour of it should be how great this economy is going.
Mhm.
What do you have to give everybody the breakdown? Because I retweet constantly all of your charts and your analysis of what's happening. What are the top successes that Donald Trump has to talk about this year?
Oh goodness. I mean, you could fill, I think, the 2 hours just with that, right? You have the labor market has completely turned around. People don't realize this, but coming out of COVID, right, when government literally told you it's illegal to open your business, and they gave everybody such a hard time, like we were just talking about, with our new favorite seafood place. By the way, I know people who are allergic to seafood who are intent on going there now to support them, but I digress. So all of a sudden, the government says, all right, it's no longer illegal to have your business anymore. The private economy comes flooding back in 2020 and 2021. Monthly job growth in the private sector, at least, actually peaks in the summer of 2021. And then it starts trending down. In other words, on average, month after month, we're adding fewer and fewer jobs to the private economy. Fast forward to January 2025, the very last month of Biden, it's the handoff month with Trump. The private sector isn't even adding jobs anymore. It's losing them month over month. So there were fewer jobs in the private sector in January 2025 than there were in December 2024. Right. So, and it's a pretty steady downward trend, somewhat erratic, but again, pretty steady. By the time you get to a year later, January 2026, so a full year into Trump's term, the situation is entirely reversed. Now, government is the sector losing jobs, and we are adding private sector jobs, about 172,000 on the month. Again, stark reversal. Trump has actually cut so much of the federal bureaucracy. You have to go all the way back to 1966, so a full 60 years ago, to find a time when there were fewer federal bureaucrats than there are today. He's cut like 10% of the federal workforce.
And I haven't noticed any losses from the federal government, any
No,
deficiencies from those.
none whatsoever. None whatsoever. So it's been truly remarkable to accomplish, despite all of the Democrats in Congress refusing to enshrine into statute all the cuts that DOJ identified. Right. This is just what the executive alone basically has been able to accomplish. So really miraculous there. But just as important, I think, as where the jobs are being added, right, private sector versus government, is who is getting the jobs. If you look at Biden's last year in office, so again, just his last 12 months or so, who was actually getting all the jobs? It wasn't native-born Americans. It was foreign-born workers. The annual change, and the reason I use annual there instead of monthly is because these data sets are not seasonally adjusted, and it's very hard to seasonally adjust them, especially the foreign-born workers. But even with native-born Americans, right? You see a surge in employment around the holidays because all these people basically are getting part-time jobs where, to get extra money for the holidays, let's say, and then they all quit those jobs as soon as January hits. So you get this gradual increase going into the holidays, and then it plunges. And then you get another surge in July because all these college and high school kids are out of school and they're looking for jobs again. And then what happens in August and September? It tanks again, right? So you have these big, big changes. But if you look at the annual change, so from August to August, let's say, well, now you don't have to worry about what's the effect of kids going to school or coming coming home from school or Christmas jobs, whatever the case may be. So that's why we look at the annual change. And if you do that, you see the annual change in employment among foreign-born workers was steadily rising under Biden. It's actually reaches its pre-pandemic trend and just keeps going. But for Biden's last year, the annual change in employment among native-born Americans was negative almost the entirety of his last year. So Americans were losing ground. All that supposed job growth we kept hearing about, right, Tim? It was going to foreign-born workers. I think that's a big reason why Americans were so dissatisfied with the economy, despite hearing over and over again about how, we have all these jobs coming in. Well, Americans weren't the ones getting them. Again, fast forward a year, the situation has reversed, where the employment level of foreign-born workers actually declined during Trump's first year, and the employment level for native-born Americans rose 800,000.
Wow.
So again, sharp reversal from the Biden years. You have good news on the inflation front. Inflation today at 2.4%. Granted, it's still too high. I would like to see it even lower. But the fact is it's way, way down from the averages we saw under Biden. 2.4% is lower than any month you even saw under Biden, except for the first 2 months he was in office.
And also, I mean, when we're talking about that 2.4%, and the numbers under Biden, which were what, 8-9%?
Peaked at over 9%, right?
Was it not true that the Bureau of Labor Statistics were taking out certain items to kind of keep that number as low as 9%, even though it wasn't low?
Yeah, part of this has to do with the just insane way that we measure housing costs with our official metrics. They don't even look at home prices and interest rates, which are the two biggest determinants in your monthly mortgage payment. As somebody who just bought a home, right? You know the math here. So what they do is they just look at rents, and then they come up with this kind of phantom number called owner's equivalent rent, which is supposed to represent what you as the homeowner think you could rent your house for if instead of living in it, you tried renting it out today.
Yeah.
I mean, it's insane that's the process. So what happens though is they build this very long lag into the numbers so that even if you get a huge spike today in home prices, it won't actually filter through to the index for many months to come. In fact, sometimes it can take years depending on how the math works in certain instances. And so what you're seeing today in the CPI, for example, is a continued increase in home prices that actually occurred a year ago. So the spike under Biden, in other words, should have been higher.
Yeah.
Because home prices were rising that fast. The monthly mortgage payment on a median price home literally doubled while he was in office. But this owner's equivalent rent metric was up like 20-something%. So nowhere near.
Yeah.
In other words. And if you look at real-time inflation indicators today that are actually measuring prices, like again, in real time, including home price data, they show inflation less than 1%. Because in a lot of markets like Austin, we were talking about, you're actually seeing home prices and rents decline.
Really?
Yeah, Tim, it's not even a matter of the inflation rate is slowing, which means the prices are not rising as fast as they used to. But in places like Austin, places like Dallas, you have Tampa, you have Phoenix, you have Miami.
So you're saying I should have waited?
No, not exactly. Not exactly. I'm not going to go that far. But it is the case that rents in a lot of these places have now actually started to decline. So it's not just a matter of, again, they're going up slower. No, they've actually started to fall.
Interesting. That's interesting. I watched the prices in my little hometown, my former hometown of Grapevine, Texas, explode over the past couple of years, and
Yeah.
then I guess hopefully it'll become more affordable. I want to do the fun thing here. I like bringing you on to do this. You know how I am a sellout. One of our fantastic sponsors, Kalshi, is having some fun tonight.
Mhm.
You can. All right. Can I? I don't know how to use my computer. I don't know if you do that or not.
Will the president say the word huge?
Well, hold
Is that-
on.
is
What
that
will
one
the
of the-
president? What will President Trump say during the State of the Union? You can't. Lost it on the screen over there. Here you go. Ready? AI, artificial intelligence, 94%.
Yeah.
Trillion. Will he say Trump? Of course, he's going to say Trump. Yeah.
So 97%. So basically, they're selling dollars for 93 cents. Is what I'm seeing right there.
That's what it looks like. Fraud, 88%. Trump RX. Of course, he's going to say that. ICE, National Guard. Of course,
he's gonna mention the stock market. And I think he's gonna mention retirement accounts.
I agree as well. Hottest, who knows? Nuclear, coal, 8 war, Supreme Court. Let's go all the way down to the bottom.
How
shall we?
do you say Supreme Court without capitalizing the S and the C? Have you noticed he does that in his Truth Social post now?
Yeah, I don't
He
know.
puts it in lowercase.
Listen, whoever's translating for him, because if you watch the documentary, I believe, were they showing when he won 2024? He dictates it to someone and then they post it. So whoever's doing that, for some reason, discombobulator
What?
is on there. Yeah,
No, there's no way.
Doge, National.
I'll eat my hat if he says discombobulator. Who came up with that?
No. Auto pen. Sleepy Joe. I want. Do you think he mentions Joe Biden tonight? I kind of don't think he does.
I'm not sure if he will.
I don't think he will.
Yeah, I don't know. That's a really, really good question, Tim. I mean, on the one hand, he's absolutely going to talk about what we've been talking about, which is the stark contrast between where we were a year ago and where we are today. In other words, the economy that was dropped in his lap and what he's managed to create out of it. But I'm not sure he will, reference his predecessor by name. I don't know.
It depends, and I'll tell you why. And I just thought about it because he's like I am when I give speeches. I only write down bullet points for myself, but when I have to read something, as I've done many times when I read the sponsorship things on the show, I stray off and I just make jokes.
The weave, as
The weave,
President
yes,
Trump calls
yes.
it, right? The weave.
And so I am one of the folks who gets sent a copy a couple of minutes. But when you're part of the media, you get sent a copy of the speech before he goes, and you'll see it, and you know what he's going to say, and you know when he's going to hit the beats. But then sometimes, and this is why he's great, and very entertaining, is he obviously knows what he's talking about. Great president, very articulate. But you see when he gets to a point, he goes, I'm going to throw in a little bit here about the guy I don't like. This time, let me just hit a couple of points here that, and then that turns into, let me hit a couple more points about this other guy that I don't, and
The
it's,
weaves have
and
weaves.
it just goes and goes and goes, and then it comes back. I remember watching last year, and kind of tweeting along with it, and I'm like, all right, he's hit that point, and then it went, and there was one time it went 20 minutes, and it was great. That's the best part about this is that I think the last time that we had a presidential candidate or somebody in the ballpark of what he did, you're not going to believe what name I'm going to say here, Sarah Palin, who delivered her acceptance speech for vice president when she was nominated 1,000,000 years ago with a guy I forget the
does
name
seem
of.
like ancient history, doesn't it?
Mhm. Her teleprompters died, and she recited her entire speech by memory. And I think that's the closest that we've had to anything Trump has done, because no one does it like him.
No, and I do love when he gives these speeches, and he will have these moments where he goes off on what seems like a tangent but is actually related. But the way he does it, it makes it sound as if it's his first time reading this. And so he'll read something and be like, think of that. That's incredible. Did you know that? That's incredible. Like,
Yeah.
and then he just goes off describing what he just said. And
Yeah.
again, it sometimes feels like he's reading it for the first time. Obviously he's not, but it adds to the,
No, but then
that's
again,
true.
I mean, and you know this from what you do. I know this from what I do. For him to be able to sit down and go through that speech, and I know he practices it, he's got a million other things going on. Like,
Sure.
this is important. But when you're dealing with negotiating with foreign countries and then also like dealing with ICE and all of the national security things and everything else, it really isn't. State of the Union is your most important speech of the year as president. But as far as the things he's doing and enacting, it's not in the top 10. Like he's got so many other things, national
Yeah.
security, everything else that has to be constantly running through the office and the day to day. And then it's that. So
I mean, it kind of is a bit of a modern invention. For a long time, we didn't even have presidents who would, the
you
president
just
would-
deliver the speech. You just hand over the writing.
exactly. He basically wrote a letter to Congress and said, "Here you guys go," and some of that had to do with the fact that a lot of presidents weren't great public speakers. Before the age of modern media, that wasn't as much of a detriment as it would be today, obviously. But then you get to guys like Woodrow Wilson who loved giving speeches, and so they kind of really enshrined it as a routine that the president just has to do.
I collect State of the Union addresses, right?
I did not
I have my oldest one, I believe, is 1816.
really.
Yeah. So
Huh.
I have I wouldn't call it the State of the Union address, but the message to the joint houses of Congress. Yes, I have.
Did you know Grover Cleveland, one of my favorite presidents, definitely my favorite Democrat president, he would give his speech, like Sarah Palin, entirely from memory.
It's incredible.
In fact, the first time he did it, and it was such a lengthy speech, he stood there with his hands folded behind his back, and a lot of people in Congress walked away from it. They couldn't even remember what he said. They were just so impressed by the fact that he had memorized such a long speech and delivered it flawlessly.
That's how you do it, by the way. You talk so long that people don't remember what you said. You just keep going. They didn't have the internet back then. They didn't have TV to mess around with it. What do you think? How many times, let's just say instead of what do you think they'll be offended by, how many times do you think Democrats will claim to be offended by things that he says tonight in the speech?
Yes. Yes, the entire time. And what's really scary, Tim, and to get back to the economy too here, I think so much of what you're going to hear tonight will be so just overtly positive,
Yes.
and yet they will find some way to be offended, just like Huffington Post somehow found a way to be offended about the fact that we won two gold medals in the Olympics. I mean, how on earth you could possibly view that as a negative, but that's what these people do, right? So you'll hear tonight, for example, you'll hear about Americans' real wages are up, right? Under Biden, what the average American's weekly paycheck could actually buy, not just how big it was, but what it could buy, which is more important, that fell about 4% under Biden. Under Trump, after just 1 year, it's up about 2%. So obviously you have not yet regained all your lost ground, but you're making good progress. You've course corrected. So you'll hear about that. You'll hear about the fact that the average 401k is up, I think, like 15.8% adjusted for inflation. Under Biden, it fell more than 15%. So again, you were heading in the wrong direction. Now you're heading in the right direction. These are things that no matter what party you belong to, you should be very happy about. You should be glad that things are getting better, not getting worse. But they will somehow find a way to be offended by anything and everything. Everything will be racist. Everything
Well,
will
he
be
won't.
sexist.
He won't start with a land acknowledgement, and that's what's important for me. Is that you have to say that we live on stolen land, and who has Billie Eilish given her land back to her mansion back to that Indian tribe yet, or no?
Well, here's the thing. If she did, would that Indian tribe then have to give it back to the other Indian tribe that they took it from?
I'm not allowed to talk about that.
Oh, okay.
You're not
Oh,
allowed to
shoot.
talk
Are we
about
going to get canceled?
We're not allowed to. Yeah, we're not allowed to talk about how they used to fight here before. Only when we as Americans took over. And by the way, they never mention that with any other countries either. There's never any.
No.
Nobody cares about land acknowledgments anywhere else.
No, which just absolutely baffles me. Like, what about do the Prussians, not the Russians, the Prussians, do the Prussians are they entitled to get their parcel of land back, their country that doesn't even exist anymore?
No, we're going to start to get into a region of the world we're going to get in trouble with, so we're going to stop with that. What we were supposed to be joined by Congressman Jim Jordan, but he is running a little bit late. I can see from not showing up on the screen right there, but hopefully he'll
Do you want
join
me
a
to
bit.
just take off my jacket and impersonate him?
You can do a little bit more of the. By the way, before we get into it, can I just talk about how AI is fantastic? That is AI 5 minutes before I went on air.
Nice.
Did
Very
the
nice.
and again, I want to thank our friends at the Dallas Express as well as Kalshi, and of course here at Heritage with this fantastic. What a great studio! They moved me upstairs to the Swamp Justice studio. If you guys aren't watching Swamp Justice, have you been on Swamp Justice yet?
I have not.
Well, you're not good enough. Maybe one day you keep
you're
reaching for
not
the
wrong.
stars. You keep reaching for that might count. By the way, talking about all the work at the Heritage Foundation, what they've done here, they discovered the auto pen was Heritage, was the oversight project here. That's pretty incredible.
Yeah. Yeah. Hey, they do good work. I'm very proud of the fact that we have so many talented people doing so much good work at this institution.
I
Really,
have-
really the tip of the spear in Washington, D.C.
I am proud to be a part of this organization where I can name incredible human beings who are my colleagues here, who would never dare mention my name as a colleague of theirs, and that's great. And I really like that. Brings me up. But no, incredible work here. And again, I don't think people realize everything that is accomplished in this building,
yeah.
and the direction it's in. And I'm going to do a little promo here, but I really think that Heritage is headed in the absolute right direction under Kevin Roberts. He is the first major conservative think tank leader that I've met. This might tick off some people, other than MRC, my friends at MRC, that is actually moving things in the right direction and moving things, actually getting things done, accomplishing things. And I'm proud to be working with him on a bunch of things, and working with you and everybody else here. So that being said, what else are we looking forward to tonight, EJ? I ran out of questions for you, so just say something.
Well, I think
Just
so
kidding.
you,
There's
you,
enough.
so you reminded me of this though with
Is this
the
going to
AI.
eliminate jobs?
So that's what I want to get to. Anytime you get these new disruptive technologies like AI, it's what we call creative destruction.
Yes.
Is the fancy way of saying it. But it basically just means that yes, you're going to destroy certain industries, certain jobs, but at the same time you end up creating new ones.
Yeah.
A fellow economist was trying to explain this concept to somebody, and they were saying, oh yeah, well, what are all these new jobs going to be? You keep saying there's going to be new jobs. Well, tell me what they're going to be. And he said, if I knew what the answer to that was, I'd be a billionaire, right? Can you imagine if a quarter century ago, Tim, you had created a startup company to make to train app developers for your phone, right?
Yeah.
Or if you had the idea for Uber and Lyft and all these things come about organically, and we don't know what they're going to be because they're created by the collective wisdom of 330 million people in this country, right? And just because you don't know the next thing that's coming around the corner doesn't mean it's not coming. This is what constantly happens. We have this mistaken this kind of Keynesian, I guess, fallacy of aggregate demand, right? There is no limit to demand. Everyone's wants and needs are infinite. And if you get 330 million people together, guess what? That's just still infinite needs and wants.
Yeah.
And so just because you reduce the cost of one thing over here, you reduce how much people have to spend on, transportation. Let's say when the car was created, the car became a lot less expensive than a horse and buggy over time. Well, what happened? A lot more people could travel. And so even though individually we all spent less money on travel, collectively we ended up spending more. And you created an entire automotive industry. And then because each individual person was spending less on transportation costs, you had more money to spend on other things. And you end up increasing employment in all other sectors of the economy. So yes, things like AI that created this are absolutely going to eliminate jobs, but you end up creating jobs in other areas as well. The other really important thing is that you're never really people have this idea of my job's going to get eliminated by AI, right? No, your job's going to get eliminated by a person who's using AI.
Well, yeah, that's true.
Right.
I personally, I've been working on a few new websites, and I got a quote for a website the other day, and somebody said, a couple grand, and then I went over to a decent website maker and typed in the page full of instructions for the website maker, and I saved myself $2,000. Because it immediately made it, but it was me doing it,
right?
And you have to understand how the
Exactly.
prompts are and how that works. But
so that
you're
so
correct.
that made you more efficient, though, right?
Yes.
You're more efficient. You're more productive.
Yes.
And what happens from that? You can command a higher wage. We're actually already seeing the productivity numbers explode in this country, and that's helped fueling that wage growth. More productivity means more wage growth. That's going to mean more consumer spending. And it is just a positive feedback loop at that point.
Yeah, it's absolutely incredible what could happen and what will come of it. And how much money I personally saved. I got to use that for Pokemon cards. It's important. I'm investing. You're an economist. What's my Pokemon card collection going to be worth?
What's your ROI on
what's
that?
my ROI on that? Zero. What's the
well, how much enjoyment do you get out of it, Tim?
moderate? Let me tell you something. The other day I was in Epcot at Japan.
Oh,
in
Japan.
Japan.
I thought you were going to say in Florida. Okay.
Yeah, and no, at Epcot in
I'm sorry. I see what you're saying. You're at the little Japan.
But all the
section
people who
that
work
they
there are
got.
from Japan. It's the same thing. So I went there and it was Pokemon card release day and they had them. And so I bought a couple and then forced my girlfriend who was with me to come up in line because it was limit 2 per person. And I started screaming her name through the store to get her up in front of the line to get it. And it was very important. That has nothing to do with anything. But I
What
just
a
want to let
good
you know that.
girlfriend.
You know, I paid for the trip. It's fine. You got to put in that work. I pay for the trip. You show up in line for the limit 2 Pokemon cards.
Everything I'm thinking
Hi,
of right
State
now
of
would
the
get me
Union thing.
fired. I'm going to keep my mouth shut.
What are you saying? There's nothing. The word literally. What do you do with your girlfriend?
I love the Buc-ee's shirt, by the way. Can I
Talk
just
about
say that?
economics.
Yeah.
We talk about a chain that started small that is now national. That's
Yep.
a hell of a story.
They just
also.
they have a Buc-ee's up in Florida now, or up in
Disgusting.
sorry, not Florida.
there's
up
one in Florida.
Sorry, I'm thinking Florida because of Wawa, but they have one up in Virginia.
They
now,
actually
right? They got
well,
a Buc-ee's in Virginia.
Well, I'm sure they're going to tax the hell out of that. By the way, can we
Yeah,
just talk about
that's
that
true.
for a second? There is this wolf in sheep's clothing thing that I hope people are finally paying attention to between Mamdani and Spanberger. You're in Virginia.
Yeah, unfortunately,
There's now taxes on dog grooming, dog walking. What is this?
It's going to be anything and everything you can possibly imagine. They want to put, they want to put speed cameras and red light cameras literally everywhere in the state. They want to raise taxes on everybody, not just the wealthy. I mean, it's everything you could possibly imagine. That the radical left has had on their wish list is exactly what Spanberger and, as you said, the other wolves in sheep's clothing are trying to do at this point. After running as moderates, right? They said, no, we're moderates. We're not going to do any of that stuff. And as soon as they got into the office, it's exactly what they're doing.
It wasn't even 2 weeks.
No,
It literally wasn't even 2 weeks, and they showed up, and it was immediate tax hikes.
Yep. Oh, and we're basically going to disenfranchise all the Republicans in the state by redistricting.
Oh,
and
yeah.
gerrymandering the what out of the map, so that all those Republicans basically have no representation in Congress now.
And this is one of the things I know that a lot of the Republican offices, the members are running around, but a lot of the offices are watching right now. We need to start sounding the alarm, and we also need to start behaving that way. I mean, again,
shame on the Republicans in Indiana for not getting that through. Like this is what these people have to realize. I am so sick and tired of this losing nobly garbage, or this idea of, well, just because they do it, we can't do it because, 2 wrongs don't make a right. What do you think is going to stop these people on the radical left? The only thing that will stop them is when they get the same abuse that they are giving to you.
And look, they're elected officials. They can do, they were elected and put in office by those votes. I wouldn't call it abuse. They're just,
well, look at the now Attorney General, or Attorney General as he spells it, the Attorney General in Virginia, who it was revealed in text messages that he said he wanted to murder the children of Republicans.
Yeah. And
that's not an exaggeration. Well, hold on, Tim. Not only did he get elected, in a lot of precincts, including areas around DC, his approval rating actually went up after those messages were released. Those are the Democrat Party's voters.
You also have this very clear messaging from Democrats, and I forget her name. There's this one wretched woman who does a lot of interviews, who says that they will arrest anyone who is associated with the Trump administration. There's this messaging is going across the board. Mm-hmm. Anyone associated with anybody who pushes the policy from, they want to have them arrested. This is full on communism. I mean, I don't understand how much more
purges.
Yes. I'm not sure how much more we need to sound the alarm. Mm-hmm. In the past, they've weaponized the IRS, but now they're literally saying they will arrest anyone associated with Donald Trump. They will target ICE agents and people who Border Patrol. Mm-hmm. I mean, this is insanity, and it's anti-American insanity to the point that something needs to be done. Playing nice doesn't work anymore.
Correct. And look, this is where going back to that old Sean Connery movie, The Untouchables, right? They bring a knife, you bring a gun. And I'm not encouraging violence here, but
but boy, will they take that out of
100%.
That's that.
They will.
Thanks, EJ.
But the point is, if they're going to do that, if they're going to take somebody who works in the Trump administration and have them arrested, or whatever the case may be, if they're going to do that, then you need to sick the entire federal apparatus on them. You need to do to them 10 times worse than what Obama or Biden did.
But-
you need to continue escalating until they back down.
In the middle
period.
of them saying that they're going to arrest people simply for enforcing the law and working with Trump, a lot of this rhetoric got drummed up and started getting louder when all of the fraud started getting exposed. I mean,
exactly.
the
Yep.
tip of the iceberg was 9 billion to Minneapolis, or it was
Right.
Minneapolis. It wasn't even Minnesota. It was the Minneapolis area, the St. Paul area.
Yeah, exactly.
This I feel like is cover, and them stepping on the gas to go after Trump for whatever, or Trump associates, or people who support Trump for whatever, is cover for the incredible amount of fraud that's happening, because it's not just daycares, it's healthcare companies, it's trucking companies now, where there's 30 trucking companies that are out of like one whatever the equivalent is of a PO box at a UPS store. This is an insane amount of fraud that, when you take a look at Minneapolis, how small it is compared to states like New York and California, what's going to come in is going to be ridiculous, to the point that I would say that I'd say our national debt would have at least a greater chunk out of it than what would be now if we would have stopped this fraud. But they are making a lot of noise and running cover, I believe, for all of the fraud, because it's going to end up that everyone, I believe, is associated. There's no way that with that amount of fraud that your government officials didn't know that it was happening. So I don't know.
100%. I mean, they are very, very clearly in on the fraud.
Yeah.
There's no other way to slice it, because if you're not in on the fraud, you should be more than happy to see it getting exposed.
Yep.
Right. And the fact that as it gets exposed, they are fighting the exposure tooth and nail tells you everything you need to know.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I don't see, is Daniel Cochran in the room yet? He's supposed to be joining us from the, he's a senior research associate for the Center for Technology and the Human Person. You want to go chase him down? We're going to go chase him down. It's his time soon. I want to get rid of EJ. He's got to go back to work. This man operates multiple jobs. He's got all morning tomorrow with Mornings with Maria. Speaking of, by the way, I've never been to a State of the Union. I always work during the State of the Union events. He cut you off, by the way. You're not allowed to be on camera when he goes looking for Daniel. You're out. I've never. Oh, here we go. I've never been to a State of the Union watch party at the Heritage Foundation. Is it a barn burner? What's going to happen tonight?
That's a good question. I'm going to have to go to bed really early. So
Me too.
I don't know.
I'm going to crash. I'm tired. It's going to be
Yeah.
it's been a long day for me already. So there's no drinking, no celebrating. I'm going to go watch it, have some nice, so maybe they'll have the fine soda water with the lime.
Yeah, as
know.
bad as I want to have a drink right now, I'm gonna.
Same.
Yep.
Same.
Yep.
I say that now. Check back in 2 hours. All right. EJ Antoni, Chief Economist for the Heritage Foundation. Thanks for joining me.
Tim, good to see you, man.
Get out of here. I got another brilliant mind from the Heritage Foundation joining me now momentarily. He's going to wander in. Oh, they didn't even get us shaking hands. You're just chopped liver. They saw me shake hands with someone off camera. Come on in. Have a seat. Daniel Cochran, Senior Research Associate, Center for Technology and the Human Person. I got to tell you, I made this. Can we do a wide shot real quick? Hit the button. Hit the button. I made this about 3 minutes before I went on air. AI. Are we concerned with AI taking people's jobs and replacing people?
I think it certainly will replace some jobs, and we're seeing early signs of that. But a lot of folks assumed that the first jobs to go would be kind of the, if you will, the blue collar jobs, right?
Yeah.
The warehouse workers, jobs in manufacturing, et cetera. And we are seeing some of that. I mean, Amazon said they're gonna hire probably 600,000 less warehouse workers over the next 5 to 10 years because of AI. But the surprise is that some of the most bracing effects of the technology have actually been white collar jobs. So across mainly Fortune 500 companies, you've seen thousands of jobs in HR, accounting, kind of mid-tier management cut. And I think that takes you took a lot of people by surprise. It took me a little bit by surprise because that's often not where we focus. But it shows that AI is disrupting our economy in ways that is unexpected, and we have to be willing to create a workforce that is resilient to those kinds of changes.
Speaking about AI and how things can be manipulated, I know one of your specialties is talking about the harms of social media.
Yes.
What are we seeing as far as, I mean, I'd imagine there are bot farms and there are things with AI where things can pile up very quickly. Things can get angrier very quickly. I don't know. There's so many things that can go wrong. As someone who lives on social media and has made a decent amount of money being a nasty person on social media, I know where the lines are but there's so much worse that's happening out there.
Well, look, I think the harms to kids are particularly concerning. So we've seen Pew just came out with a study that shows, 1 in 10 teens at least are reporting that they're using AI for substantial parts of their homework. My sister's a teacher, and she's telling me a lot of kids are coming to school now. They're just
Got to
using
get rid
AI
of the
to
double
do-
dash, right?
Just got to do, do. Exactly. As a writer myself, I'm changing how I write
Uh-huh.
because of this technology. And that I think goes to that goes to just how technology is not just a neutral tool, right? Technology shapes how we interact with it. The design and values embedded within it shape how we interact with it, how we use it, and ultimately the effects it's going to have on our society. So when it comes to kids and chatbots in particular, there are some concerning signs, and we need to be cognizant of those. But I think AI more broadly, I mean, it has a lot of positive potential as well. We talked about its disruptive effects in the job and labor markets, but AI also has the ability, as you said just before the show, being able to take a project that may have taken multiple hours from a full-time paid associate or someone at a PR firm. Now you can do it in minutes. I mean, that is meaningful, and we should also state that part of the equation as well.
The scary thing I saw, isn't there a high amount of people who aren't there a high amount of people who now basically believe that they're in relationships with AI? That's the scariest part.
That is, and actually, for multiple years in a row, Harvard Business Review has done a study, and they found for the last 2 years straight, the top uses of AI, generative AI, have been therapy and companionship, and within that also, kind of the AI girlfriend boyfriend phenomenon. And there's been recent documentary evidence where they've interviewed folks who many of them adults, who believe they are in long-term relationships with an AI girlfriend or a boyfriend. And what's really striking, of course, we expect that folks with long histories of mental illness, right? We could see how this technology could be especially dangerous to them. But what we're also seeing is people without any history of mental illness are having these really concerning parasocial attachments with AI chatbots. And if you extrapolate that over multiple years, multiple age groups, and over millions and millions of people, especially young people, you can see how that's going to have a pretty detrimental social effect. And we need to not just be cognizant of that, but we need to push back on it.
That's incredible. And especially now that AI, Elon Musk has been talking about this, and I believe it's called effective actualization. Is that the right term for it? Or I have the wrong term for it, but Grok is the only AI that kind of seems to be level. All the rest seem to be pushing this kind of like DEI leftist nonsense, and that goes to the programming of it, right?
Well, certainly, and I think what's important to note is that all of the AI chatbots have political bias. I mean, even Grok, to some extent, portrays a left-wing bias, and that, to some extent, reflects the data they're being trained on. And the fact that all of this technology is being created for the most part in Silicon Valley. And if you think about it, like a lot of the data we're training this stuff on, it's coming from very left-wing parts of the internet. Going back to the old social media censorship debates back in the early 2020s, when we were
so long ago.
seeing so long ago.
Yeah.
But back then the issue was, when we talked about left-wing bias, what did it mean? What did it mean practically? It meant that Google's algorithms, Facebook's algorithms, were prioritizing left-wing sources. So that created this liberal echo chamber that was very, very hard to break through, until, of course, Elon Musk took over Twitter, and that created a crucial opening.
I want you to hang out here for a little bit. I've got Congressman Tony Weed. Sorry, I don't know how to read today, Congressman. It's been a long day. How are you doing, sir?
I'm good, Tim. You got my name right. Great job.
Listen,
doesn't always happen.
I used AI to look it up,
Oh,
obviously, while we're
good.
on the topic to figure out. Now, Congressman, Wisconsin's 8. I want to ask you today, State of the Union Day, and I've been asking every congressman on today, who is your special guest? I know people have been able to bring incredible folks with them tonight.
Well, I have a childhood friend that has, been somebody that I've had a great relationship with, that has helped mentor me in my previous profession. I was in the private sector and a small business owner in northeastern Wisconsin, and so was he. And so I was very excited that he accepted the request, and he's looking forward to being here today.
Excellent. And I got to ask you, I mean, this is going to be easiest softball interviews ever today, by the way, because I know that you guys in Wisconsin, back and forth with politics, but as far as President Trump's policies and what's going to happen at the State of the Union tonight, what he's talking about between defense, the economy, our foreign policy, everything you can think of. What has affected your folks the most up in Wisconsin?
I think, the biggest issue that I saw during the election was border. That was a very important issue. The rising overdose deaths and the drugs and the criminality that came from the disastrous policies of the Biden administration. And who knows, 20 million people that came across our border. And now having a strong border, I think that's very important. But then also looking to the economy. I think people are very excited about larger tax returns that they're having right now as they're doing their tax returns, coming from the, no tax on Social Security, no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, that double child tax care credit, but more money in their pockets. And that's why I ran as a small business owner, was to put more money back into people's pockets, to really grow our economy. And I think that's very, very important. And I think it's been an historic 13 months, and we're a very strong country economically, and we're only getting stronger.
Yeah, I agree. Cell phones in the room. What are you looking forward to tonight the most? I know Donald Trump. I am very excited. He said it's going to be a very long speech. That's what's coming out. I think it's probably going to be 2 hours. It'll probably be the longest State of the Union speech ever, but probably the most entertaining and the most positive. After 4 years of Joe Biden, watching what the president and you folks in Congress have been able to accomplish, I think it's going to be an incredible celebration really tonight. And then looking forward to more work in the future and more positive work in the future. What are you looking forward to tonight? What do you think he's going to be talking about?
The president is going to deliver, I think, an amazing speech. It'll certainly be entertaining, but he's going to talk about the wins and in a great way. And really, I am so proud to be an American. And so is the president. We're just coming off of the United States hockey teams, the men and women winning the gold medal. And I know there's other gold medal winners, but just the fact that I think our country coming together, being patriotic, loving our country, and certainly America first is something that I'm all in with, as is the president. So I think he's a great dealer of hope. He's one that's going to talk about the wins, but also talk about the future and the focus on the American people and on everyday Americans and delivering things that matter, which is, again, more money back into people's pockets for people that are making less than $100,000 a year. Growing jobs. I mean, I think if you look at it, the president, we're adding jobs right now. If you look at the Biden administration, 1 out of 4 of their jobs was government jobs. Here we have a president, and I completely agree, we don't need that many people working in our government. We have less people working in our government, and we're getting better responses. But ultimately, it's a winning message tonight. I think it's one that'll bring people together. I think he's a great leader, and just looking forward to an amazing night.
Yeah. I want to ask you, you're in a very northern state if people don't know their geography. But stopping illegals at the border, deporting people, you're up there with Minnesota. How important has this immigration policy and actually enforcing the immigration policy been to Wisconsin?
Well, Wisconsin, we're fortunate that we have a Republican-led legislature. I think that is, with a governor that, just radical far left agenda. Fortunately, we have a strong legislature. But I think Wisconsinites are concerned that we could turn into Minnesota. And we see, just what happens when you have that radical far left ideology with a governor like Governor Walz or a mayor in Minneapolis like Mayor Fry. And you just see the disastrous policies and what they do. So it is very important. I just met with a local sheriff in our, I represent 11 counties, a local sheriff just last week. And the flow of drugs is way down, and we all know that the overdose deaths are way down. Crime is down. All of that is being attributed to, and I also hear from district attorneys and those that work on drug cases, that's all attributed to having a border. And, it's not about having I don't call it a closed border. It's either you have a border or you don't. And no question, cartels are running drugs through our open borders during the Biden administration. And we're tightening that down. And our focus is on safer communities. And so it is very important that we have a strong border. And that's important to our constituents in Northeast Wisconsin for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been it's been really remarkable to me, the difference in crime statistics and what's been happening, and it's very helpful that you have in your local government folks who can actually support the president and his policies. I can't imagine what it would be like to live in a town and be a upstanding citizen in a city like Minneapolis that wants to see criminals deported, and then watching your staff actually not deport them, watching your elected officials not deport them. It's got to be very frustrating.
Certainly, we have a major problem in this country with sanctuary cities. And if you look at what the Obama administration with the same immigration and custom enforcement, ICE, I mean, they deported millions of people without incident because they had support and crowd control, and there was no incident, no protest during the Obama administration. And now you see when you have these radical far left mayors and governors, you see people getting deranged, and next thing you know, they're impeding the great law enforcement officers, the federal government of immigration and custom enforcement. So it is so important that you have support locally. It's very easy if a sheriff, and we have great sheriffs in northeastern Wisconsin, if there is illegal alien that they apprehend and they're in their jails, they report them right away, and they do it the right way. Yeah. And that's what we need in this country, and the American people believe that too.
Congressman, I know you got a busy day. Before you go, I want to ask you the question I've been asking every member of Congress today, especially on the Republican side. Well, not like any Democrat's going to talk to me. There are about 20 Democrats that say they're not showing up tonight. Would you rather them not be there or show up in costumes with signs?
Well, that's a tough question. I think that's kind of a trick question. I think, I'm from the private sector, small business owner. I'm committed to being respectful to everybody, even if we don't agree. You need to be respectful towards people, but you also have to respect the institution. I would urge my colleagues, be respectful, respect the institution. I'll do that. God forbid we have a Democrat president at some point. You've got to be there and have good decorum. And that's what the American people want. So I urge them to do the right thing.
Yeah, same. And, we don't have to worry about anybody tearing up the State of the Union address like Nancy Pelosi did a couple of years ago. I thought that was ridiculous, by the way. I understand disagreeing, and you obviously get it too. I understand disagreeing with people, but there's a point where it's just rude, and there is such a decorum and a history in our country that, they always point fingers and say how nasty Republicans are when they themselves behave in very questionable manners.
That's right. Proof's in the pudding right there with Speaker Pelosi doing that. So.
Yep. Well, enough of that. Listen, you got a long day today. I want to thank you for all your hard work. You got to take a little bit of a break tonight. I'd imagine you get to hang out and get right back to work tomorrow morning, right?
That's right. Yeah, and it's an honor to do this job and represent the great people in Northeast Wisconsin. Thanks for all you do, Tim.
Thank you, Congressman Tony Weed. Talk to you soon. Thank you so much.
Yep. Take care.
All right, back in studio. Welcome. This is what a time. We're in hour 2 of the 5-hour. Live today from the Heritage Foundation. Let's get back into this about AI. It really is, to me, I would have never imagined that I'd be afraid of where this technology can go. But as someone who is, I live in social media, I live in media as well, and I see where everything is already and how the bias is there already. AI can go completely out of control and really start even influencing elections, couldn't it?
Certainly, there actually was a recent study by the University of Chicago, and they looked at how AI chatbots are very effective on both sides of the aisle in terms of affecting or influencing how people vote.
Yeah.
And you think about this in our next election, right? So we're going to have in the midterms, it'll be potentially the first chatbot election where people are using chatbots primarily as a means of information. We've already seen a lot of folks using ChatGPT, Claude, Perplexity as a way to source information as opposed to just normal search. And we talked about how those search engines are highly biased towards the left, and you can see how that same dynamic is at play with AI. But here it's worse because the AI oftentimes is just providing you with the information without context in some cases, right? So it's not just giving you links that you can go and read on your own. It's answering your question directly. And so that just opens up a kind of a whole new can of worms in terms of the influence that this technology could have on the American public.
I'm in ChatGPT right now while we're doing this. And I'm asking it, was Charlie Kirk a good man? Answer yes or no. I've seen responses to this come back. and we will see how it's processing right now, because this is it says no. I mean, this is
Yeah.
unbelievable that's saying that. Let me pull it up full screen for you guys to see. This should scare you. This should scare a lot of people. I mean, this is, and I don't know who I would say on the left to, I don't want to compare anybody to Charlie, so I'm not going to put a name in there, but that is, why is the answer no? His political activism and leadership in Turning Point USA made him powerful influencer conservative politics, okay, especially among young voters. However, he was widely criticized for spreading misinformation, promoting highly controversial views on race, gender, and the LGBTQ issues, and making statements deemed harmful or offensive by many commentators and civil rights advocates. Because good, in quotes, is a moral judgment that depends on one's values, the safest conclusion, grounded in broad source reporting, is that he was not broadly regarded as a good man in an objective sense. He was a divisive public figure. That is incredible.
It's horrendous.
And they make it sound like it's an intellectual answer.
Well, and that's the danger, is that people treat these chatbots more like friends, companions, advisors. There's this air of impartiality and objectivity, when in fact, these chatbots are being shaped by many of the biases that shape social media. And we have to remember, Silicon Valley values are not American values. And you have to remember that all the labs, right, whether you're talking about Anthropic or you're talking about OpenAI, which is the creator of ChatGPT, if you're talking about Google, the creator of Gemini, these are far left places, all in the left-wing echo chamber of Silicon Valley. So it's not a surprise that those values have seeped into this technology, and they're now continuing to influence our public discourse. That's something that people need to be aware of.
Yeah. So I just think the combination of that and what we talked about earlier, with people being in relationships or believing themselves to be in relationships with artificial intelligence, I mean, you're falling in love with a propaganda machine.
Well, absolutely. And it's important to note, I mean, so look at TikTok, for example. I mean, TikTok is a highly addictive social media platform. We could talk about the effects it's had on children, but no one says I don't have a relationship with my social media algorithm, right? Even though it influences what I think and believe based on the content that it's giving me, right? And often ways that I don't really realize. But people do claim to have relationships with these chatbots, and they're think about what the chatbots are going to cause you to do, like reveal your most intimate secrets, share things that you might not ever share, even with another human being. And we're already seeing this, by the way.
Yeah.
Chatbot logs. So the example of the recent transgender shooter in Canada, OpenAI knew that shooter actually was plotting this terrible shooting, and their own internal systems flagged some of the heinous kind of some of the heinous prompts that this user put in, and what did the OpenAI staff do? They said, well, we see it. And over a dozen of them debated and ultimately chose not to turn it over to authorities. So these companies understand what this technology is capable of. They understand how it's being used. But so often, their modus operandi is power. They want power, they want dominance, and they're willing to sacrifice children in pursuit of that.
It's unbelievable. It's scary. Look, I understand that. I know that you understand what's going on. I understand that, like, the folks in our building and the Heritage Foundation understand what's going on. Do the people in charge get it? Or does the White House, does the Trump administration, do the members of Congress, do they understand how serious this is and where we are?
Well, I think it depends on who you talk to, and obviously, I think J.D. Vance recognizes that this technology is very powerful. Last year, in his address at the Paris AI Action Summit, he outlined, I think, a very positive vision for AI, but also underscored the importance of making sure that it serves American workers. And I think that's a real important vision to take forward, because now, as Congress and the White House are talking about potentially a national AI framework, what we have to do is make sure that while we're not going the route of Europe, right, over-regulating this technology, we don't want to do that. But we do have to keep Americans in mind, the normal Americans, the parents, the kids, the workers. That has to be the core of what that their interests have to be the core of what this policy ultimately advances.
Yeah, it's there's so much at play here, and I just really hope that everyone is paying very, very close attention to where this goes. And when you take a look at the government in particular, government intervention and government getting involved in regulating things. As we saw during COVID, there were lists that the Democrats made, especially in California. They had a very large spreadsheet of who they wanted censored. They sent to the federal government, and the federal government just complied with it. So really, there's such a strange level of neutrality that we have to have as a federal government when we're looking forward to this. It's really a very difficult balancing act, I would think, for a government.
It's a fine line. And I think one of the important things to underscore is, look, transparency is key here. So if you think about what was the COVID era censorship, they were sending these lists to the companies, the social media companies like Meta, for example, were taking down posts or basically causing their algorithms to demote that content from those sources. But now we're talking about censorship on a whole new level, because the censorship in some sense is baked into the algorithms itself. When we're talking about generative AI, we're talking about essentially a set of algorithms that's designed to elicit human-like outputs, right? So whether that's images, it's art, it's words, right? And so the biases are in some sense, they're already baked in at the training layer. So once that's baked in, the biases become very, very hard to detect. So we're not just talking about the government sending a list of its foes to the social media platform and having the social media platform take down those accounts or content. We're now talking about social media platforms or the AI companies, and oftentimes they're one and the same, training their AIs to systemically discriminate against conservative content. And if you think about the implications as we're integrating AI into every level of our society, right? It's now reviewing job applicants. It's helping us make decisions in medicine. Obviously, so ranking social media, we're chatting with it. We're in relationships with it. Think of just the influence that it has on every aspect of our lives. So many ways that we're not even articulating here.
Yeah.
It's really profound. So the bias is no longer just, I can't see your video on social media. It's the decisions that I'm using AI to make. Those biases are going to reflect in that as well.
And it can be very subtle as
It
well.
can
I mean, that's the crazy thing, is that it's not this overt, like you said, it's not a black or white, you're banned, you're not banned,
Right.
whatever. It's so baked in that it's like what would a DEI person do when they go grocery shopping, right? It could be like very, very minor things that we don't think about that this is going to be influencing, and it could sway markets. It could do anything.
Oh, 100%. And I actually just two examples there I think are really important. One is, so currently the Department of War is locked in a conflict with Anthropic, which is the company that makes Claude. And they've found that one of their complaints is Claude is biased to the left. And so they're not going to use that limits how they can use Claude, especially in intelligence and other military operations. And so far, Anthropic has refused to change their terms of service. Now, look, I think it's important to underscore, look, AI needs to have limits when it comes to wartime capabilities. But the question is, who sets those limits? Is it democratically accountable public servants, or is it big AI? And I think the other really core example is DeepSeek, which is a Chinese AI model. What they found is when you're using DeepSeek to code, which is another area that's been disrupted by AI, to write code for, as an example, cybersecurity, if you disclose to DeepSeek that you're an adversary of the Chinese state, it actually weakens the code.
Get out.
Yes, absolutely. So the House China Select Committee found that they include that in a recent report that they published. So this is the kinds of, think about like that bias. So that's an example of bias and misalignment. Not because I don't think that DeepSeek was intentionally designed to, like, if you code, for the U.S. you shall. Again, this is like bias that creates these really unpredictable effects that are potentially detrimental.
That's incredible. How close are we to Skynet?
So I think that there's an overemphasis on, I don't think machines can actually be self-aware in the sense that humans can, but that doesn't mean they can't have a lot, they can't do a lot of damage. And the damage that can be done is, an AI is capable of being very precise and very accurate, but it doesn't have a soul and it doesn't have moral intuition is the same way that a human does. And if you think about in warfare, a soldier can disobey orders if the general is asking him or her to do something that violates, as an example, the Geneva Convention. A computer, obviously you can put parameters in it, but the parameters can be overridden. The computer has ultimately no moral judgment.
Yeah. Wow. Scary stuff. Glad people are kind of paying attention in our government.
It's important.
Did you ever imagine growing up that you'd be in this position where you'd be like on the precipice of what could be major disaster or a major positive impact in the world?
This was not in high school Daniel's bingo card, but I think, but it's interesting just to see how much this technology influences every aspect of our society. I always say, look, if you're working on AI, you're simultaneously working on almost everything because it touches everything.
Yeah. Daniel Cochran, Senior Research Associate, Center for Technology and the Human Person. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you
today.
so much. It's
Yeah,
been a
thanks for being
pleasure.
here. Yeah.
Thank you.
I'm going to take a 2-second break. I'll be back in a second. These lights are killing my eyes. See you in a second, guys. We are back hanging out here at the Heritage Foundation today. I want to thank our partners at the Dallas Express and Kalshi, of course. If you guys want to have some fun tonight, let me see if I can pull this up for you. Kalshi.com/Tim Young is the way to go. I will show you, and let's review all of the fun things here on Kalshi.com. All right, so tonight, if you go over to Kalshi.com, the politics tab, there are the current markets of what Trump will and won't say at the State of the Union. Right now, fake news is only at 52% chance he will say fake news. This is kind of fun. I really like. I really enjoy where this is going. Artificial intelligence, 92%. Of course, we were just discussing that. Stock market, 90%. Of course, he's going to mention stock market. Hockey, of course, he's going to mention hockey. I believe, and we have been told very reliably by multiple members of Congress now that we're going to have some sort of hockey celebration tonight. I think that guy that's missing teeth. What's the guy's name that's missing teeth? Do you know the guy's name? The captain or what? I assume he's the captain because he's missing teeth. That guy's got to be showing up tonight, I'd imagine, at the State of the Union address. Alien is 86%. Now, what form of alien will he be mentioning that? I'd imagine illegal alien. Cartel, 82%. Absolutely going to say that. These are all, listen, in a 2-hour speech, Supreme Court, he will definitely mention that. Midnight Hammer, 75% chance he'll say that. But Jack Hughes. Jack Hughes is the name of the coolest. He's got the coolest hockey image you could possibly have from the Olympics. There have been many, victories in the Olympics for the Americans, but the dude missing teeth in hockey, that is a badge of honor. I wonder if they found his teeth on the rink. They find the pieces of the teeth and they're just out there and they frame them somewhere and put them. Make them gold. Yeah. Save Act. I believe he will mention that as well. 40% chance that he'll mention it. I think he's going to say that. Hoax. 38% he'll say the word hoax. Again, these predictive markets are very, very good at figuring out what is going to be said and not said. at the State of the Union last year. I followed along, and it was pretty much 100% correct. It's kind of a fun way to participate in the State of the Union. If you go over to Kalshi.com/Tim Young, Kalshi.com/Tim Young, you can get involved over at Kalshi and take a look at everything that is going on over there. All right, we've got a guest in studio, do we not? Come hang out. What's going on, man? How you doing?
Good.
The director of the Richard and Helen DeVos Center for Human Flourishing. Let me see if I can say your first name right. Delano.
Delano.
I got it wrong. You were right. Intern was. I'm so sorry.
Like Milano cookies. That's what I tell people.
Well, I'm not a big fan of Milano cookies, so.
Neither am I.
Let's talk about the State of the Union tonight, because it is. I think this is an important one. We've had a very significant policy shift now since Biden, obviously, but we're starting to see the results of it, the positive results. What does this mean, and how important is it tonight for families? What have you seen the shift from Biden to now under Trump?
Well, certainly under Trump, you have an administration that's more friendly to families, particularly the idea that parents have the God-given right to raise their children according to their values. I think with the previous administration, what you had was a bunch of people who said, no, every parent must adopt our values, and we must push those values through K-12 schools, through religious institutions, certainly through college and higher education. And I think what we're doing is having a return to sanity under the Trump administration.
It's a crazy concept, because it really was as if, and it's not over yet. The battle's not over yet. Democrats want to break up families. They don't want that traditional family. They want children turning against their parents. They want to have the government actually raise the children instead of parents raising children. It's very obvious. California is where it's very, very obvious.
Yeah.
Other states that are blue kind of following suit, but you don't see it as prominently, right?
And I mean, to think that you would have a Supreme Court case, Mahmoud versus Taylor, where you have a school district not too far from where we are right now in Montgomery County, that tells parents, we're going to push gender ideology, sexual orientation instruction, LGBT instruction on your kids, and we don't want to give you an opportunity to opt out. And the idea that only religious parents would be able to say, no, I don't want that, is troubling to me, right? You shouldn't have to be a 5-point Calvinist in order to say, look, I don't want my kids reading some book about drag queens in school. But that's where we are. And I think, again, the previous administration was pushing that with more vigor, year by year. And as I said, I think what we have now is an administration that says, no, like, parents have a right to raise their kids according to how they see fit. And California values aren't, Florida values. And so we don't want to assume that this is what every parent wants. And we want parents, again, to be able to exercise their rights, the God-given right they have to raise their children.
It's such an interesting situation that we're in this country, because the left has been able, because of how much media they control, to push this concept of book banning. But then when people show up and try to read some of those books at school board meetings,
they said, no, it's too explicit. Can't read that here.
Yeah. Are we winning the media battle on this? Because that's really what this comes down to, is you've got the left that is pushing this insanity. I'm on YouTube. I can't even say the P word, but illicit books for children in schools. And the right that's like, no, don't. I mean, but there is such a large group of this. And now I believe it was, I'm sorry, I'm all over the place on this. Is it a Minnesota? There was a transgender in Minnesota that's an elected official. Is it Minnesota?
I think so.
That is like upset that children aren't exposed to
pornography.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks for getting me banned on YouTube. I know. I don't know if you said no. It's fine.
Corn.
But no,
Corn.
Corn. Yeah, corn. But like, where are we as a society, and are we winning this? Because this is so incredibly scary that you have this person who's mentally ill. I'll say that'll get me banned more than anything else.
Yeah.
Mentally ill, saying that children should be exposed to this because it'll help them become who they need to be.
I mean, this long march through the institutions has been going on for quite some time, especially with respect to K through 12 education, because I think the left understands that K through 12 is basic training for kids. So if you can get them there, right? When you have kids 14,000 plus hours, if you are pushing a particular message, if you're indoctrinating the children into your values, then even the most active parents who may talk to their kids a few hours before school, a few hours after school, take them to Sunday school in the morning, go to church, still don't have nearly as much time as the kids do with their teachers. So this is why they raise such a fuss over the so-called "Don't Say Gay" bill in Florida, right? Parental rights in education.
That feels, by the way, that feels like decades ago.
Right, right. But of all the things that the left has, cried and howled about, that one was by far the most intense. And so they have this idea that adults, unrelated adults, have the right to talk to somebody else's kids about sexual orientation and gender identity. And it's not, and that was in Florida, obviously a red state. I grew up in New York. I remember, a few years ago, Mayor Eric Adams said, this was 2022, around the time of this controversy, he made an official statement and said that drag queens are an essential part. I'm paraphrasing, but this was the gist of it. Drag queens are an essential part of how we educate kids in New York City.
Yeah.
Now, I think that's before he, moved a little bit more to the center. But there is this idea that sex and gender are subjects that kids should be learning in school from unrelated adults who don't have any connection to them.
I don't have kids. Eventually I will. I'd imagine talking to your own kids about sex and gender, not comfortable. From a 50,000 foot perspective of someone who I think I have a lot of common sense, I behave differently sometimes, but there are people who really want to teach kids about this stuff.
Yeah.
And that really, just common sense, that just sets off all sorts of alarms in my head, because this shouldn't be something we're cheering for.
No.
It's a difficult, again, like, it's just one of those, like, the common sense and me being kind of aggressively normal, it just would never cross my mind to talk to a kid about something like that.
Yeah. And I mean,
And stand up for some weirdo to do the same thing. Let's be real.
Right. I back in the day, I remember there's an episode of Different Strokes, myself, where Arnold ends up over at some neighbor's house and he's
The creepy guy.
the creepy guy, and he's giving him a little bit of wine. He said, "Oh, let's take some pictures and just take your shirt off, just get a little bit comfortable." And that was obviously, an episode to warn parents that these types of people are out there, because the idea that some adult, typically a male, would want to be talking to kids about such sensitive matters, like that person was seen as a red flag. That's the type of person, that's stranger danger. You don't want your kids to engage with that person. And now every school district is trying to hire that person in order to do that. So I'm not sure how we got to this point, but clearly we need to break away from this madness, which is why I think you see a bump in homeschooling. I think you see a bump in states going for universal school choice, whether through education savings accounts or some other system, because I think parents are saying, no, I need to retake control of my child's education, and I don't co-parent with the federal government or the local government for that matter. It's amazing and quite terrifying how far we've come with respect to these matters, because this is not how people would have been afraid years ago to talk to somebody's kid about this, because they understood that the dad may come around the corner and you may, walk out with a black eye. But now it's just like, no, I have the right to do it, and you can't tell me anything about it. And we need to just get away from that type of thinking. Yeah.
I have a million questions. They're going to go all over the place now. So
It's all good.
has there been a mainstream example of any kind of show like that Different Strokes episode 40 years ago, by the way, that has said molesting is bad, basically, or watch your kids? Like, I can't think of one.
I can't think of one in recent years, because that's a pretty heavy episode, right?
Yeah.
Pretty heavy subject matter. I can't think of one in recent years. What I do know is that in recent years there have been attempts to normalize sexual orientation, gender identity type
In
of content
cartoons,
in
regularly.
cartoons. And I'll say this to people when I speak publicly. The content creators have gotten very crafty, so they don't put that in the first episode. They wait until the second season, third episode, when parents have gotten comfortable and saying, "Oh yes, you can watch that show." Then they put it in there. They sneak it in there. They love to sneak it in through, characters. Oh, it's two squirrel dads, so that the child has their defenses lowered. The parent oftentimes is not watching, and now the kids are being taught this message that two male squirrels can have a squirrel kid. And so you see this type of content through anything that's basically made after 2017 is likely to have this type of content at some point, which is why my kids watch Batman, the animated series from 1992.
Proper. I have animation cells for that, by the way.
So
Animation-
yeah.
Yeah, no, it's so weird, but there's such a dramatic shift because again, you're probably in the ballpark of my age. I think I'm older than you, but like, it's when we had cartoons as a kid,
Mm-hmm.
it was heroes and villains.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, GI Joe.
G.I.
They,
Joe,
they talk
yeah.
about they talk about how there wasn't diversity on TV, but I look back at old GI Joe and I collect GI Joe action figures now
Mhm.
as an adult. We can talk about that later. But everyone was represented on GI Joe.
Yes.
And they all stood for America and they fought the bad guys.
Mhm.
Like literally across the board. They didn't have a flamboyantly gay character, but every other person, every color, every race, every
Mhm.
creed. I mean, they were caricatures of each other. They had the Native American guy with the eagle. It was awesome.
Mm-hmm.
And we all had the figures and we all collected them all and we all loved them. We thought they were great and they were all pro America.
Yeah.
When did that shift? Late 90s, early 2000s? And what shifted? I mean, here's the follow up.
Yeah.
What shifted it? Because in my mind, I look at like what happened with TikTok and you take a look at TikTok in foreign countries, in particular China,
Very
behaves
different.
a little bit differently
Yeah, very different.
than it does here.
Yeah.
Is this all part of a greater psyop, do you think? Is that a crazy thing for me to say?
I don't think it's crazy at all. I think you just notice patterns, right?
Yeah.
And I'm not sure exactly when it shifted, but it definitely has shifted to the point where if you go into a neighborhood and you see American flags lining every home, that neighborhood is going to be right coded. It shouldn't be that way.
Yeah.
It shouldn't only be. I mean, even this past weekend with the Olympics, where I think HuffPost ran some story where it said, well, if you're feeling uncomfortable seeing all these American flags, you're not alone. And people from across the political spectrum were like, actually, no, we're proud. I mean, I live in Maryland. Maryland's Governor Wes Moore, I disagree with him on many issues, but when he posted an image similar to what the White House posted, with the eagle attacking the goose, that to me was emblematic of something, right? Like the left should embrace patriotism because it can't just be that pro-marriage and pro-family values are right coded. Patriotism is right coded. The belief in biology, particularly when it comes to sex, is right coded. That's not good for the long-term health of our country. Part of the reason is because of what we were going back to before, which is the left controls most higher education institutions,
Yeah.
every K through 12 school district in our large cities, and they are very intent on evangelizing. Part of the reason is because when you accept a lifestyle that can't lead to reproduction, the only way you can add to your ranks is to recruit new members.
Yep.
So it's not good for the people who control schools and education and information to be anti-God, anti-marriage, and anti-family.
It's crazy to me. By the way, I have to keep mentioning it. Anytime somebody brings it up today, my friends at Jimmy's Famous Seafood set the record for greatest ratio of all time on literally on X. It was, I believe it's up to 247,000 likes to
Wow.
the HuffPost's 1,800 likes,
Wow.
where they told HuffPost to go F themselves.
I did see that.
Because people love America. And ultimately, is there a line that is too far? And I thought that parents waking up before the 2024 election really made the difference in that
Mhm.
election.
Mhm.
Because when you see the corn in schools, I did it
Mhm.
right that time. And when you see the crazy teachers and the wacky things they're trying to teach and what they're trying to do to kids, when you see the mutilation of children, which by the way, Chloe Cole is going to be at the State of the Union tonight. She might even get shouted out. Now we're starting to see actually the lawsuits being won by children who say that they were manipulated as children. They want to detransition now. Is there a line that's too far? Have they crossed it? Have we kind of relaxed after that election, or are we like? What's happening now culturally? Is it are we winning or are we not?
I don't think the left would say that they've crossed the line.
Yeah.
If you go back to Obergefell, which was decided in 2015, right, that legalized same-sex marriage, and you roll back over the next 11 years,
I'll tell you something.
you roll forward over the next 11 years, I can't think of a single issue related to sex, sexuality, gender identity, where the left has said, prominent voices on the political left have said, hey guys, I think we've gone a little bit too far. Can't think of one. So some people, you know, within the Democratic Party are saying, hey, maybe we should moderate. We should give them, you know, this issue around boys and girls sports. But in terms of the larger platform, the larger scope of their agenda, in terms of seeing LGBT identifying people as an oppressed community who need advocacy, and I don't think
They're not visible. You don't see them. I don't know if
Right,
you just know. They
right.
have to have more visibility.
Right.
They haven't seen.
I mean, a rep in Congress, Representative Jayapal, I think, just introduced the Transgender Bill of Rights. So I don't think that they're going to let go of this issue at any point. I do believe that with more stories coming out, sane people on both sides are going to say, wow, I didn't know that this was what's going on. I didn't know states would take children away from their parents for not affirming, quote unquote, their gender identity. I didn't know that. And I think as more people realize that, more people will say, you know what? I may not agree with conservatives on a lot of issues, but when it comes to the safety and sanctity of my family, I do agree with them on that one.
One would think that people with families on both sides of the aisle would agree on this kind of stuff.
Mm.
You know, when I see these protesters now, they're, you know, I'll go ahead and stereotype. They're like childless cat ladies. There's a lot of them there. That's who they watch The View. They get their talking points. They go and try to stop ICE vehicles. Makes no sense. They believe themselves to be heroes, and they're the most out of shape. They look like me right now, but women, and standing in front of ICE vehicles. What? It's not people with kids, although one of them did have a kid that they claimed they dropped off at school or whatever. But it's not traditional families with kids.
Mm.
And there are a lot more of those than anybody else. Are they just kind of like the silent majority that will eventually vote the right way here and go the right way?
I certainly hope that parents will see the difference in the policy platforms of the two parties and say, again, even if I don't agree with everything on the right, these are people that don't hate my values. And because of that, I'm willing to give them a chance. But I think one of the things that's upstream of the decline in family is a decline in religion.
Yeah.
And religion gives people a moral framework, gives them a way, you know, a worldview, a way in which they see the world. And that God-sized void, I think a lot of people, particularly on the political left, are trying to fill that with partisan politics. Not to say that that isn't the case on the political right, because I do think there is such a thing as a post-Christian right. But what you see is people trying to fill that void where, you know, they don't have a sense of meaning. So whereas they would have gotten that from their faith, they now get it from, you know, their participation in protests and, you know, these anti-ICE things, or, you know, opposing Trump. That's not healthy. And it's not a surprise to me that the people who see themselves that way are also the people who are most antagonistic towards the family. Because one of the things we find is that whenever we go out in the public square with a pro-marriage and pro-family message, someone, typically on the political left, will inevitably say, oh, they're trying to hold down women. They're trying to take women back to the 1950s. So there's a lot of pessimism and skepticism when it comes to the message of strong marriage and strong family. And most of it is politically coded on the left.
Yeah, it's very interesting how I feel like the left has weaponized loneliness, really, when it comes to this stuff. And that's where religion comes in. If you know you got God, you're not alone.
Yeah.
And it really does seem like, and I jokingly always say the childless cat ladies or whatever, the spinsters, whatever you want to call them, but it's these people who are very empty and they're looking for some sort of value, and how they find that value is attacking other Americans or attacking traditional values, because they want to point fingers and blame people other than themselves. And
Yeah.
it's crazy where things are.
Yeah. And I think people on the left are starting to see that.
Yeah.
So NPR put out an article a few weeks ago where they acknowledge that the left has ceded all sort of family policy territory to the right. I wrote a piece not too long ago for Institute for Family Studies entitled "The Conservative Case for More Pro-Marriage Democrats," because just 10 years ago, when President Obama was in office, he would regularly connect family structure and social outcomes. And when he did so, the people who would criticize him would be on his left flank. But when he's on the south side of Chicago talking about how to build a middle class America that works for every all across the country. He said nothing would do more to bring down violence on the South Side than strong families. And he said that's why we need to do more to promote marriage and fatherhood. I cannot think of a single elected Democrat in national office who would say those words today.
It's incredible.
And that's how far the party has moved to the left on these issues in the last 10 years.
And then to kind of get back to my whole thing about it maybe being a psyop, but like, I just, what shifted? Because you have Obama, who was like the Democrat, like he was their guy, their generational president, saying that. What could have potentially shifted that? Because there aren't enough of the trans community to move the entire thing. It's a very small vocal minority.
Yeah.
And even then you have folks like Caitlyn Jenner or whatever, Bruce, who it's like, hey, just let me do my thing. I don't care what other people do. Don't do it to kids either. So it's a very minor part of a minority already. So why is it such a national movement?
Well, I think part of it is that progressives see themselves as the inheritors of the legacy of the civil rights movement, and every other movement for people who see themselves as oppressed has attached itself to that moral authority.
Yeah, hold on. I'm going to stop you right there. How
Okay.
insulting is that, man? How
It is.
and every time, and this has stopped, and I've seen many prominent leftist African Americans go, come on.
So some people will say explicitly, gay is the new black,
Yeah.
trans is the new black. So every new movement attaches a car to that. And when you see yourself in that way, so, we must fight for marginalized people, oppressed people. And what happens is that you end up having two different groups, oftentimes with competing claims, which is why you see the left having issues threading the needle between promoting themselves as the party of women while also promoting themselves as the party of men who identify as women. All right. So there's a tension there. So I think part of it is this idea that they have to protect civil rights. Part of it is that the most vocal part of the political left base, I would say, are unmarried women, and particularly feminists. So anyone second, third, fourth wave, that the party doesn't want to offend those people, which crowds out men with traditional values. They're only useful to the extent that they're willing to be allies to feminist movement, LGBT movement. Any man who says, hey, I actually think we should pay attention to the struggles of boys and young men is going to be told the oppressor doesn't need, his own sort of, political party. So there are multiple factors at play here. And I think that's part of the reason you've seen the party take a shift. And that shift has been, again, further to the left, even in the last 10 years.
Yeah, I'm shocked that more people aren't waking up. And I think it's so important that we reach out. Maybe they are, because in these blue areas, we don't know who's registered to vote and how many people are registered to vote. That's a whole nother conversation for another time, because there could be we saw the minority vote shift for Trump dramatically in the last election. And I don't know that it's necessarily Trump as much as it is a culture against what they're seeing from the left. I mean, I'd love to give President Trump all the credit, but I think, so I grew up in Baltimore.
Okay.
I was trained as a public defender at the University of Baltimore School of Law. So I probably know a little bit more about communities than most people on the right that are white, not to bring up race. But I know that traditional family values are very strong, more so in every community except for white people. Percentage wise, or the core families going to church, things like that. People who want to defend their neighborhoods. We should do a whole podcast on this, by the way. And so I think that there are a great deal of people who have woken up and who have voted against that, not necessarily for Trump, but against what the left is doing. But I don't know that with crazy voter registration and things happening in areas that you're going to see that dramatic shift as much.
I will give the president credit. I do think part of it is just the force of nature that he is politically and his personality. I mean,
he also has great people around him coming up with great plans to revitalize these communities if blue cities accept it.
And part of it, I would add, a big part of it is just his messaging.
Yeah.
That campaign ad that ran prior to November, where he said, Trump is for you, Kamala is for they, them. Like, that was a powerful, that ad was talked about on the Breakfast Club, the number one show sort of in urban America. One of my best friends drives a bus in New York, He sent a picture with his MAGA hat on in the bus depot, and he's like, "Look, a lot of guys agree with Trump." So the problem actually is often with the elites.
Yeah.
Right. The types of conversations that happen in barbershops are ones where you have people who I think are much more open to conservative messaging. All these guys are not necessarily, religious or even conservative politically, but they're not far left.
Yeah.
And if you tell them, hey, do you realize what the schools are doing to our kids, particularly our boys? They're going to say, I don't stand for that. Now, whether the GOP can fine tune its messaging, fine tune its policies to reach those men is a different question. But I definitely think that gains could be made. I will say this, though. I wrote about this, I think, early last year in 2025, what I call the Selma effect, which is, I was looking at data from the 2024 election, and typically political ideology is borne out with voting behavior. So Trump got 90% of the conservatives, Kamala got 90% of the progressives. One exception is that Kamala Harris won self-identified Black conservatives by 11 points. Part of the reason, this is my theory, is that the left has weaponized the country's racial history in such a way where they will say, this particular policy, that's Jim Crow 2.0, this Jim Eagle, James Crow Esquire. So they know how to run that play with Black voters in such a way where it says, if you vote for this person, he's going to bring back segregation, he's going to bring back slavery, he's going to put you back in chains. And since fear is such, a powerful emotion, I do think it keeps certain people bound where they are. I think it's possible to break through that, but I don't want to neglect the particular sort of dynamics within the Black community. Now, it doesn't work for Hispanic voters as well, because there's no, you can talk about Bloody Sunday to Black voters. There's no like Bloody Domingo where you say, if you don't vote for us, we're gonna go back to 1963. So I'm not surprised when you see particularly Hispanic men, go for Trump in such big numbers. So there are a lot of dynamics. I think, again, the GOP can take advantage of that. Whether they will or not remains to be seen.
Yeah, we need to have a longer conversation about this, because this is one of the topics that has really kind of hit home with me, because I think that the GOP messes up their messaging very regularly and they drop the ball.
I would agree.
I would agree. And I don't understand how they continue to make those mistakes. But this is another conversation for another day. This is, by the way, this is why it's a 501c3 and we're not political, because I can talk to you about this stuff and we can say both sides are very wrong on different things. We need to have a longer conversation about this. It's very intriguing to me and something that hits home because of where I grew up. So Southwest Baltimore, which is a very different place. Yeah. And to see Baltimore fall apart completely now is just... It's heartbreaking to see. We were talking about it earlier about how the policy has destroyed that city. But anyway, all right. Well, what are you looking forward to the most out of the State of the Union? Let's end on a high note. Wow. What are you looking forward to the most out of the State of the Union tonight?
I really am looking forward to the president mentioning something about, protecting family, promoting family. That could be in the area of education. Right. We talked about the area of, protecting children's bodily autonomy and integrity. So I'm interested in some pro-family messaging. So I'll definitely be looking out for that.
Have you gotten to hang out with Chloe Cole before?
I have. I've met her a couple times. Yeah.
Super cool.
Yes.
Super cool.
Very impressive.
And I don't think she realizes what position she's in history. I think that's the coolest part of the whole thing. Because it's like agree. She is a real hero and somebody who needs to be out there in front of a lot of people and a lot of kids. Shame she's not in schools.
Yeah.
To be able to them.
Yeah.
Delano Squires, dude. Director of the Betsy and Betsy DeVos. I was going to say, hey, Richard and Helen DeVos. That's I think she's in that family somewhere. Yes. Center for Human Flourishing. Yeah. Let's have a longer conversation someday.
We'll do.
Thanks, sir.
All right. Thank you.
You guys are watching our live State of the Union preview coverage here at the Heritage Foundation. I want to thank Kalshi and, of course, the Dallas Express for their sponsorships today, hanging out with everyone here at the Heritage Foundation on top of the top, by the way, experts at the Heritage Foundation. On top of multiple members of Congress. They're coming through. Let's bring in our next guest. Have a seat. Let me get you out of there. All right, now listen. Nobody told me how to pronounce the last names. All right,
Hafera. Yeah.
great.
At least you asked
Brenda
first.
Hafera. Well, I got Delano's name wrong earlier. I said Delano instead of Delano.
He always
So let's
says like
just-
Milano, like the cookie.
Yeah, he did that.
Yeah.
He needs a new shtick. No, Brenda Hafera, Assistant Director for Research and a fellow for the B. Kenneth Simon Center for American Studies. This has got to be fun for you tonight, right?
Yeah.
This is going to be a little bit different. We had a hefty conversation about family in the last one, but you get to do the fun stuff. Now, are you actually going to all of these places around America to write the guide to?
Well, we have 127 on the site so far, so no.
Okay. Well, I mean, I just figured maybe you're just on the road nonstop. You take a bus
I
around.
feel like-
It's branded America 250 Heritage Foundation.
No.
Did you
I
think about
would-
pitching that at some point? I would've
No,
done
because I
that.
like myself.
You didn't want to go travel constantly nonstop?
No, I didn't. No, actually, the truth is, all joking aside, I wouldn't have been qualified to do these sites. So one of the things that was really important for the guide is we have all different sorts of sites. So we have like Mark Twain's house, we have battlefields, we have presidential homes, and they span two.
What's the website? Let me pull this up while you're doing that. Let's be
historicsites.heritage.org.
okay. Wow.
So the trouble is, and the beauty is, we have 250 years of history and notable figures, notable events, all these sorts of things. So it was really important for us to get someone whose background matched the site itself. So a poet reviewed Edgar Allan Poe's house.
Oh, that's
It's-
incredible.
It's very, very cool. And so, it really jumps out at you that these are things that these folks love and they want to tell you about it. But that also means that they're really likely to catch historical distortions and errors because they really know this stuff. Yeah.
Have you? And I've got the map up here, by the way. If you take a look at all the reviewed sites, you can go and check on. So they've got Fort Totten, North Dakota. I'm kind of clicking around, but you can go around and see all the different sites. What is the most rewritten part of history you've seen so far when an expert has taken a look at these locations?
So the original impetus for this project was a report I wrote a few years back on Mount Vernon, Monticello, and Montpelier. Montpelier's James Madison's home, and they earn a C on we grade these sites A, B,
Is it
or C
nonstop slavery?
based on historical accuracy. Yeah, so there are no exhibits on James Madison at Montpelier.
What?
You can go to Montpelier's website and scroll through the list of exhibits. You can fact check me. They do talk about him on a part of the tour, and there are 2 short videos on him, but all the exhibits they have on offer are on slavery, race, and Jim Crow, and a small anthropological or archaeological
course.
exhibit.
Yeah. At some point we should loop in. So I've been filming with Kevin Roberts, Dr. Kevin Roberts, his documentary series, and we just actually went through the original documents, with George Washington's notes for Mount Vernon, for the farming of Mount Vernon.
Oh, yeah.
He got to handle them up at the Library of Congress, and we got to go through a lot of really cool stuff. So maybe you guys can loop that in. You probably should. He's the boss.
I do what I'm told.
Me too. No, actually, they let me do a lot of stuff, and then I get yelled at later. No, I think this is incredible, and the fact that we're going through and doing this, and that's very thoughtful. Because when I first looked at it, I was like, oh, they're just touring around. I didn't realize that it was the people whose expertise it was to go through these things.
That's right. So there are 2 aspects of the project. The one goal is, this is America 250 years since the signing of the Declaration of Independence. Please go to these places as a way to celebrate, a way to relearn our history. History is not just taught in the classroom, right? It's taught through these sites, and very often this is what Americans do with their families.
Yeah.
So please go to these sites during the summer. So that's one piece. It's a very nice goal. And the other piece is the third-party accountability of having sort of fact-checking these places and pointing out these sneakier distortions.
Can I volunteer? And I'm dead serious when I say this, and I'm sure the other people in the room are going to laugh. Has anyone done the Kentucky Whiskey Trail yet?
You're an expert on Kentucky whiskey.
So fun fact, I actually am a certified sommelier in whiskey. I have gone through all of the actual stuff, and I've had a podcast on it. I collected. I have a ton of artifacts actually in historical advertising. I'm no joke
love
on this.
idea.
But I would be happy to voluntarily do the Kentucky Whiskey Trail. I also am very good friends with a lot of, I don't know if I'm allowed to say this, a lot of conservatives run those distilleries. So
Conservatives like their whiskey.
yes, they do. They do, and I know. So I won't get into it, but I know a lot of the history of the Kentucky Bourbon Trail, and I know a lot of
I love it.
patents and a lot of terminology that we use. Trademark was a term that came from barrels. There's all sorts of things. So like, yeah, what do you want to know?
See,
I'm
these are the sites that I think are the most fun. Places like this,
Where you go
or
drinking.
where you go drinking, but also the ones that you haven't really thought of, like Mark Twain's house, right?
Yeah.
Or Harriet Beecher Stowe's. It's like, yeah, these are important aspects of the American story.
But it's also very important to point out where the left has rewritten these things. And like, again, like the fact that you can go to any president's home and there's not a mention of him, like that seems
And the
problematic.
father of the Constitution.
Yeah.
Right. James Madison was president. He was a very important political figure, speaker, right? And then wrote the Bill of Rights, is the father of the Constitution, wrote the Virginia Plan that become really the bones of the Constitution itself. So very responsible for freedom of conscience. He's one of the most important figures,
Yeah.
right? There's not a want of material when it comes to James Madison of exhibits that you could do on him.
Yeah. What's your favorite? What's been your favorite location that you guys have covered so far? This is the easiest interview, by the way. I want to just did the heaviest family talk with
Can I
Delano.
cheat and give 3 answers?
Yeah, sure, of course.
Okay. So I love Mount Vernon.
Yeah.
They were in my original report at sort of the gold standard for what they're doing. It's very even toned. They stick to primary sources. They give Washington his due. They incorporate slavery appropriately. It's all very well done.
You know what my favorite part of Mount Vernon is, right?
The distillery.
Well, and you know why he did it, right?
I don't.
Oh, so this is fun. He was one of the first people who left government and then immediately learned he knew how to cash in. And so he started selling that
I don't
whiskey
think I
as
like this term.
he started selling whiskey as medical supplies to the government.
I did not know this.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Washington was a genius, by the way. I'm not
He was a
I'm not fu-
genius.
he's
I
not-
just
listen.
don't the characterization of he knew how to cash in. I'm like,
Well,
oh.
no. He's not Nancy Pelosi and like, you
Yeah.
know, the Pelosi tracker and like dirty stock tracking. He went out and he goes, "Hey, I can make medicine for the government." I'm sure it was very wholesome.
American
was-
enterprise.
Yes.
He's an example of American enterprise.
Yeah. Listen, he understood. He got it. He got it.
Yeah. Yeah.
And why not have a little drink on the side?
Fair enough.
Yeah.
So Mount Vernon, Gettysburg has a special place in my heart. And this is why this project, I think, again, is important. That's the first site I remember going to when I was a kid.
Same.
I grew up in Pennsylvania. The cyclorama was relatively new when we went. And my dad, he thought it was so cool that we would have to come back and we would spend 6 days there. So we could trace the battle 3 days from the Union side and 3 days from the Confederate side.
Have you done the reenactments there? Have you watched the reenactments?
I have. They're fantastic.
They are.
Yeah. And the tour guides at Gettysburg are exceptional. They study for years and most of them fail the test. There's a waiting list to be a tour guide at Gettysburg. Yeah. So that's a really great site. Speaker Newt Gingrich reviewed that for us, which is terrific. Incredible. He did a wonderful job. And then the third one, Noah Webster's house. I really enjoyed of Webster Dictionary fame. So the reviewer talks about the importance of language for forming a common culture, which I thought was really cool. Like the term responsibility was kind of developed. That understanding was developed in America. It was used at the convention and used in the Federalist Papers in the sense of the American or representatives need to be responsive to the American people. So things like that of like, it's very American and it's part of who we are.
Again, not to loop it in, but Dr. Roberts, when we were at the Library of Congress, got to handle one of Noah Webster's like early childhood readers.
Yep.
They pulled one out for him too. So these are things that can be looped in. I'm like thinking of this. Remind me of this later, and when the footage comes out for his show, then we'll send that over for you guys to throw up on the website.
That's
so
terrific.
that was there, and he also got to handle the Thomas Jefferson's copy of the Federalist Papers that he was given by was it Hamilton's wife? It was his. I believe that was It's crazy historical documents that they pulled out for us for his documentary series. And so those can be incorporated in. But I didn't realize that Webster had a line of children's books to help children learn how to read.
Yes.
Which is something that's very overlooked.
Yep.
Yeah.
And he was also a man of very serious faith.
Yes.
That's something the reviewer covers as well, which I didn't know either. So those are my favorite sites. The one that are a little bit, they're smaller, they're off the beaten path, which also means they're usually very well done. The local and state sites are better,
Yeah.
obviously, than the Smithsonian's, which tend to have problems with ideological bias.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
It's interesting. What is one that shocked you? What's a place that shocked you, or a place that you didn't think you'd be reviewing that came up when you were working on this project?
I will say one that disappointed me. So John Dickinson's home. John Dickinson, was a very important founding father. Notoriously held out on the independence question for quite a while. If you've seen the musical 1776, he's kind of the
I'll nod like I have.
yeah. He's the blockade for that, right? But he was very well respected, and is less known. And the plantation, they've adopted, Montpelier put together a set of guidelines for how slavery should be taught and how sites should engage with quote unquote descendants, who they define as people who are genealogically connected, but also anyone who feels connected to the institution, whether or not they know of an actual genealogical connection. And those sets of guidelines also say that it's not enough for sites to talk about slavery. They also have to unpack white supremacy and those sorts of things,
Oh,
right?
boy.
Right. So it's very ideological. And they have intended those guidelines to be picked up by other historic sites. And John Dickinson's plantation is one that has said, yes, we will be adhering to these guidelines. Colonial Williamsburg has also said in some
Really?
capacity. Yeah, Colonial Williamsburg also has LGBTQ plus content during Pride Month, those sorts of things. Yeah, so there is.
What's gay about that? Is it the ring with the stick that you hit, that the kids hit? They're like, that was really gay.
It's reaching, as you can imagine. So
Yeah.
they did a play about two women who supposedly eloped together, but those women are English. So I don't see the tie to Colonial Williamsburg, right? So it's very much they're doing this on purpose.
Yeah.
And that is important. On the website, there's a considerations for families section where we alert parents to this sort of thing. And also, this tour may be appropriate, may be accurate, but may not be age appropriate.
See,
So
you
we
guys are-
have those tips.
You guys are professional. If it was me doing it, I'd say, hey, we're going to this place, and then let the people watching the website guess how gay it's going to be from a scale of 1 to 10. How gay is this going to be? Like, how do you loop again? Like Colonial Williamsburg. Who cares? I remember a time in our country where it was like, stay out of my bedroom and just let us live our lives. What relevance is having some sort of play about a gay couple at Colonial Williamsburg, other than maybe trying to get in like that lefty kind of tourism money?
Yeah. Well, so I think this museums and historic sites sort of got swept up in the Great Awakening, as people have said,
Yeah.
right? So around 2020, I would say, is about when they started to turn. And it's just an indication that history matters. And we know this, right? So the classrooms are in the state that they're in. And so what's the next thing, right? After you've taken care of the classrooms, after civic education has been tainted in the classrooms, historic sites are what's next.
Is it because of the type of people who end up ultimately running these sites too? When you take
Yeah.
a look, so you got your librarian type, your teacher type, that are all now as woke as it gets in college.
Yeah, Hillsdale College does not have a degree in museum studies, right? So
Yeah.
this is a downstream effect of the state of higher education. They're educated primarily through a Marxist lens at our institutions, and then they go to museums, and their goal is to engage in activism, right? They'll
Yeah.
say things like, it's not enough to just talk about history. We also have to make it quote unquote relevant. And really, I think people just want to learn history.
Yeah, it's a crazy concept. That's why you're going there.
Yep.
You don't need to see gay stuff everywhere. It's enough. When will they finally be visible? That's what I keep asking. During whatever visibility days. When will we finally see them in something? The Heritage Guide to Historic Sites. It's historicsites.heritage.org. Incredible. I am now more impressed by this coming in. I usually don't get impressed by things, but I'm more impressed by this. The fact that you have, dude, Newt Gingrich reviewing.
cool.
Come on. That's cool. You have a cool job.
I do have a very cool job.
That's
Yep.
weird because you were complaining about it on the way in here, but it's fine. I'm
I-
kidding.
I
I'm
was-
kidding. I'm kidding. All right, there we go.
Don't believe anything he says.
Yeah, pretty much. Brenda Hafera, thanks for being here.
Thank you. It was a
State
pleasure.
of Union is going to be fun tonight, and I want to review the whiskey trail for you guys. I think
Yeah,
that'd be really fun.
And I'm looking forward to what they have to say about America 250.
It should be very interesting.
Mhm, if you don't know.
Thanks for being here. All right, joining us right now, one of my favorite members of Congress, a beautiful, beautiful man, Congressman Rich McCormick. How you doing, man?
It's good to see you.
Listen, Trump RX. That's got to be a good thing for you, right?
I hope so. I think the more we have in transparency, the more favored nation status, the more we're able to cut down to the actual cost of a drug, the better off we're going to be. That's a huge expense for American people. We got a long ways to go on healthcare, brother. That's 20% of our GDP. We spend so much money on this. It's a $5 trillion industry in America right now. I think we waste about at least $1 trillion of that per year. We could really do with some savings.
No kidding. And they are finding exorbitant amounts of fraud, right? I mean, this is part of the president's plan, obviously, was kind of Doge things. We've now uncovered God knows how much fraud. Do you think he's going to talk about it tonight in the middle of everything else that he's got to cover?
Now, definitely talk about healthcare. It's the biggest expense for most families. When you talk about taxes, it's 20% of your tax dollars. It's the biggest expense of government. It takes up, I think, over 30% of our mandatory spending or our unscheduled. And then we also have, it's the second biggest expense for all businesses. So when you talk about a portable piece that people aren't happy with, he's going to address it in one shape or form. But it's only one of many things. It's going to be a long speech. Buckle in. He's got a lot to say. And think about all the things he's done in 1 year. It's incredible. Nobody's ever had a presidency where in 1 year they've done as much as this guy's done.
No kidding. I mean, there's a lot to talk about there. I mean, a lot of great successes too. I think he learned from the first time that he was the first term that he was in office to like not waste time, come in, hit the ground running, and boy has he ever. And thanks to you guys too for codifying what you can and pushing through what you can with the big beautiful bill and everything else you all have worked on. I didn't ask you the opening question I've been asking everybody today for State of the Union. You guys get to invite important people to the State of the Union. Who is your guest this year?
Got a guy named Rob Scott. He's a realtor, business owner in Georgia. Just really a exceptionally gifted business guy who came from the Navy, which I like. You know, we're kindred spirits when it comes from that military background. Anybody who's come out of the military and then made that kind of money just through good investments, good business, good relationships. That's my kind of guy.
Yeah. By the way, my friends are calling me during this, and I'm going to fire them. Any friend who calls me during this live stream is fired. Congressman, tonight we're going to be talking about all the victories, all of the important things. I know that you're a doctor and medical is important to you, and all of the medical, all of the healthcare benefits and things that Donald Trump has done to try to save money for normal Americans. What else in your district, and you're in Georgia, like what else have you seen the direct impact from Trump's policies this past year?
Well, when you talk about the ability to thrive in our society, it always comes from the economics. As Calvin Coolidge said it 100 years ago, the business of America is business. If you have a business that can thrive, you can produce jobs. You have more jobs than people, then you can actually have upward mobility. You can have your choice of jobs. You can actually accelerate. You can have your own business. That's the American dream. People come here from all over the world, not to get a government handout. Some do, unfortunately, but most people come here to work, to have a business, to show that their children can actually do anything they want in a land of opportunity. That's what we're designed for. That's what I want. And certainly that's what we're trying to support. When you talked about President Trump in his first term, the reason he wasn't as effective, first of all, I don't even know if he knew he was going to win. He wasn't set up. He wasn't on friendly terms with the Senate or Congress. Now he's inserted his influence from top to bottom. He's more involved in primaries than I've ever seen any president at any era. This guy is literally trying to go back to Jacksonian politics where he is a powerful, powerful president.
And he should be. I mean, the guy, I think he understands the weight, and so do you and everyone else in Congress. They understand the weight of the situation, the weight of the moment, and where we are as a country, where we are on the precipice of a team that now shows, especially when you take a look at Spanberger winning in Virginia. Once they get in office, they're going to run crazy and push everything they possibly can, raise taxes everywhere they can, eliminate congressional seats where they can. They're going to do whatever it takes to, lie, cheat, and steal their way to the finish line. And we have quality policy on our side and helping Americans on our side. If he just talked about what he did with healthcare, with MAHA, with prescription drugs, with health insurance, if he just talked about that, that would be 2 hours tonight.
It very well could be.
It really, I mean, I just in the past couple of months learned about the middlemen when it comes to prescription drugs. For people
PBMs.
who, yeah, can you talk about that and how gross that has become of an industry?
Yeah, prescription benefit managers, PBMs, are also known as the evil entity. We're actually tackling that. If you look at how it's vertically integrated in healthcare between insurance companies, PBMs, pharmaceuticals, healthcare industry, when you talk about since the Affordable Care Act, which your premiums have gone up by almost 100% on average.
Yeah.
100% on average. Meanwhile, insurance companies are making 240% more in net profits since the Affordable Care Act. They are vertically integrated in everything. 50%, half of all doctors have been forced from private practice into hospital or insurance-based practices because they can't afford the regulation burdens. We have EMRs that cost billions of dollars, and yet we still don't get reimbursed. A third of all claims are denied by insurance company with no accountability. Meanwhile, they have tens of thousands of false policies that they're paid for with no accountability. So it's no wonder they're getting away with murder. We haven't addressed this yet. This is actually a big problem. 4 of the top 10 Fortune 500 companies in the United States are either big insurance or big pharma. 7 of the top 20. This is a real problem, and they're feasting off the American economy in very evil ways.
When you originally became a congressman, I know that you are a very successful doctor, but did you ever think that you'd be fighting this fight in Congress? Did you see it coming down the pipe?
Absolutely. The reason I got it, I'm a Marine first. I was a Marine for 16 years. Love aviation, love the Marines, love the military. But you know what? The thing that drew me in was going down to the state capitol in Georgia with a bunch of other doctors in a nonpartisan way. We had a good solution to surprise billing, and it was one of mine, representing, guess what? Big insurance, trying to get a bill passed that was going to benefit them rather than benefit the people. It got me so mad. I was like, you got to be kidding me. So I went against my state senator who moved up to the congressional race, followed her up, and we whooped her. It was an original 11 people in that race. She had $1 million in the bank. She'd been in politics for 33 years, never lost a race. She'd been mayor. She'd been a representative, a state senator, and we ended up winning by 40 points. We won without a runoff because we're on the right side of history.
That's interesting. That again, it was bipartisan back in the day when you took up this issue initially. It has not stayed the same, has it?
It is not. Unfortunately, it should be a nonpartisan issue. Doing the right thing for people in something that everybody's going to need. Everybody's going to need health insurance someday in their life. We're all going to get old. We're all going to need something that benefits, something that doesn't cost your family $30,000 for an insurance policy that you might not even use. This applies to everybody.
Yeah, it's crazy, and it's just shocking that the left. Do you think? I'm going to ask you an off the wall question here. It's what I do. Do you think that part of the reason that Democrats are very loud right now is that with all of this known fraud, waste, and abuse in so many different industries, including medicine, that they have known about it, or that it's their friends that are benefiting from it?
They want the issue, not the solution. When they talk about just handing out more money, that everything the government gets involved in becomes more expensive. The 2 largest inflationary costs to America are education and healthcare. It's the things that we've gotten invested in as a government. We made it inefficient and super expensive. They're embarrassed by it. They think that bailing out the Medicare system or Medicaid system is the way to go. It benefits 7% of the population, and they still have increases in the premiums by double digits. It's not effective. They want to pretend like they did something effective, that the Affordable Care Act actually solved the problem. It created a worse problem. They're embarrassed by it. They know that we have to come to a solution, and they have to admit that they did the wrong thing. And that's why they're fighting. They want to pretend like they have the solution by promising more free stuff, which we know is not free. Oh, by the way, my voice is starting to go away right now. I think I'm doing this in honor of RFK Jr. So you can just lay it on that.
No, listen. I'd imagine this is it's incredible, and the work you do is incredible. I want to talk 50,000 foot here about the State of the Union. One of the busiest days of the year for a member of Congress, right?
Absolutely. The number of people that are here, visitors from every single member of Congress has a visitor here. We all get one ticket. It's kind of a lottery system. Who gets that? We get to decide. But, these are great Americans, people who've invested in America. Everybody's interested to see what the President of the United States is going to say. it's really interesting. Last time we had this State of the Union, we had Democrats who sat on their hands, said nothing, when a little kid with special needs who got special deputization, they wouldn't even clap for him. That's how politicized. I mean, I don't care who you are. If Biden brought somebody like that, I'd stand up and clap. Why? Because it's the right thing to do. You acknowledge greatness. You acknowledge compassion, good things for certain people. Not everything has to be partisan. You don't have to make everything a partisan issue. And the fact that they do just shows they want to make sure we're demonized, that we're vilified, that Trump literally, you can justify killing him, that you can justify violence against Republicans because we're wrong. You can lie, cheat, and steal to win against us because we're evil. That's the only way they win this agreement. And that's how they cheat on elections, because you can justify it. Because if we win, we'll do horrible things. We can't have a regular common sense conversation about solving problems.
It's remarkable that we've gotten to that point. All right, I know you're busy. I'll let you go after this this last dumb question I've been asking everybody today. Would you rather have the Democrat members who are apparently boycotting tonight there dressed up in costumes, or are you okay with them taking off?
I would love to replace them with the men's hockey team in the stadium. That would be awesome.
I think I keep hearing that there's going to be some sort of hockey something or other tonight.
Yeah, the president kind of promised it to him on live TV with Kash Patel there. So he's trying to uphold his end. I don't think they'll be able to stay, but they'll probably come in for a quick wave. But, you know, I would love to see them take that. We have almost exactly the number of hockey players as we have Democrats missing. Wouldn't that be great to just bring them in? If it wasn't against the rules, that's exactly what we do.
You can, hey, Steve, you can sit next to Maxine Waters. Go sit over there. And you can
That'd be awesome.
Sure.
Love it.
Congressman Rich McCormick, always a pleasure having you on here. Have fun tonight. As I've told everyone as well, like I'm sure it's a little bit of a break tonight, but just back to work first thing tomorrow morning.
There you go. Always working. One team, one fight. Simplify, my friend.
Thank you, sir. Talk to you soon.
See you.
Congressman Rich McCormick there. And coming up next, we've got Jay Richards, who is he puts me to shame with his health. This guy, Jay Richards, PhD, is Vice President of the Social and Domestic Policy. William E. Simon, Senior Research Fellow in American Principles and Public Policy. Hello, sir. How you doing? Good to see you, man.
Good to see you, Tim. Thanks so much.
Big night for policy, obviously. Yes. I mean, that's such a stupid statement for me to say. But you know what's really cool? As we were coming over here today, I was taking the Uber over because the heck if I'm walking in 32-degree weather.
Seriously.
I need to walk, but whatever. That's a whole other conversation. I was there. I saw one of the original Maha hats. I might have seen the original Maha hat with Nicole Shanahan.
Oh, yeah.
And now as I drive by Health and Human Services,
yes,
it's painted on the side of the building.
Yeah.
How cool is that?
It's really cool. There's a couple of cool murals, actually, that, I mean, insofar as you can make that hideous, brutalist monstrosity of a building look better, it improves it.
Is that what it is? Brutalist? I thought it just they made it look like a prison.
That's right. Brutalist is probably too dignified. I don't know if it's even that well thought out, but it's really unpleasant.
For you, I mean, again, tonight we have seen such a dramatic shift in policy when it comes to Americans' health, when it comes to banning things that other countries have already banned, these ingredients, these dyes, these crazy things. How important is tonight, and what do you think Trump is going to talk about when it comes to Maha?
Well, I'm hoping that he talks about the genuine wins that he has. I do think we're in this sort of awkward position because he's just signed this executive order having to do using this Defense Act from 1950 to basically say, okay, we're going to essentially require that elemental phosphorus, and glyphosate, which is this herbicide, that we could sort of produce it domestically because we're highly dependent on it. There's only one local domestic producer of glyphosate, which is a very important herbicide in most agriculture. The problem is that glyphosate is a central figure, a bad figure in the Maha movement. In fact, some people worried about potential connections with cancer. I actually think that there's evidence for that, but there's incredibly good evidence that it messes up our gut microbiome. At the same time, it's not like you can say, okay, let's just ban glyphosate, because the vast majority of agriculture, unfortunately, in the United States at the moment depends upon it. And so the president's having to sort of thread a complicated needle, but the executive order, at least the way it was sort of presented, it looks like it's like, okay, we're going to be all in with this herbicide that a lot of Maha folks have been saying is a problem that we need to take care of. And so I'm hoping the president finds a way to thread that needle, honestly, but we'll see.
It's I don't envy him in any position that he's in, because he can't make everybody happy all the time.
No,
but
that's right.
I also am very much so on board with, as I just ate Werther's original caramel popcorn all weekend at Epcot Center, with healthier food and
Yes.
keeping things out, things that you can pronounce
Absolutely.
in food.
That's
is-
not,
we're-
that's not a bad principle. And in fact, I think that the revisions of the food guidelines is a huge win. I hope he'll talk about. Of course, didn't do everything. So if you're an activist that was, I wish they would lift the cap on saturated fats, for instance, which they kept in place. On the other hand, people would have freaked out globally if they had done that. Whereas what they did is they flipped the food pyramid, emphasized the benefits of fats, the benefits of proteins of animal food, and really did flip the pyramid, and then managed to still the sort of pivot in the most pithy possible way. Eat real food. I mean, that's 3 syllables, 3 words, distills the basic idea that ultra processed insulin resistance causing carbohydrates that we're living on is a bad idea, and normal stuff that's like one ingredient, right, that you can recognize. If you just make that shift, overwhelmingly you're going to improve your health over the long term.
It's insane how much is in our food, and
Yeah.
what has been the most dramatic shift that you have seen in the past year with Trump policy?
I mean, it has to be what's happened on the vaccines. I mean, there's a few issues that I came to this passionate about. The COVID lockdowns, for sure, which I think is still unfinished business. Concern about the growing number of vaccines on the childhood vaccine schedule, and the food guidelines. But if you were to ask a year ago, okay, what's going to be impossible to do anything about, people would have said vaccines. And in fact, it's been quite dramatic in terms of removing certain obviously sort of egregious vaccines, at least from the CDC recommendation of the schedule, overturning of the members of the ACIP, this committee that looks at sort of vaccine safety. Jay Bhattacharya is the head of both the NIH and the CDC, at least at the moment. Talk about poetic justice. I honestly think it, just in terms of significance, I think that's the most dramatic shift. Now, it looks minor. It looks like a minor pivot to someone that maybe is focused all the time on vaccines, but people have to understand how things work in Washington. Usually they just grind in one direction and never change direction. It's just that the bad stuff moves slightly less quickly when Republicans are in charge. So to stop the direction and start to reverse course in the other direction, that is a hugely dramatic success. It wouldn't have happened but for Donald Trump's willingness to take a risk on Bobby Kennedy. It wouldn't have obviously happened if it weren't for Bobby Kennedy's bravery.
Did it shock you at all when you saw, and I'm sure you were involved in this, not on the bad side of it,
Sure.
but when so much money started flowing into the industry again, like, because I'm technically an influencer. I hate that term.
No, sure.
On top of everything
Yes.
else I do, I get offered an awful lot of money to do
Mhm.
things that I would
Oh,
never
yeah.
do.
Oh yeah.
And when things started coming out of SNAP
Mhm.
programs, there was an awful lot of money floating around.
Oh, there sure was. Yeah, absolutely. Lots of beverage people for some reason really wanting to talk to you. I don't know. Yeah, it is. I mean, of course, if you're in DC, you know this is how it works. What worried me initially is that the Maha brand was so powerful. I think it sort of shocked people just how much resonance there was with that. And in fact, there'll be these sort of fake push polls that the other side will come out with, making it look like these are losing issues. They are not losing issues. I mean,
Yeah.
all the food issues, as long as the polls are right, we got 80% of the country or more with us, left and right and center. That's hugely significant. And so because of that, everyone wants to co-opt Maha. That's
Yeah.
just the reality. And so I think we have to be ever more discerning that the fact that someone wants to slap a Maha label or a sticker on their lapel doesn't actually mean they're with us.
By the way, I just got a drop in here, and we may have to interrupt your interview because it looks like Jim Jordan is going to be joining us momentarily.
Oh, okay.
But
I'm happy to be replaced by Jim Jordan.
I got the noise and I look at my calendar and I go, no, there's nobody on. Oh, okay.
Okay.
Well, there's a name that popped up.
My
there.
feelings
So
will
when I
not
see-
be hurt.
No, listen, I'm just excited to talk to you about all this health stuff because it is very, very exciting for somebody like me who, again, grew up incredibly poor in Baltimore City.
Yeah,
And we lived off of food pantries, and we lived off of all the junk food you can think of.
of course.
I mean, dude, I grew up with the turtle pie. I don't know how old you are, but we had the
Mhm.
turtle pie where it was green. I don't even know what color green it was.
Oh,
Sugar on top of the
I
sugar and
do
the fried
remember
thing,
that.
and then it came with a trading card or a sticker for the Ninja Turtles. I mean, that's the stuff that they push into.
No, I know it. Yeah.
Oh, and it's insane.
It's completely insane. This is low hanging fruit to not buy candy and liquid sugar on SNAP. I mean, there's anyone that wants to argue the other side of that, go for it, but it's a losing issue.
I just couldn't imagine having that come through. Again, like it is what is marketed to I won't say unintelligent people, but marketed to the masses
Sure.
of people is never healthy.
No, it's never. But no, it's.
They're never like, go eat apples.
No, the fact that it takes doing a deep dive to know what to eat that's not going to sort of kill you over the long haul, that shouldn't be how it is. I mean, we need to change the incentives so that it's at least easy and not exorbitantly expensive to be able to feed yourself and your families without, having to have a PhD in pharmacology or toxicology or something to figure out what's going on.
Yeah. Now, does it? I will say this to be non-biased, and even
Yes.
though I'm very biased, does it make you hurt inside sometimes when Trump does the McDonald's thing in the White House for everybody? Rolls
I
up
mean,
McDonald's?
this is.
I love it. I think it's
do
great.
too, and I think McDonald's. Look, I'm not one of these puritanical people. I mean,
Have a break, right?
once in
Yeah.
a while. The
Yeah.
problem is when that is your staple that it's the problem, not when
Well,
it's every so often.
Over the last week, I believe every breakfast was every breakfast was Werther's original caramel popcorn.
Okay,
Right, Liz?
that's not a good. That's an every so often thing for sure.
No, but it's just it's very interesting how things are marketed, and again, because of how profitable it is,
Right.
how established it is in our systems. When you
Totally.
realize what's on the SNAP programs and what people can get access to
Absolutely.
regularly, and then you look at like food deserts where
Yes.
like there isn't much option when they can only go to the grocery store at the grocery stores at Dollar General.
Yes, exactly.
stuck.
7-Eleven, you really are stuck. And now it is true though that there are some kind of basic things that people could do if they would just eat more sort of grass-fed ground beef and fruits rather than processed sugars. That'd get them a lot better outcomes for sure, and it's not exorbitantly expensive.
Are we working on? Are there solutions for distribution? You think for healthier food as well in the middle of everything else that's going
I
on?
think so, but I mean, the reason that there are food deserts, unfortunately, is that very often it will be in very high crime areas, and grocery stores have very, very narrow profit margins. So if you just crime slightly higher in a particular area,
Yeah.
You'll end up without a decent grocery store in the area, and that's of course where poor people are living that really need access to healthy food.
Yeah, I'm seeing him sitting down slowly now. So this is incredible. I hate to
it's all right.
be like, get out of here, Vice President of the organization.
I'm in the building.
I want to continue this conversation. You
Definitely.
need to do my show again, by the way,
Okay.
very soon, because I
Sure.
want to talk more about all of the health
Oh,
things.
yeah.
Really, the last time I had you on, I read your book, by the way. I did the 3-day fast.
Yes,
It's not hard to do once you get
No.
past that first day.
exactly.
It is, and it's all mind over matter.
Once you
Really.
get used to it, and we're here at the beginning of Lent, so this is a good time for people to test drive fasting.
And I'm going to be on a very finally go on the health journey I've needed to go on for a while.
All right.
So things were bad, things were good. It always involved booze, and now we're going to get rid of that. And we're going to
Okay,
go on this
great.
whole path. And I want to kind of do this with you on the
Definitely.
show. That'd be awesome,
Sounds great. Thanks, Tim.
dude. Thanks for being here.
All right, we'll see you soon.
All right, see you soon. And I'm going to switch over now. I
Hello?
got you, Congressman. I got you. If you're there,
Yeah, right here. How are you doing?
pretty good. How about you?
Well, it's a great day in America, right? The hockey teams win, apple pie as you can be, the big pageantry of our state. The closest thing to pageantry we have in America is the State of the Union, so it's a great day.
By the way, you're wearing a tie for me. What is happening here?
Well, I would like to, but you're supposed to wear a coat and tie on the floor. I just came off the floor. Of course, I wear it
Okay.
around the president, but if I could avoid all that, I would. But you're supposed to do that. Everything good? You've been doing well?
Dude, I've made a career of wearing t-shirts and jeans and hats. All right. So like I'm following in your footsteps. I want to ask you,
You gotta
since
love this country. You gotta
dude,
love this country.
making it as I'm like the conservative who gets to dress like a hobo, and I'm very happy about it. It's a thing. I got to ask you, State of the Union, who is your special guest tonight?
Actually, we gave our ticket to a colleague, and I just talked to him. Mike Carey, one of our colleagues from Ohio, and he's bringing in a young man, and I didn't get the name, but we're gonna get a picture with him. Young man who I think is paralyzed, and I'm not sure how the accident happened, but a real conservative young guy. And Mike was telling me about him, so at some point we're gonna get a picture with him. But we gave it to Congressman Carey.
Awesome. I'm looking forward to seeing who that is. Tonight is a night of celebrating. You guys have had one hell of a year. You've been reinforcing the president's policies that have completely turned this country around. God bless y'all
Well
for that.
said. Thank you.
What are you looking forward to the most from this speech tonight?
Well, I think the president will do, three things. I always say, maybe I'll preface it by saying, we make this job too complicated. It's pretty basic. What'd you tell the voters you were going to do when you ran for the job, when you put your name on the ballot? If you get elected, go do what you said. No one does that better than President Trump. He said he'd cut taxes. He did. He said he'd bring down crime. He did. He said he would get men out of women's sport. He did. He said he would secure the border. He did that in record time. He said he would deal with Iran. Midnight Hammer did that. I mean, on and on you could go. So I think he'll tell the voters what we've done and how that, I think, is improving what the situation we had under Biden so much. Then I think he'll say there's a few more things we need to focus on. We need to work on the cost of housing, the cost of healthcare. We need choice and competition in healthcare to bring down costs. And finally, I think it's really important, particularly in modern day politics, to always remind the voters how crazy the left is. And you could go issue by, I don't care, you can pick any issue, they are crazy. They're crazy to defund the police, crazy to abolish ICE, crazy to not have a border, which was a situation under Biden, crazy to say men should compete against women in sports, crazy to shut down the government for 43 days, crazy to have this sanctuary city policy, which is like telling local law enforcement you can't work with federal law enforcement, and on you could go. So I think you'll remind the voters, the left is crazy, we're not, we're common sense.
Yeah. Speaking of crazy, I mean, you're the chairman of the Judiciary Committee. What is that job like? And did you expect it to be as difficult as I'm sure it has become at times?
Well, I mean, the main focus, I think, of the Judiciary Committee is we're supposed to be that committee. We're all supposed to do this in Congress, but particularly the Judiciary Committee, where we focus on safeguarding your rights, your liberties that we enjoy as Americans in the greatest country ever, the greatest Constitution ever. We're supposed to protect the Constitution, protect the Bill of Rights. I mean, think about this. Last session, we spent a bulk of our time going after the Biden administration about the censorship they were doing to folks like you and all kinds of people. And we brought in RFK Jr., Tulsi Gabbard when they were still Democrats. We had Taibbi Schellenberger, who were the Twitter Files guy. We brought them all Democrats. In fact, some of my Republican colleagues were like, Jordan, we thought you were conservative. What are you doing bringing in all these Democrats? I said, well, they're good on the First Amendment. They believe in free expression. So our main job is to protect that. And as part of protecting that, we do oversight work. And so we have a lot of things we've done there, or some of the weaponization we've seen, some of the scandals we've seen from the left. So that's where we spend the bulk of our time.
Has there, and you've been involved in this and obviously running it for a long time. Has there been anything that is like so shocking to you in this position? Has there been something you're like, how did this happen?
Well, the big thing I think is always the most interesting to me is every time we start to dig into an issue or do oversight, investigate something, as we go through that investigation, the one thing that never changes, it is always worse than we thought. I mean, it started like 10 years ago when we started digging into the dossier. It was in the whole Clinton, paying the law firm, hiring the Fusion GPS, hiring the foreigner Christopher Steele, and all that stuff to get a warrant to go spy on the president's camp. I mean, it's always worse than we thought. And then it was the Mueller report, and then it was impeachment 1, impeachment 2, Alvin Bragg, Fonnie Willis, Jack Smith. And we referred one of Jack Smith's deputies because he was trying to obstruct our investigation. So that's been always the key takeaway. As bad as you think it is when you start one of these investigations, and we do starting our oversight work, it is always worse than we thought. So that to me has been, I think, a key takeaway. And it comes back to just how ridiculous the left is.
And it really never ends. And now it seems that there's more and more fraud, waste, and abuse, but mainly fraud that's coming from the left. Are you finding more and more members potentially attached to this type of fraud that's been getting exposed?
Well, we're digging into it. This whole program, I always cite this Feeding Our Future program up in Minnesota, where they were supposed to be during COVID providing meals to children using your tax dollars, your viewers' tax dollars. Turns out there was no meals and no kids. They were just stuffing the money in their pocket. And it looks like the political figures in that state were not just looking the other way, but they were actually assisting in letting it happen for political reasons, because this is largely in the Somali community that were running these programs. So that's pretty bad. Now, the good thing is the Trump Justice Department has named a specific individual, the Assistant Attorney General for Combating Fraud, I think is the title, Colin McDonald, sharp young guy I met with a couple of weeks ago, who was going to head up the effort in the Justice Department to go after where this fraud's happening. We're going to try to be and helpful in that, so as is the Oversight Committee here in Congress. But yeah, this is real. It's billions and billions of taxpayer money that wasn't spent appropriately. Whistleblowers coming forward. They don't not only kind of look the other way, they in some ways retaliated, particularly in Minnesota, retaliated against these whistleblowers. So yeah, this is pretty big issue, and I think has broader implications around the country as well.
Oh, you know, when you mentioned all the things that you guys were working on and kind of exposed and move forward with, it was an extensive list to begin with. As chairman of Judiciary, how many issues is your committee working on at once? It's got to be hundreds, right?
It's a lot. Of course, we're involved with immigration policy as well. So, for example, we're going to mark up next week a bill that deals with sanctuary jurisdictions. I mean, think about this, Tim. 18 cities, 11 states, 3 counties, and the District of Columbia are sanctuary jurisdictions. The population in those respective areas is 31.5% of the entire population of this great country. Almost a third of the people live in an area, live in a jurisdiction where the left-wing leadership tells local law enforcement, don't work with federal law enforcement, even in this situation. Illegal migrant here gets arrested for another crime, is in a jail, in a detention center. ICE notices this. They send a formal detainer notice to the jail saying, if you're going to let this guy out, just give us a call. Just give us a call. We'll come arrest this individual at the jail, at the detention center, and then we'll send him back, repatriate him to his native country. But instead, in these sanctuary jurisdictions, they release him to the street. 460 times they did that in Minnesota last year. 7,000 times in New York last year. Over 17,000 times in the country that we know of. And these guys then go out, many times commit other crimes, harm Americans, and make it so tough on the ICE agents because you got to send 12 agents to go get the guy on the street when you could have sent one to the jail, got the handcuffs on him and sent him out of the country like he was, because you got a final order for removal from an immigration judge. Now, if that's not stupid, so we're going to mark this bill up next week and just highlight how ridiculous the policies are of the left. And this is one of the areas, immigration policy, where we've passed a number of the Laken Riley Act came through our committee and a host of other things. But this one is really big, and that markup is slated for next Thursday.
Excellent news. I know you have very limited time today. I know the State of the Union Day incredibly busy. Thanks for sharing your time with me today. Before you go, what are you looking forward to the most tonight from President Trump?
Well, to be honest, I mean, I think you're not a apple pie American if you're not looking forward to when he introduces the hockey guys. I mean, that was just unbelievable. I mean, the men and women's team both winning. But Jack Hughes taking the stick to the face, the bloody teeth, and then coming back in overtime, scoring the goal. And then his interview, I mean, that was so genuine. It was like, I love this great country, greatest country ever, proud to be in Maryland, love my teammates, God bless them. I mean, I think the whole country's kind of looking forward to when President Trump, wherever they're going to be in the chamber, when he recognizes these guys who were, just did an amazing thing, amazing performance on Sunday morning.
Well, they could be seat fillers for the Democrats who aren't going to be there, right? You can sit
Great
next
point.
to Maxine
Bring 'em to
Waters.
I don't think we're allowed to bring them to the floor, but that'd be kind of nice if they would come to the floor and sit on the floor with the members. That'd be pretty cool.
Chairman Jordan, thanks for spending time with us today. Have fun tonight, and thanks for all your hard work.
You bet. Thanks for all you do. Take care.
Thank you. Bye. I'm going to bring in now Congressman Marlin, sorry. My brain is fried, dude. I'm so glad you're here. Thanks for being patient, by the way. It's always weird when you're doing a live stream and Chairman Jim Jordan you see pop up on the side unannounced. I'm happy to have him.
Hey, no, I was happy to listen to him. I was enjoying the interview, so thanks.
Well, I cut him off for you. No, he only had a couple minutes. But who's your guest for tonight?
I've got a friend that I've been friends with for a long time that has just paid attention to politics and business guy. And so invited him. He happened to be in D.C. I had invited a couple of other folks that it didn't work out. So he was more than happy to take the seat.
I want to talk to you about the policy that you've really gotten behind and are proud to endorse with President Trump. And it affects me directly because I bought a house for the first time in my life this year. I'm one of those people who has moved the age up. I think it's like 40 is now the home ownership, the first home ownership average for age. My brain's not working here after 3 hours, by the way. I'll get these words out.
You're good.
But no, what's it mean for you that people are now in a better position to afford buying a home than before? Because I know that's a big issue.
It is. Well, first of all, congratulations to you because it is not easy to buy a home, whether you're a first-time home buyer or even if you're trying to, sell a home and buy another home. Interest rates obviously had a big They were a wet blanket on the housing market for a long time. But I'll tell you, Tim, what we've seen is, when President Trump started talking about the swamp back in 2016, he knew what he was talking about, because over time you have all these different agencies that added rules upon rules upon rules, and then that wasn't enough. We needed another agency to add rules and overlap those rules, and so we passed the Streamlining Housing Act, which simply just says HUD and USDA has to get on the same page when it comes to rules. Because what happens is when you have home builders, there's a desperate need for new homes to be built. The demand is high, and when new homes aren't being built and meeting the demand, supply is low, and so it drives the prices up, and it's harder. People just don't move as quickly as they used to, so it makes it harder for those first-time home buyers to buy something. And so we were able to pass the Housing Act for the 21st century this couple of weeks ago, and it actually had bipartisan support, surprisingly. Even Maxine Waters voted for it. So I started getting hesitant. It's like, wait a minute, what's wrong here? Yeah. But Maxine voted for it as well. So, but it was a good, strong bipartisan bill that is going to really rein in government regulations to make it easier for homeowners to buy a home.
That's incredible. Have you been finding a lot of opportunities to work with people across the aisle, or is that just one of the few?
Oof, that's a good no. No, actually, the answer is no, because the Democrats just have a very different philosophy of what government's supposed to do in our daily lives. I mean, they think government is the engine that runs the economy. They think government is the answer to our homes, and whether it's raising children and education, healthcare. They want government involved in everything. And I'm as a conservative Republican, I want the government out, and less government is better for us, giving us freedom to make our own choices. The market's going to always have accountability built into it because of supply and demand and just natural business transactions from one party to another. So it's not often, but this was one of those cases where I think housing has shown it's such a problem, and the problems are so evident in Washington that government has gotten too involved and too engaged in home building and home buying, that even Democrats were willing to go along because they realize that the need is really there and it's real.
Yeah. Incredible that they actually realized something positive and could work on something positive for the country for once, the Democrats. What are you looking forward to the most? These are the softball questions now, by the way. Here you go.
Yeah.
What are you looking forward to the most in tonight's State of the Union address?
Well, I'll have to copy Jim Jordan's answer with the hockey team. Yeah. It's just, again, the whole experience of watching the hockey team win gold. I mean, the first time since 1980. I was 4 years old when that happened, and to see how these young guys just, and the women's team. I mean, I wish they would be here tonight. I don't know what the actual reasons are that they're not, but the fact that the guys are coming, and the broken tooth picture with the flag draped around his shoulders, it's an instant classic, and it's one of those that my kids and grandkids will see forever. And so it's going to be an exciting moment, and just a moment of national pride that our hockey team, won the gold medal at the Winter Olympics. It's the prized possession at the Winter Olympics, so it's going to be a fantastic moment.
I mean, how cool, honestly, I just keep thinking that, like, how cool is it that guy got his teeth knocked out for that photo? I mean, like, it's wild. It's one thing to win, but now he's got an iconic photo that's going to be around for the remainder of time. Like, it is amazing what the fortune of having your teeth knocked out. The only time I'll ever see that in my life. But tonight's going to be very interesting. You got about 20, like I said earlier with Congressman Jordan, you got about 20 Democrats that aren't going to show up. Do you think that's a good thing, or do you think, would you rather have them there, making noise and with signs and dressed in whatever costumes they dress in? Like, what are your opinion on that?
Yeah, no, if they're going to bring like their paddle ball signs and their obnoxious, responses back to the president, it's like, stay home. I mean, why, if they're going to come and just be, loud and obnoxious, it's better to just stay away and be irrelevant. And so the fact that Liz Warren is coming because she thinks it's an important thing to do, I think that says a lot about her maturity. There's a lot of immature Democrats throwing a temper tantrum by not coming tonight. And, and I understand, they can say, the way Republicans treated Obama, it's nothing compared to what they treated President Trump like last year. There's just no comparison. And the way that they, not only treat the president, but also simply treating the American people who are watching to listen to the president speak to the nation through the State of the Union. They don't want to see these people standing and objecting. And of course, like Al Green last year got tossed out. So we'll see. But you know what? President Trump handles it better than anybody else, and I'm sure he's well prepared.
Well, I've told people actually earlier on this stream, I used to apparently live near Al Green, and I once watched him stare at the bread aisle in Safeway for 7 minutes. So I'm not sure if he's all there, but
it was the bread's fault, I'm sure.
It was the bread's fault, and he was the white bread he did not like. I don't know. Now listen, there have to be, and I'll never be a member of Congress. I think it's a very hard job, and I don't like doing hard jobs. Talking for a living, much easier. This has to be one of those moments when you're a member of Congress, when you go to the State of the Union, that you're like, wow, I'm here.
Yeah.
What's it, again, softball question here, but what does that feel like?
Well, it's a great question, Tim. And it's one of those, this is, I've been to multiple State of the Unions, and I'm just always amazed, and it's a little bit surreal to be, in the chamber. I always like taking my guests and constituents into the House chamber whenever we're out of session to visit. And that's what everybody talks about is, I recognize this because this is where the State of the Union is done. Oh, the president speaks from that rostrum right there. I'm standing this close to it. So for all Americans, it's a moment that, it's part of our American psyche when the president speaks to the nation through the State of the Union. And so being in the chamber and experiencing it, being a part of not only the national conversation, but the world is watching. And it's one of those real historic moments that we get to experience every year. And I'm thankful that it's President Trump giving it and not Kamala Harris.
Yeah. Hey, listen, it will be legible. We will be able to hear. I think they said that he might go 2 hours tonight. I couldn't imagine hearing Kamala talk for more than 5 minutes.
Oh, yeah, I know. I mean, even just listening to AOC over in Munich was painful. And but I do think it's funny that, President Trump, he just puts his cards right out there. Usually the media is guessing how long the speech is going to go. And President Trump just tells us all it's going to be long.
And it'll be fun. That's the thing with him. It'll be fun, too, at the same time. Congressman Marlin Stutzman, thank you, as always. Love hanging out with you on these things. And when I get to doing the show regularly again, you should come hang out for a half hour. We'll have a long conversation.
I'd love to do that. Thanks, Tim.
Awesome. Thanks for being here. My next guest is one of my favorite people who I don't have to talk much around because the guy can just go. Mike Gonzalez, come on, man. Get in here. He's sitting in the studio right now. And after 3 hours, a title like this, Angelus T. Arredondo, e pluribus, see, I told you can't do it, e pluribus unum, senior fellow.
Senior fellow.
Catherine and Shelby Cullum Davis, Institute for National Security and Foreign Policy. Here's my big question to start with you. Am I ever going to be able to go to Cuba on a very nice vacation?
Now, let me catch the tail end of the last thing you just said, that you want to talk for a living, but you don't want to be a member of Congress.
I never.
How do you put those two together? That's what they do for a living.
I've been asked.
They talk for a living.
I've been asked to run 3 times by not just like a buddy, but like some big people, and I'm like, absolutely not.
I can see that.
Absolutely not. Well, because I drink and I talk.
If I had money, I'd be a donor.
Yeah, no, look, we both of us, we're in the same boat. Let's get
to Cuba. Now you were asking me, I guess, because I was born in Cuba. I gotta tell you, I left at the age of 12.
Yeah.
And that was not yesterday or the week before.
Yeah.
I think Cuba is broken, unfortunately. The communism has broken Cuba. You see the videos, you see what comes out of the island, what people who come out of the island tell me, and it looks like a war took place. It looks like Beirut. And it's not war. Cuba hasn't had a war. Havana hasn't had a war in over a century. I don't think the war with the Spaniards, so the Spanish-American War, had a Havana theater. So maybe even longer than that. Maybe you have to wait until the French, you had to go back to the British when they invaded Cuba in 62. And it looks like it's been bombed from the air. And people who have been there for 67 years of communism were the only socialism. It's no different from what Mandami likes. If
Well,
you-
that's what. How can people in New York? How can people who, because everyone knows someone from Cuba. I believe everyone. I know a few people that survived and got out. Why would you vote for that same style government?
I think when it comes to, there are some good leftists. But many leftists this is an emotional, this is a mental issue. You know, if you look at such consistent failure everywhere has been tried, it failed with the Germans. The Germans, they couldn't make communism work.
But they were democratic socialists, weren't they?
Nobody can make communism work. You get rid of the price discovery mechanism of the market. And when you do that, there lines form. Cuba never produced bread; it only produced bread lines. Same thing with the Soviet Union. So we have a picture. I don't want to show it. I don't have it with me. I have two pictures of it. My family had a beautiful country home. I have pictures of it in the 40s and 50s. Delightful place, manicure lawns. Somebody went and took a picture of it in the 1990s. It's utterly destroyed.
Wow.
I have the before and after photos of communism. So I don't know. Now, the people are entrepreneurial, but what I was going to say was that they have been living in a system for 67 years where the only thing you can do to survive, they have a word for it, resolver, to resolve the problem, is to steal from the place where you work. So tonight, before I left the Heritage Foundation, I would put in a couple of toilet paper rolls in my bag on the way out, or I would try to steal some soap, take it home.
Oh, you're saying you don't do that? Why do you think I always got a backpack on me?
So, and this is the way we're laughing at, but it's they have been conditioned to do these things. This is the only way. This is not to impugn them, but this is now what they have had to do in this miserable system that is socialism. So you can go there now. I mean, like millions of, not millions, but hundreds and maybe thousands of Europeans and Canadians go there now, and they're not morals, and they live very well. They can get many things they cannot get the way that like sexual attention in the way that most normal people can without paying for it. So they go to Cuba and they think it's paradise because they have very low morals. I'm not concerned at all for the people who want to do that. But Cuba has incredible potential. You have a very fertile country. You have an entrepreneurial people. You just have to create the conditions on the ground for democracy and capitalism to succeed. What are these conditions? Usually it boils down to civil societies, create mediating institutions. The church, which is still there, and it's still one of the things that draws respect, can be one of these mediating institutions that tries to build others. It's going to be a very long time before we have Boy Scout troops. But baseball teams, neighborhood baseball teams, that's a mediating institution. I was a baseball coach for second graders in my neighborhood. My wife served on the pool board. These are the things, voluntary associations. These are the conditions that create that enable democracy and capitalism to survive. And I think that needs to be rebuilt again. This social tissue needs to be rebuilt in Cuba before Cuba can thrive again. They will never go back to what it was before the 1959. That Cuba is gone. Gone. The Cuba that my great-grandparents built. I only had two Cuban great-grandparents. The other ones were Spaniards. The other six were Spaniards. So my two Cuban great-grandparents, which were the elite, the establishment. Well, the elite, they were not millionaires. I had one that was a millionaire, but she was a Spaniard. But they were the Cuban establishment, and the other ones were just middle class or people who immigrated from northern Spain who were not rich. But my two Cuban set of great-grandparents that were the heirs and the descendants of the conquistadors, that Cuba's gone.
Yeah.
And that cannot, there's no we cannot attempt to bring it back.
You're talking about the Spaniards with the horses or without the horses? I don't know. AOC was.
No, that's
she was
Mexico.
confused about that.
See,
That's
you,
right.
you go
Oh, it's
again.
like the, and the,
That's
oh,
Mexico.
God. Oh, okay. Well,
Mexico created the horses. Yeah,
they're just out of nowhere.
AOC. Somebody named Cortez.
Who knows?
Forgets.
Listen,
I don't. Maybe she's descended from Hernan Cortez, but she just actually obviously doesn't know who brought horses to Mexico and to North America.
her performance in Germany made me doubt her ability to make cocktails, and that's
She didn't make the cocktails. She served them. She was a waitress.
was she? Wait, so
Yes, she was a waitress. She was not a bartender. I don't think she was a bartender. I used to be a waiter in Boston in the 80s when I went to college.
Yeah.
Like I said, there's a big difference between being behind the bar
Yeah. Oh, no
Mixing.
kidding.
and just taking the mixed
She
libations
just-
and taking them to the table. You have to have.
I never thought of that. I never put. I always thought she was a bartender, not just a.
Pretty sure she was a waitress. I was a waiter. I cannot boast of having been a bartender, but the bartender needs to know a lot of recipes.
Oh yeah.
You have the guy come up and say he wants a Boilermaker. You can't just have the guy and the bartender look up in the book. How do you make a Boilermaker?
Well,
How
have
do
you ever
make a
seen that happen? That's when I'm like, I'm done at this bar. That's not happening.
Yeah, right.
When they turn around and they got the book and they're like, all right, here we go. Oh man. It's shocking to me. She's so bad, and she's had such an opportunity and such a machine behind her that there shouldn't be those errors.
Yeah, and they were on force too. I mean, in the way she just talked about Marco Rubio in such a derisive way. It's like, I think she said, and I think the Mexicans and the enslaved African Americans would like to have a word on that. See, this is the thing. She's a socialist, and they apply. Bishop Barron had a very good video on this online, saying like, she's a socialist. She applies socialist analysis, saying culture doesn't matter. What matters only is the economic conditions, the material conditions. That is not true. Culture, of course, they feed off each other, but culture is a lot more important than material conditions.
Yeah.
We were just talking about Cuba and the culture that will never get back, and the culture that has now existed there for 67 years. Culture is an important determinant of everything that happens in life. And for her to just so dismiss culture as, she called it very thin. I mean, she is the worst of socialism. This is what socialism produces.
Yeah.
Right there.
Yep. Meanwhile, by the way, you're the first person to mention Marco Rubio today because so much happens in this news cycle. What a clinic that guy put on.
Yeah, that was very good. It was, I got to say, the Europeans, they gave him a standing ovation at the Munich Security Forum. And they said, this is so much better than last year's J.D. Vance. And I know there's some rivalry there between the two camps. I thought J.D. Vance's speech was also very good.
Yeah.
I think Rubio's speech was very good. They were pretty much about the same thing.
Yeah.
They were two sides of the same coin. Culture matters. We love Europe. We love Europeans. We're Europeans ourselves. We're very concerned about, cultural erosion taking place in Europe because we need allies in the world. We can't be just alone.
Mm-hmm.
So we want to have a successful, confident Europe, and if it keeps going the way it's going, we have some misgivings about that, and I share those with Rubio and Vance.
Yeah, I like talking to you. Number one, because you're funny, but two, you're also kind of smart, and then three, you're very smart, and
I work hard.
Every time you're the guy here that every time there's an issue that I'm interested in personally, you're always in front of Congress talking about it. And I'm like, that guy, and you're saying the stuff that I think, and you're backing up. I think you do incredible work here, by the way.
Well, thank you. I work hard. I don't, and that's a gift that the Lord gives you. The Lord makes you a hard worker, and I work hard. That's from my Spanish ancestors who worked really hard, and in the fields in Spain, and then went to Cuba and worked really hard to be successful in Cuba.
My family, they were around. But right now you're trying to clean up this Smithsonian, which I think is so critical because again, and this goes into, I was talking with Brenda Hafera earlier about the what's the project where we're going to all the tourism guide,
right,
to all these places. And she's realizing, and it kind of hit me in the middle of talking to her, that the people who go into these institutions, the people who go run the
18 million went to the Smithsonian last year. And their switch to digital means that their educational reach has now gone from like 4,000 3 or 4 years ago to 4 million 2 or 3 years ago to 35 million last year. This is a powerful institution.
Yeah. And we take a look at the people who go into these research jobs, the people go into, it's the same kind of people that go into the teaching jobs. They go and get these degrees in history that are now all DEI, now rewriting everything. And now they're going into the actual foundational institutions that are to carry out our culture and
I
history.
looked at the numbers. There was a study that was done in 2016, and well over 90% in all the fields, whether it's art historian, curators, art collectors, art restorers, gallery owners, all these fields, around 95% or higher. Some of them are 100 liberal, and 1 or 2 or 0 conservative. Hillsdale College was considering adding an art history department, and I've heard from some people that they desisted because they're very keen on having their graduates, hired.
Yeah.
And they didn't think they were going to get their graduates hired. Now
That's incredible.
I spoke to Larry Arnn about this, and Larry Arnn said that's not true. That he said he actually hasn't made up his mind yet. That they may still have an art history department, and I hope they do. But the fact that they haven't pulled the trigger yet shows you that they fear not having their graduates be hired. But now I think that if Trump carries through on his promises and cleans out the Smithsonian, and he really must do this, and if we have another good president elected in 28 that does these reforms that need to be these culture, we take back the idea here is to take back the terrain lost to the left in the last 15-20 years. We lost a great deal of ground on the culture.
Yeah.
But this has just happened very recently. We need to take that back, claw it back, regain it, and then you have the Hillsdale graduates be hired at the Smithsonian again.
It's incredible to me, the access that they've had to rewrite our history.
Right.
And
we yielded that ground.
Yeah. Yeah.
We ceded it.
It is, I believe Rush Limbaugh said it was one of his greatest faults.
Yeah.
Was not paying attention to schools.
We have to look inside and do an examination of conscience and say, are people conservatives my age, will let this happen?
Well, it's weird to be asleep at the wheel, but because you appreciate those institutions, you think they're handled well. I think that's one of the problems. Is for me, I love history. I love going to Colonial Williamsburg was one of the things that Brenda was talking about earlier. They have plays now about how there were lesbians back in the day. They have to, and it's and you look at it and you're like, well, surely that wouldn't happen because this is such. Again, we hold our history in high regard and our culture in high regard. You think it's kind of like a bias that you think that the people running it, surely they wouldn't just automatically ruin it.
So my own take on this, and it may be not a good take, but it's my take, is that we conservatives were beginning to wake up to this in the 80s, late 80s, especially the 90s. Alan Bloom wrote The Closing of the American Mind. Peter Thiel wrote a very good book about Stanford, how it was by Jesse Jackson going, hey, ho, ho, Western Civ has got to go. I think it was Norman Podhoretz wrote an essay in which he said, we get the culture. We're all we're all Gramscians now. We are all Gramscians now, meaning Antonio Gramsci. In other words, we understand the importance of the culture and hegemony and cultural hegemony and all that, the hegemonic narrative. And then 9/11 happened. And then 9/11 happened, and a lot of us, including me, I was in Brussels working for the Wall Street Journal for the editorial page. We turned our attention to the Islamists and the Islamist threat to America because of 9/11. And we thought everything else paled by comparison. And in the meantime, it's at this time that critical race theory begins to jump to law school and enter other parts of life. And we ignore that, I think.
Oh, there was a lot that shifted that I think we ignored and was pushed through after 9/11. I think it's very interesting, though. I never really thought about that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I study these things, and I may be wrong, and I'm open
you're
to.
not wrong.
I'm open to somebody else telling me, yeah,
Nah.
maybe there was an element of that, but these other things happened as well.
And you're
It may be that leftists are really intelligent and we're really dumb.
well, that's not true.
You know Stan Evans?
Yeah.
Stan Evans brought me to Washington in 1986. And he said, he spoke with a great guy. He spoke with an Indiana accent. I can't remember. Mike. Said, Mike, forget Republicans and Democrats. We have the evil party and the stupid party. And sometimes we do something both stupid and evil, and we call it bipartisanship.
No, there are good guys now. I want you to remind everybody again, because I have my little. They gave me a one-line note here. I want you to remind everybody what the 1619 project is, because we're in the middle of everything else that's going on.
Well, it's just
It's
very
very
funny
easy to-
because
yeah.
if we were talking about the Smithsonian, the
Yeah.
Smithsonian tied itself. It got an awful leader. Secretary Lonnie Bunch III needs to go. You cannot have the reforms that you need at the Smithsonian with this guy at the helm. Lonnie Bunch III, tied this. So that's the first year he
Why
becomes
does he
leader.
look smug in all of his pictures?
Because he's very smug.
he's like
He's
super.
full of himself. So he becomes leader of the Smithsonian in 1619. And he says, I want everybody to associate the 1619 project with the Smithsonian. He ordered the chief curator of the African American National Museum. I think her name is Mary. I think her name is Mary Stewart. No, it's not Mary Stewart. I forget. I think it might be Mary Stewart. He ordered her, the chief curator, to curate the 1619 project and to co-write parts of it.
That's unbelievable.
Mary Elliott. That's who it is. Mary Elliott.
I'm pulling it up now to see the.
Yeah, Mary Elliott was a co-author and a curator of the 1619 project. Imagine that, a project that was attacked by both the left and the right for its inaccuracies, and Lonnie Bunch squanders the good name and reputation of the Smithsonian on a not only a project that is mendacious about who we are as a country.
She is the her duties include running the slavery and freedom
Right.
section of the.
So
yes.
yeah, so not only does the Smithsonian, a taxpayer funded institution, 2/3 of it, gets involved with a very contested project, but it's a project that aims to rewrite American history and culture. What is, I ask you, Tim, what is the purpose and the mission of a national museum? Don't answer it. I'll answer it for you. It is to curate, preserve, and transmit to future generations the culture of a nation. Lonnie Bunch signed the Smithsonian up to do the opposite, to rewrite the culture of a nation, to destroy it and then make it into something else. This is unconscionable.
I thought the role of the Smithsonian was to provide my astronaut ice cream. Only place you can buy it, I think. I don't think you can get it on. They don't make it on Temu. It's just remarkable again that these people, well, they have worked to get themselves in this position because they view it as their own responsibility to rewrite history, right?
But that's the opposite of what the mission of a national museum is.
Exactly.
The mission of a national museum is to preserve and transmit the culture and inheritance of a nation. But to them, that inheritance is white supremacy, which is a lie.
Yeah.
That's a libelous lie about America. We have problems. Yeah. I mean, we had slavery, which was horrendous.
Yeah.
Guess what about slavery? It's not unique to America. It's universal. It was practiced in biblical times. It may have started during the Bronze Age. Every country and society in the world has had slavery, and we should all be regretful and bemoan it. But it's not a problem unique to America. What's unique to America is in an unheard of adherence to natural right and natural law. It's amazing success and liberty, which is because of the encouragement of a risk-taking population. You know, Thomas Alva Edison said, you know, I didn't fail 10,000 times. I found 10,000 ways not to make a light bulb. and then he finally came up with a way to make the light bulb. Thanks to him, we have these things. And he wasn't afraid of taking risks. That is uniquely American. Slavery is not uniquely American. It's a bad thing that humanity has had, and we need to fight against it. And we did, at the cost of over 600,000 lives.
When was the decision made, or when was the cultural shift that slavery was pinned specifically on the West and mainly the United States?
By the people who hate the West, by the Marxists. This is when liberalism goes wrong in the 1850s. Well, first with Rousseau, obviously, and then the French Revolution. And the French Revolution is not Marxist, pre-Marxist, but it shared the same tenets as Marxism. It hates religion. It hated Christianity. I guess Robespierre thought that there needed to be a culture of deism, deist, a supreme being, I think it was called in the French Revolution. But they had this equal hatred of the West and Western tradition, and then Marx comes up and he really embodies that. And then communist revolutions that come after Marx hate the West, hate the United States, especially because we're the culmination of Western civilization at its finest, and they want to destroy all of that. Everything that lives needs to be destroyed. That was Marx, one of Marx's favorite sayings.
Yeah.
Anything that exists needs to be destroyed. Can you imagine that?
I just can't believe how we've gotten to a point in society where we're literally directly fighting it right now.
We're directly fighting
like
this.
It is like it has snuck up, and now we're here.
Well, and Trump has been very good at fighting and retaking this land, and retaking this terrain, this cultural terrain that we have lost. And obviously, a lot more needs to be done. But I hope whoever comes from either party, I'm not a party person, needs to understand that we cannot go on and continue to destroy ourselves culturally.
All right, I got to ask you softball questions because it's the State of the Union preview show.
All right, let's do it.
What are you looking forward to the most tonight?
Al Green with a cane. Is he coming back?
I don't know if he's coming back.
Obviously, I'm not looking forward to Al Green. That was a disgusting
I
performance.
look forward to him all the time.
You know what I really liked when I came to this country in the 70s and I started became politically aware right away. I guess when it was in 76 elections was my first political awareness. It was my first election in this country. And I used to watch the State of the Union address. I watched Jimmy Carter give them. I watched Reagan, Poppy Bush, Clinton. And that the country came to, the Congress came together.
Mm-hmm.
When it was Clinton, the Republicans would cheer and applaud. When it was Reagan, the Democrats would cheer and applaud. They were applauding the president, not a man from the opposite party. They were applauding the president. Tip O'Neill was effusive in his welcoming of Reagan. And Tip O'Neill and Reagan got along.
Yeah.
They argued like cats and dogs, and then at 6 p.m., like two good Irishmen had a martini and talked things over.
Yeah.
Or whiskey,
Yeah.
I guess. So
Yeah, who's gonna get the Irishmen don't drink whiskey. Drink
no,
martinis.
they would never drink. They would never drink. That's just English.
Yeah.
Gin is English. Yeah.
Yeah.
So oh my God, wouldn't it be great if we could go back to that?
Yeah.
Instead, we're gonna have this. The Democrats are not going tonight. Why? This is so bad for the country.
It's childish. And a few years ago when you had Nancy Pelosi tear up the State of the Union copy, I mean, come on,
Yeah, that was a low point. She's
What are we doing? You think it's going to go 2 hours tonight?
I hope not, because I have to do a BBC interview afterward.
You're going to be up. Get ready.
Yeah.
That's what EJ, the chief, in case you guys are tuning in now, EJ Antoni, the chief economist, he's got 3 hours on Mornings with Maria tomorrow morning starting at 5 a.m.
3 hours.
3 hours. He's doing the whole thing. And he's going to have to do a breakdown, like the serious, like probably the heftiest stuff that he's had to do all year too, where he's going to have the whole plethora to break down all the economic points he makes tonight, Trump makes tonight.
Yeah.
So that man is like, he is set for the work. Dude, I just have to tell you, Mike, your work, you helped defund Corporation for You're not going to take credit. You were in there, man.
Catherine Marr.
Okay.
Catherine Marr needs the lion's share. We couldn't have
Yes.
done it without her.
But you were in front of Congress testifying, and I cheer
Even
for you
members
when
of
you're
my
out there.
family didn't know I was there. They were ones like, "You see Catherine Marr? You watch that on TV?"
You're a very humble person.
No, I'm not. No.
But you're but your work has really made a difference, and I really appreciate what you do, and I'm a big fan, by the way.
Well,
Always-
I ask God that to let me make a difference in the things that matter to Him, and I hope I do.
you know, I like to speak at these. I do a lot of the Republican club meetings and stuff, and
Uh-huh.
Everybody gets up and they say, you know, I asked God if I should run, and He really gave me. And I got up at one of these once, and I was like, you know, I asked God, and He was like, no. and, and everybody just like, because it's the same, you know, these candidates get up, and I believe them. No, listen, I understand, you know, having your faith be a critical part, but every candidate said the exact same thing the entire time, and it's like they heard the first guy go, they oh, that got the pop. Let me do the pop. Not, but like, no, I'm the one that I just said, hey, should I run? And he's like, nah, I don't think so.
Yeah.
Let's just
Take it easy.
drink at home. Buddy.
Open another beer.
Yeah, watch TV, drink at home, buddy. It's just yeah. Mike Gonzalez, senior fellow here at the Heritage Foundation. Thank you for all
Thank
you
very
do.
much. It's delightful.
When we start digging into, I think we're going to dig into the Smithsonian with Dr. Roberts' show
Please
at
do.
some point. I think that'll be a very
please do.
fun,
Thanks, man.
fun time. Thanks for being here. We're going to take a quick break because I have to hit the restroom. You're welcome for that knowledge, folks. And we will be back in a bit with Laura Hanford in just about 3 minutes. Thanks for being here. And if you haven't retweeted it yet, hit the retweet button, hit the like button, follow everybody that's coming along here. And we will be back in just a few minutes. I want to welcome everybody back to this special edition of Tim Runs His Mouth. We're hanging out today at the Heritage Foundation and also kind of powered by the Dallas Express and Kalshi as well. A great State of the Union day here in Washington, D.C. It's about 32 degrees outside. I was freezing all day. I just came from 80-degree weather. So actually 87 the other day, I think, when we were out. So I am dying here. But what's not dying, boy, this is going to be a segue, huh? What's not dying is President Trump's policy that's being very successful and changing this country in a great way. We're sitting around hanging out today with all of the experts from the Heritage Foundation and many, many members of Congress. We've got one joining us right now, Congressman Tom Tiffany. Once I can hit the button. There we go. How you doing, sir?
Tim Young, it is so great to join you today.
Thanks for being here. Listen, I got to ask you the question I've been asking everyone today is, who is your guest to the State of the Union address?
My guest is my beautiful wife, Chris. This is going to be our final State of the Union as a United States Congressman. And I thought it would be just terrific if my wife would join me for this last one. Because I am running for governor of the state of Wisconsin.
And you should be governor of the state of Wisconsin, to be honest with you. I love your policy. I like what you do. I'm not acting in an official capacity from the Heritage Foundation right now. I'm acting as Tim Young, the normal guy. But love all you do and love what you've done there. Let's talk about this. It's been one heck of a year, one heck of a change from that last guy that was in the White House. And we've seen a lot of positive things. Your work in Congress to help codify as much as possible has made such a huge difference. Can you talk about that? Like, what has been the biggest thing for the citizens in your district and in Wisconsin that's changed over the past year?
Tim, by the way, before we start here, I just want to point out, this is not Michael Mann's hockey stick that is behind me. This is to celebrate the victories of both the women and men's teams over Canada in the United States Olympics. How fitting. Wouldn't you say, Tim?
Yeah. Listen, I got to tell you, man, that photo, that iconic photo, never before have I said it's really cool that somebody got their teeth knocked out.
Yeah.
But that is going to be a photo for the ages. And just what an incredible, like, just showing of grit and success for America and being pro-America. Imagine an Olympian. Imagine being shocked now by the fact that an Olympian was pro-America and loves our country.
It's awesome. Hey, to your question. So it's a year, as we look in the rearview mirror at the last year, look at what has happened. So many things that were wrong have been fixed. You had, what was it, just a few years ago, we had a 9% inflation rate. It's now down to 2.4%. We're starting to make it more affordable for Americans to be able to live in our country. Working class Americans are going to get, on average, $3,750 back this year. No tax on tips, overtime, and Social Security. Good stuff there. Interest rates hit as high as 7.8% a few years ago in the Biden administration. They're now down under 6%. We're seeing the greatest number of housing starts in the last 5 months here. So that is really good news. And energy prices, at one time in the Biden administration, gasoline hit $5 a gallon. Up where I live, Tim, in northern Wisconsin, it's half that right now.
Wow. I mean, that's incredible. And it's, again, the success is, it's such a list that I feel like if President Trump just took one of his topics, like say healthcare or energy, he could talk for a full 2 hours on that topic alone with how much he's accomplished. What's it been like for you over the past year, being a member of Congress, being able to not only codify this, but I know it's a very slim majority. It has not been as easy of a job as it's been in the past.
First of all, I think there's enormous credit that should be given to the Speaker, Mike Johnson. A lot of people were very skeptical. And I tell you at the start, I'd be very candid with you. I was one of his skeptics at the very beginning when he was named Speaker. He has proven and lived up to the job that needed to be done here to be able to get these pro-American, pro-working class pieces of legislation done. Because that working families bill, I had a few of my conservative friends, Tim, over the summer, they would chide me and they say, you guys just basically passed one bill all year. And I said, Go study the bill, what I call the working families bill. Study all the stuff that was in there that is so good for America. And we're seeing it play out now. And make no doubt about it, Tim, I'm not going to sit on my laurels, because there is so much more to be done. I mean, inflation is still too high. Interest rates are still too high, but they're trending in the right direction. And that's what we want to do, is keep things going in the right direction. And I can tell you, if the Senate and the Democrats would act on some of our reforms, especially on healthcare, we would be providing more affordable healthcare also, whether it's pharmaceutical drugs or just giving people more choices in the marketplace for their healthcare. There's so much more that can be done, and we're going to continue to try to do that.
Excellent. What's it like? I know Wisconsin still is sane. You have bordering states that have kind of gone a little far left in Illinois and Minnesota. What's it like holding sanity down in that region of the country?
It's why I'm running for governor, because I think this election in 2026, Tim, is going to decide, are we going to go the route of Minnesota's madness and Illinois' insanity, or are we going to be one of the great states of America? Are we going to be one of the prosperous states of America? That is the question that's going to be on the ballot here for people in Wisconsin, because in many ways we're headed in the wrong direction. I mean, we had a governor who just said that without illegal aliens, Wisconsin would shut down. In effect, that's what he was saying. It would shut down. I mean, a slap in the face to all working class Wisconsinites. But we're in the bottom 10 states to start a new business at this point. Our energy prices used to be among the lowest in the Midwest. They're now among the highest. 7 and 10 fourth graders cannot read at grade level. I could cite all those things, and there's more than that Wisconsin is trending in the wrong direction. We need to stop that. Wisconsin is a wonderful state, good people. They need new leadership. And if we provide that leadership, we can rival states like Texas, Florida, Tennessee, South Dakota, states that have been really successful, that give people freedom plus opportunity, which equals prosperity. We can do the same thing in Wisconsin, but the 2026 election is going to decide whether we do that or not.
And you guys, by the way, I've spent some time in Wisconsin. I've been to some I'm not saying Milwaukee, by the way, but Luck and La Crosse. I've been around in different towns, and it is beautiful farmland. I think it's insulting to your farmers that the left says, oh, it's only illegal migrants that are working there. Those are incredibly hard jobs that Americans have. And to have it written off as it's just illegals doing that is such an insult. It truly is.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Well, you saw a couple great communities, Little Luck, Wisconsin, which is in my district in northwestern Wisconsin, as well as La Crosse down there on the river. What a beautiful city that is. And the people of Wisconsin are low key, work hard, but we are one of the number one manufacturing, if not the number one manufacturing state in America per capita. I mean, we make stuff in Wisconsin. We quietly go about doing our job. But I hope people rise up with their voices this coming November and say, hey, we don't like the direction that we're going here with just all the things that I recited earlier, where Wisconsin is trending in the wrong direction. Yeah. And remember, the governor that we're going to be leaving behind, he put in his last budget, he said, we're not going to call moms or mothers. We're going to call them inseminated persons. Actually put it in his proposed budget. This is the same governor that flies multiple flags over the state capitol. If I'm governor, we're going to fly 2 flags, the United States flag and the Wisconsin state flag. And that's it. I mean, let's unite people. Let's not tear them apart as he has been doing.
It's remarkable to me that you can have flags other than that flying above the Capitol that are representing and dividing people. It makes no sense for that to happen. I got to tell you, a lot of people, if they haven't visited Wisconsin, it's one of the most beautiful states. It really is. It's gorgeous. I look forward to hopefully the future with you there, because it really needs. Again, I just feel like everywhere that it's beautiful like that, the left goes to and ruins it. They like going to places that were at one point strong conservative strongholds, taking their policy with them, enjoying all of the benefits of those former policies and then ruining it with their own policies. And we need folks like you to be able to defend them.
And that's why I'm running for governor of our great state, because we need new leadership. I believe I'm the right person at the right time, and we're going to provide that leadership, and we're going to make Wisconsin a shining star in America.
I'm excited to see it. And I'll talk to your people offline. If you ever need somebody to come and yap and raise some money, you give me a call. But look, hey, what do you think is going to be the most fun tonight at the State of the Union address? That hockey team, huh?
Oh, yeah. That's going to be a blast to see that. And just all the people that the president will acknowledge who are great Americans, oftentimes quietly just going about their business in America that he recognizes. And it'll just be great to see that. And then, of course, we will see heads exploding on the other side of the aisle. And that's always a treat to see.
Yeah, even, I made the suggestion earlier to a couple of members of Congress, all those, it's like 20 members of the Democrat side are going to boycott tonight and not show up. They could have just plunked in the hockey players, gave them those seats.
Oh, that's a great idea. That is a great idea. Oh.
Congressman Tom Tiffany, I'm looking forward to all of your future, and thanks for everything you've done in Congress. And I think it's incredible you're bringing your wife tonight. Enjoy tonight before you got to go back to work tomorrow morning.
Tim, keep up the good work. It's great to join you today.
Thank you. Talk to you soon. All right, joining me now, I see, yes, someone I ran into the airport yesterday. And then this morning at a roundtable, Claudia Tenney from New York's 24th Congressional District. Did you get to meet the hockey team yet?
Hang on. You there?
Yep. You got me?
I don't know. I can't hear you.
Uh-oh. You want to unmute your phone? We're going to see. We're going to figure it out. This is
It keeps taking my sound down.
The magic of live streams with you got me? Uh-oh. Well, she's there.
Why does it keep moving my sound down?
All
right, we'll get it.
All right. You got it?
How's that?
I'm good. You got me? As long as you can hear me, that's what's important.
Of course.
Congressman Tenney.
Wait, you're wearing exactly what you wore at the airport and the same thing that you wore this morning.
No, ma'am. I changed my hoodie from yesterday.
You did, but you have the same hat on.
I had the same shirt on. But we're not going to talk about that. I definitely changed clothes. We definitely planned for this. I have, by the way, my girlfriend who I've been traveling with just shook her head across the room there. Thanks for getting me in trouble for dressing like a hobo. How are you doing today, Congresswoman?
Great. It's just a really busy day, and it's exciting, and been taking my meetings, but also I have a wonderful State of the Union guest that I've been taking around all over. The sheriff of Wayne County, which is a big county in my district, and Sheriff Rob Milby. He's a great guy. He started the Northern Border Security Committee, and he's trying to put together sheriffs all across New York, which he's done. And then he wants to extend that across the entire United States northern border with Canada, so that we work together and we, bring security to our communities, and we work with our local police, we work with our federal police. So it's really just a great idea. He's very innovative. He's a great guy. Glad to have him there, and just to really emphasize how important it is that we close the northern border and that we keep our community safe, because the northern border has 85% of the people on the terror watch list came across our northern border until President Trump got into office.
It's unbelievable, and people don't think about it because they see all the images of those large groups of people walking up to the border on the southern border, and of course the Biden administration holding up the fence and everything else to get people through. But the northern border has been worse at times, and it's very easy to forget that people are coming from the snowy side, not just the warm side down south.
Yeah. Well, of course, what happened is the cartels are still, we're controlling. I want to say President Trump's taking control.
Yeah.
The cartels had operational control of our border. They were human trafficking, drug trafficking. You could think everything they could think of. And once they started to put the squeeze on the southern border, they said, okay, let's go to the northern border, because at the time there was an arrangement. But if you had a Mexican passport, you could go into Canada because there was no visa requirement, and then just walk across the border into New York. And I'm talking about real criminals. I'm talking about gang members, from cartels, but also organized crime figures from Russia and China and all over the world coming in to take advantage of us economically, human trafficking, drug trafficking, everything, and it was making it really difficult for our border patrol agents to really handle this. And we still, had a lot of issues, but believe it or not, people do. We're getting through, and they even, people. The other tragedy is, some of these people who were human trafficked. You heard horrible stories on the northern border, drowning, on their way across the St. Lawrence Seaway or coming into the Niagara River. Really tragic situations of people, who are taken advantage of by cartel members. But where are the Democrats caring about these people who are extorted and abused under human trafficking?
It's one of the interesting things that I think about too is that, you have New York and Vermont up there that are ran by Democrats. And I think one of the reasons that we don't have more national stories on this and we don't know about it is that they don't talk about it. They intentionally kind of block those stories from coming out. And a lot of folks don't realize that, like, the local media in particular are usually just buddies with these people in the state houses. And so they're just not talking about it at all. So if not for you and these sheriffs that you're bringing to the State of the Union, a lot of people would not know about these issues.
But that is the truest thing I've heard. I worked in the New York State Legislature. The media is just fawning praise almost 100% of the time over the Democrats, no matter how terrible it gets, no matter how communist they are, no matter how much they celebrate Karl Marx, no matter how much they just, disrespect the taxpayers and don't care about victims. And it's interesting that, Tom Homan is actually from my district. And he's been really helpful with us in a lot of ways. And I think a lot of people don't realize that he's actually a really compassionate guy.
Oh, yeah.
He's the guy that's been talking about all those children who were human trafficked and went into the interior of our country, and Biden didn't do anything about it. And the Democrats don't seem to care. But he went in and he kind of de-escalated and fixed the situation in Minneapolis. But what did he come out and say? We found almost 4,000 children who were human trafficked, including a horrible situation of a young girl who was there. I think it was 2 young girls with these 2 adult males who were teenagers who had been physically abused by them and raped. And I mean, I'm like, why are these people not the priority? And that's why I think you're going to see President Trump talk about that tonight in the State of the Union address. He's going to talk about the angel families, the people that the Democrats don't want to hear about, because they're going to talk about chaos and disorder and nonsense. They're going to bring illegal immigrants into the chamber as their guests. They're going to bring in the so-called Epstein survivors and all these people, which, we all have sympathy for anyone that was treated badly. But I mean, they're not going to talk about the economy, which is why President Trump's going to talk a lot about the economy. He's going to talk about these angel families. He's going to talk about how important it is to secure the border, to really preserve law and order in our country, which is so important. You can't have a free society without law and order.
Yeah. By the way, Tom Homan was a senior fellow here at the Heritage Foundation. I believe he was a senior fellow. And I saw him speak about, anytime he starts speaking about the children that he's rescued, he is the toughest man in the world. And to see him get emotional about it, like I have never been more encouraged to want to actually, like, just take up arms and go to the border. Like, you watch that man speak. He's so passionate. He's so earnest about it. There's no better person to be guarding our borders than Tom Homan.
Yeah, I agree. And he's just been amazing. And he's been really helpful to us. He's also has a lot of compassion. He understands the situation with these people. He understands that, look, we want people to come to this country legally. We want orderly immigration. But at the same time, he understands there are people that are here that may overstay their visa, that are decent people, that are working, they're paying their taxes and Social Security. Those are not the people. He's talking about the worst of the worst. He's not talking about lack of compassion for those people. But if you start taking advantage of our system and you're not here legally and you're trying to scam us, then you need to go. And I think it's just as simple as that. And I want to tell you something funny today. I had in the Swiss ambassador and a number of Swiss companies. And do you know that if you're born in Switzerland, you don't automatically become a citizen? It takes 12 years, and there's all kinds of steps you have to take to prove that you're worthy of Swiss citizenship. You know why? They don't want to undermine the relative wealth of everyone in Switzerland. Interesting, isn't it? I mean, I know it's a small country, but why aren't we caring about our own people that are here? And also new immigrants that come in. They come here because they want freedom. They want an opportunity to grow their own families and their wealth. but not to have it undermined by people who are coming in to abuse the system, which is why one of the most fun things I did today was interview with Nick Shirley, who, and because I had my sweater I got yesterday, I got my sweatshirt from the Quality Learning Center that I ordered online. So it was fun to talk to him about just the fraud, abuse, and waste, and what a shot it is, and what a terrible thing it is to do to the American people.
It's unbelievable, and it was cool to see him this morning. Did you get to meet the hockey team yet?
Not yet, but very excited about meeting it. But there is a woman goalie from New York. She is actually, they're not going to be here. Unfortunately, the Canadian team has got other things they had to do, the women's team. But, you know, I think that I don't think they should be getting the criticism they're getting. They're going to get to the White House. They're going to meet with the president. They're very patriotic Americans. So
Yeah.
I'd like to defend. I know Colgate is my alma mater. We had a women's hockey team. We still do. Unfortunately, some of the women that played for the Colgate hockey team aren't playing for Team USA, but I can't wait to meet them. I hope we get to meet them. I heard they're going to be in the press gallery, though, so we might not get to see them.
Well, you know, the problem is it's sort of like the WNBA has kind of ruined women's sports for everybody else because they assume that all women in women's sports are woke and want to push some sort of ideology and not just represent the country. And it's really sad that that happens. And you know, also like the few athletes, we saw a few athletes, one that sold out America and played for China. You know, there are enough woke people that it has kind of put a bad taste in everyone's mouths. And then we forget that a majority of the folks on Team USA are patriotic and love our country and want to represent it.
Yeah, and I mean, guess why people watch WNBA? Caitlin Clark, okay?
Yeah.
She's an amazing American, and people, I mean, I can't tell you how many friends of mine, you know, went out with their daughters and got jerseys. I played basketball when I was in high school. I mean, if I had a mentor like Catherine Clark when I was Caitlin Clark when I was a kid, I would have been gone crazy over it. Now we have all these role models. We have all these amazing women. We have Riley Gaines. We have so many women that have done amazing things for women's sports. And somehow we can't be patriotic because we've got to have somebody that's a biological male playing in our sports. And we just say, hey, you know, go play in another sport. I mean, this is a time to celebrate women and women's sports.
Yeah. Yeah, 100%. All right. I know you got to get back to doing things. Before you go, I do want to at some point go to a Bills game with you.
Oh, you got to go.
Because
didn't we talk about that once?
Yes, because you're a lunatic, and
I am.
And I would love to go to a Bills game at some point.
For the record, I've never jumped on a table, and I'm too old to do that. But I can take you out there where maybe you can climb up on top of an RV, have a couple of brews, and then jump into a table. Maybe a flaming table.
Yeah. No, thank you.
Yes, why not? Come on, you got to do it. But no, there is nothing like the Bills. I mean, I've been a supporter for a long. Actually, I go all the way back to the days of OJ. I mean, he was our big star. We never won anything, but we had OJ, and then we had the great Bills that went to 4 Super Bowls in a row. And now we have an amazing team. Led by Josh Allen. It's just, you know, it's just exciting. And now we have a new stadium, so you can come and go to the new stadium.
I would love to, and I'd love to do some below freezing football with some. I
You
think
can also go. You see what I have? You can come curling with me too. I'm a curler.
Are you serious?
Look at this.
You do not have you have a curling stone behind you. Is that that's
yeah. That's my mom. I sound like Burchett doing that stuff like that. And my mama. All right. So this is a curling stone. He's gonna laugh at me when he.
You just randomly have a curling stone here. Are you good at this?
I used to curl. I was the 1975 teenage curling champion, which I'm revealing my age. No, I do the only curling fundraiser on the Hill. I do this whole event. I take all the lobbyists out and they go out on the wharf and they wipe out. And we take videos of them. It's called the Mirror Curl on the Frozen Swamp.
Claudia Tenney, Congresswoman. Sorry, I keep calling
Curling.
you Claudia because I
Here we are. Everybody are the best memes really from this Olympics. Coming from curling.
I will up my health insurance. And then I will come to northern New York, which I don't know how you got. You must be controlling the weather. I know they say the government controls the weather, but somehow you got in from New York yesterday to DC. Miracle. And we will. I would like to go curling with you in New York.
We're gonna go curling and a Bills game.
And I have a feeling I'm going to come out very broken, but it'll be fine.
No, you won't. You'll be fine. I am a graduate of the Silver Broom Curling School, which doesn't exist. I know how to throw the stone properly. Where you're going to throw it with accuracy and safely. There you go.
The Canadian, you do the extra tap, right? As soon as it goes over the line.
No, well, that's the curl. Oh, you mean the double tap? Oh, the cheaters. Yeah, they cheated.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I watched some of it. I got some of it. Congresswoman Claudia Tenney, New York 24. Thank you for everything you do. Have fun tonight, and you know, take a break while you can. Before
Hey, you want to know how long do you think Trump's going to speak tonight? That was
2
our.
hours.
That's our
2:10.
That's our over under up on the house. We're all betting on it.
Well, get ready. Hit the restroom before you go in.
2 hours and 10 minutes. You think?
Yeah.
All
I
right.
was stuck once, by the way. Not stuck. I got to enjoy a Trump speech once after I drank an entire iced Trenta coffee, black coffee
geez.
from the bucket from
Oh,
Starbucks.
wow.
And I was locked in media at CPAC once, and so just know, don't do that before the State of the
Well,
Union.
before you go curling, I want you to do that. And then before you jump on a table at the Bills game, make sure you have like a bucket of beer.
You're a problem for me. Congresswoman Claudia Tenney, New York 24. Have fun tonight. Talk to you soon.
Thanks. Great talking to you, Tim.
Thanks. Bye.
Bye.
All right, joining me now. What's going on? Oh boy, let me pull up the old. Here we go. Simon Hankinson, Senior Research Fellow, Border Security and Immigration Center. I was just talking with Claudia Tenney about, and she brought in some sheriffs, about how unsafe the northern border was, because we kind of ignore it in the middle of everything else that's going on.
Yeah, well, I mean, it is much wider open, but it's just true. There's a lot less people coming through it. It doesn't mean that they're good people always, and I think we have less visibility. I was up there, I guess it's getting on 2 years now in New York State, and I was shocked at how just utterly open and flat it was, and how you just kind of walk back and forth. Not that I did, of course, and nobody would ever see you in a million years. And it was like an honor system. They had people checking in, to the local CBP office or whatever when they came in. And, and I said, well, what happens if they didn't? He said, well, they probably would just go home again later.
That's incredible to me. It's the other thing I said with the congresswoman was, the media up there, they're all local media on the border. They're all friendly with all the Democrats who are in charge. So you wouldn't even know if something major happened up there. I think they'd probably just be like, oh no, everything's wonderful. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I don't think it's in their interest to try to make any news stories out of news stories. I mean, you see that all the time on, whenever there's like Kilmar Abrego Garcia, who is hardly the poster child for people.
Was he Maryland man?
He's Maryland man.
Yeah, Maryland. Yeah. Oh, he's just a simple Maryland man.
Just a simple father of I don't know how many, and alleged spousal abuser, and I think proven alien smuggler, and certainly member of MS-13, and so on. Yeah, I mean,
he only had the tattoos. That doesn't mean anything.
It doesn't mean anything. And all the other evidence that the gang unit had gathered on him and his contacts, and the fact that he was found in the company of members of MS-13, they could have just been hanging out. Plenty of my friends are gang members.
Same. I'm like, hey, I only want friends with face tattoos. That's my thing. They're only the best of society.
It's the new hat, for
it really is. It really is. Yeah, no, it's a thing. I want to talk about your book because it seems pretty cool.
This is your copy.
Oh, thank you.
I give it to you.
The 10 Woke Commandments. You must not obey. Can we have no Zoom, do we? There's no such thing as Zoom. Pick a Zoom so that people can see it. Okay, well, 20 minutes from now when we get a Zoom, it'll be good. It'll be good. I want to talk about this and then talk about the State of the Union address. Tell me about it. I mean, like, what are the 10 woke? Am I allowed to ruin what the 10 woke commandments are?
Totally. Yeah, it's for sale.
What are we doing over here? Get a Zoom.
Out.
Yeah, no. Okay, there you go. You know what I'll do? I'll do one better. I'll go on the internet for the 10.
That is a wild use
woke
of technology.
Commandments.
Right in front of my eyes.
Here we go. Look at this. And then I can pull it up using the technology. Here we go.
That's
How about
fantastic.
that? The 10 Woke Commandments. I like that they have a page on the Heritage website for this. All right, so let's talk about them.
Absolutely. I just a few years ago, like many of us, was locked away in my house multiple times for COVID with just time on my hands. And after I'd watched all of about 10 different series that I'd never wanted to watch in the first place and a few that I'd already seen, I started doing some writing. And because I worked at the State Department at the time, I couldn't publish anything I wrote without going through 8 levels of clearance and it having to agree with the policy of, I guess it was the Trump administration and the Biden administration. So I would just put them away in a drawer. And one day it just occurred to me that really what they all had in common was these were things that you had to believe if you were a member of honorable society, basically coastal society, Ivy League society, State Department. You know what I'm talking about? The blob.
Yes.
Yep. And COVID was one of them. And if you didn't believe that a man could become a woman by simply saying so, and if you didn't believe that, if you didn't wear a mask made out of a sock, and my wife used to make many of them, that you were going to kill people and they were going to kill you, there was a whole list of these things. They were commandments. They weren't just like, hey, here's an idea. Let's talk about it. Is mass immigration a good thing? Does it make our country better or worse? Can men really be women? Can people be born in the wrong bodies? No, it was like, if you don't believe this, you're a bigot and a horrible person. And so I frame them in the sense of commandments, somewhat jokingly. But I do think it's true that in certain societies, like the town I grew up in, if you don't believe these 10 things, you're run out of town on a rail.
I mean, and you're right. I mean, it's interesting because I've been around, as I'm sure you have, woke people, and they will stop being your friend if you don't believe all of these things. And at some point, a conversation will get around to one of these, as I'm reading them here. You shall have no borders. You shall trust institutions, which never worked for me. You shall reject your history. You shall not know what is a man. You shall not know what is a woman. Correct. But you can get on the Supreme Court with that. You shall be woke to imaginary oppression. Correct. You will bear false witness. Trust the media. You shall belong to no nation. True. We are. Did you do the land acknowledgement when you sat down? I missed it.
I did. It was lengthy.
Okay.
But I'm afraid I didn't just get it on tape. No, actually, talk about that in there. One of my favorite quotes, it was from a Canadian policewoman who, right before they announced something really serious, like a kidnapping kid, she went on and said, we're standing on the unceded land of the, I think it was the Mishmak people. Anyway, I Googled it, as you do, and I found a paper from about 1890 where an academic goes through and he said, yeah, the Micmac people who are here, displaced the so-and-so people who were here before in the usual manner by slaughtering, raping and pillaging. And so I thought, well, what on earth made this woman decide to pick this one tribe instead of the one before them or the one before them? And the whole thing is just
a lot of work to go back in history and hit all the tribes. You can only go back to the one you remember off the top of your head that you read quickly from someone. Honor the state as mother and father, correct, and take no responsibility for success or failure. Incredible. And by the way, I can't believe no one's ever thought of that before, to do like the 10.
Yeah, I Googled it. I was like, did I, this can't possibly have been. And I think one other person wrote something.
We don't
super
acknowledge
similar,
that.
but
I don't
not
acknowledge that land.
No, exactly.
This is incredible. Let's dig into this. I mean, here's how we do this. State of the Unions tonight. A lot of this got corrected by President Trump as we go into these culture wars that we are in.
He gave people, I think, the cover to come out of the closet who had been going along to get along. I think a lot of us were we didn't want to make a fuss. And like you said, I have never dropped a friend because of politics.
Yeah.
But I have been dropped by friends on the left who just simply, that I've known for 20 years.
I've been dropped by friends on the right.
Oh, really?
Actually, in the middle of it, for being a Trump supporter, the people who, there was a break off of at some point, literally because I said, hey, I'm going to vote for this guy, during one of the elections. And like when there was it wasn't even a primary, it was a general. And they go, oh, no.
Yeah, there's something about Trump that's sort of like a force multiplier for whatever it is that you like or don't like.
Yeah.
And I agree with you. It's not so much a conservative. I would say like if Trump came out and said he liked pizza and puppies, certain people would hate pizza and puppies.
Oh, don't say pizza.
They wouldn't even stop to think, is this policy good or bad on its merits? They would just say, oh, he likes it, I don't like it.
Meanwhile, actually, that's where I kind of am with all these protesters. If they came out and said that we love birthday cake, I'd be like, ban it. Get rid of it. Done. Finished.
It's not good for you. So.
No, yeah, well, I enjoy it. You know what else isn't good for you is caramel popcorn that I've had for breakfast every morning for the past week. I want to thank you for that. Sorry, I've been down.
Is that a show sponsor?
No, no, not at all. Are you kidding me? No, I'm so tired of caramel popcorn. I've had it every morning for breakfast for the past week because we've been on vacation.
You got to change hotels. Oh, you're going on vacation.
Well, no, we didn't. No, we stayed at. We won't get into it. Doesn't matter. Nobody cares about my vacation. What has been your favorite executive order policy movement from conservatism over the past year that has really changed things for the better?
I mean, I have to say the border, that's kind of a given because every single day was forced to spend most of my day covering the just wide open southern border. And I was a consular officer for 23 years. So I was on the other side of the visa desk making decisions about So I'd be up there. I mean, literally in India in 2000, 2001, I was telling young Punjabi farmers, I'm very sorry you don't qualify for a visa because, you know, you're a nice guy, but I know you're going to go pump gas in New Jersey and you know it, and you're not actually going to go to Disneyland. And then here I was in 2022 at the border in Yuma, Arizona, watching the probably children of these guys that I'd refused a visa because they were unqualified, just simply walking over and being given a piece of paper and then told, you know, show up in court in 6 months, maybe 9 months, 10 months. And then next thing you know, they're driving a big rig or, you know, living comfortably and working.
I'm going to pull up here for you to see, because we were able to actually go to the border with Kevin Roberts for his show. And I don't know if, of course you watched this. I want to show you. So we went to the southern border, and when we went there, let me pull this up on the screen for you to see. Here we go.
So in Texas, or
we were down in McAllen, Texas, and this is of course old file footage. But as we went around now, it is absolutely quiet under this administration. We were able to go out, and I encourage everybody to go see this, Making Our Border Safe Again with Kevin Roberts, from his Next Frontier series. Like everywhere we went, these are actually, what you're seeing here is pieces of the fence that they used to have put up because there was such a rush at the border to try to defend it. When we went out on the Rio Grande, we filmed with him out on the Rio Grande. It was completely empty, and all quiet. I mean, this is just, they said it was nothing like this, just literally a little over a year ago when we were filming. Unbelievable, the difference on the border.
Yeah, I went to McAllen again, is during the Biden years, and when I was at the airport on the river, they told me, yeah, people used to go, locals would go all the time, picnic, they'd go boating, they'd have little camps out there. I said, nobody goes here now. It's too dangerous.
Yeah.
People take pot shots at us. And then when I was in the airport, I saw people from all over the world. I saw people from Haiti. I saw people from Africa. You know, I speak a few languages and I was able to pick up a bit here and there.
Yeah.
It was absolutely insane. So that'd be my number one. And my number two, if I get a number two, would be turning off the discrimination that was running rife through the federal government and academia based on skin color and race and things that we were not supposed to discriminate on, that we were told we ended in the 1960s, but that was just rampant under the last administration and probably the last 20, 25 years.
Unbelievable. But I'm glad that things are kind of finally moving in the right direction. When we were on the border, there were mansions that the cartels had built on the other side of the Rio Grande that were now no longer inhabited, but apparently they were just like bustling places where they would bring people in before they transferred them over the border, and took their money or did whatever they needed to do there. But like they said, how unsafe it was. It's just unbelievable the night and day difference it makes when you have somebody coming in who is actually just enforcing the law.
Yeah, that's all he had to do. And it wasn't a matter of more money. I mean, more money helps. You can do a lot more with it, but enforcing the law and detaining people when they cross in illegally until they get their cases heard. Because once you let them go, that's it, game over. And you have to go out and find them. And we've all seen in the last couple of weeks what that's all about. And
it's
politically hard.
It's very hard. What do you think the challenges are up ahead for the Trump administration over the next, we'll just say year?
Immigration enforcement is, we've seen how politically charged that is. And, you know, anything that the Democrats think is a hammer to beat the Republicans with, particularly up to the midterms, and then for the presidential, they're going to pick up and use. So they used immigration enforcement. I think the economy is always the wild card. It sort of blows hot and cold. I have a good vibe about the long-term trend. Once you cut regulation, you start, you know, pumping oil and gas and trying to make the economy work again. I think that's in the end going to work out. But in the short term, you know, you've got worries about inflation, you got worries about artificial intelligence, you know, taking all the jobs from our kids who are graduating. And so those would be my two concerns: is the economy and interior enforcement, and getting that agency funded. You know, the shutdown is just a ridiculous tantrum that just doesn't actually achieve any goals other than making everybody mad.
Pretty much. And federal workers who probably should lean Democrat are going to probably turn on them when they're not getting their paychecks for a second time in a year. Getting this stuff out of and I should pull back up. The book is The 10 Woke Commandments You Must Not Obey. Getting this stuff out of government. OPM, OMB. It's a heavy lift. Are we going? All right, we're going here. There we go. Okay, well, at some point it'll be on the screen. There you go. Okay, I should have just pulled up I can just pull up the yeah, just zoom it back out. All right, get off my face. But getting this out of the government, through the bureaucracy. A lot of the employees are still in place, I think, that put it in. I mean, because you're talking about federal government workers that are not appointees, that are career people. How difficult of a job is it?
It's really hard. And look, a lot of those people are my friends. I mean, I was at the State Department, and they say, the fish swimming in water doesn't know he's in water. I grew up in a liberal town, a university town. All of my friends were, I would say, progressives. They might have been more like Clinton Democrats, who today would be wild, right-wing Republicans. But it wasn't until I'd say the last, 5 years, 10 tops, that you could start to feel this vibe of woke. And the State Department is one of the top. I think EPA was number one. USAID, State Department are pretty woke agencies. So you do have, I think, a good, solid percentage of people. I'm not going to, somewhere between 30 and 50 who are just professionals who do their job and they bite their tongue if they don't agree with something. But you've also got a decent percentage who really hate the changes that President Trump's bringing in, and they will do their best to slow roll them, to stop them. We've seen this in the FBI and even the CIA, the badge and gun agencies that used to be typically conservative. We've seen kind of resistance there to executive authority, which is unconstitutional. So it is a heavy lift, and that's why we got to get some legislation passed so that you can't just go back and undo it all and start discriminating again. The way they did for many, many years in promotion and hiring and all kinds of other things.
It's a lot to unravel. I remember in particular the image of the FBI agents who were taking a knee for BLM with a.
Well, and my favorite was the members of Congress who put on the bandoliers of various kinds. Kente cloth.
Oh, the kente cloth. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And then they took a knee, and it's like, what are you trying to say? Have you read any U.S. history? Is this movement? Is it about George Floyd in particular as a sort of paragon of virtue? Is it about the civil rights movement and whether it can go in any different direction? I just don't. I think they were historically illiterate, if I may borrow a phrase from Senator Cruz, and. That's why I wrote a whole chapter on "You Must Be Awake to Imaginary Oppression." They don't seem to have read their history. You ask people how many unarmed Black men are killed by the police, just to take one statistic.
They think it's millions.
They think it's thousands at least.
Yeah.
And of course, no one should be killed in circumstances where it's not lawful, but it does occasionally happen. It's like 15 times a year. And some of those were people who were carrying weapons of some kind, or they were, charging at the officer with a car, or something had happened that made it just a little bit less than a complete, assassination in the middle of a field. So, but somehow, I think that COVID and the George Floyd case and that summer of discontent, or I guess it was spring of discontent, kind of broke the brain of America, and we're still recovering from it.
Truly. There's so much happening here. All right, my brain is fried because you gave me so much information to work with. I can say that because I'm unprofessional. What do you think? Do you think the Democrats are going to act out tonight at the State of the Union? I have to go back to the State of the Union topic.
I mean, I guess I'm getting old because I really find it depressing when I see, for example, Gavin Newsom. We can't swear on this station, I assume, right?
You can. No, this is the internet.
Okay. Well, so he wrote a tweet that was maybe 20 lines, and he was responding to, I forget who it was, but he used the S word and the F word, and they were utterly redundant. Like, they didn't add anything to what he was saying. It didn't make his message stronger. Sometimes you can use a little creative swearing and it's helpful. It was just like, look at me, I'm cool, I'm hip, I'm down with the kids. And the more people do it, the less value it has. And so I feel like the performances in the State of the Union have lost all value. I don't respect them anymore. I don't respect them. If they stood up, they don't have to smile. They don't have to clap if they don't like what the president's saying, but listen to what he has to say, respect the tradition, respect the office, and then go home and campaign. But I expect we'll see some theatrics. We'll see people sit it out. So they'll hold up these stupid paddles and signs and things.
They all dress in white. You got to all wear white.
Wasn't it red for the Handmaid's Tale?
Well, they haven't worn that costume yet. I don't know. They
what does the white represent then?
I don't know. It was so they just all showed up, and it was probably some Handmaid's Tale thing.
And then we got Abigail Spanberger, who just won the election in Virginia, as governor of Virginia, and on day one went as far left as you could possibly go in this state, in which they're now trying to redistrict so that no Republican will ever take office again. She's going to give the response, which I really don't want to hear. I'll have to wake up the next day and read about it.
Yeah, it should be my job to watch it and respond to that, but I think I'm going to take a break and just enjoy my evening after the State of the Union. I'll come here.
Read the
We have
summary.
we have a delightful soiree here in the building, and I'm going to go enjoy that and then go home, take a nap.
Smart
It's been- Oh boy, Simon Hankinson. The book is The 10 Woke Commandments. Make sure you guys can go get it. I'll show you how you can get it. Actually, I'm going to go over to. Let's get this shared up. No, you're not going to. Do not zoom in. Do not zoom in.
It was still available at Barnes and Noble and Amazon, and
It's on. So I've got the link right here. If you go over to heritage.org, then now just look up the 10 Woke Commandments. But you can go right over to Amazon and look at that. There we go.
and I'm not sure that there are any physical booksellers with the stones to carry it. I thought about doing some book signings, but that was at a time when we were getting shot at and harassed. And
Don't do that.
No, I
Yeah.
mean, people are crazy. People
Actually,
are
there's only
crazy these
8 left
days.
in stock right now. You must be doing pretty good.
Well, they probably only printed 100. No, I'm going to say they sold thousands, and buy them while you can. While
Yes,
supplies
absolutely.
last.
The 10 Woke Commandments. You must not obey. Simon Hankinson, thanks for hanging out with us.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah. And we will take a break here momentarily and then come back in a bit with a couple more members of Congress and Roger Severino from the Heritage Foundation. We'll be back in a moment, and I'll see you in a second. Welcome back to the Tim Runs His Mouth special for the State of the Union, brought to you by Kalshi and the Dallas Express, hanging out here at the Heritage Foundation. Now with Laura Hanford. I should have pulled up your bio. Sorry, I had you ready. Is that correct still? I just
That is correct.
Senior Policy Analyst, Richard Helen DeVos, Center for Human Flourishing. I had Delano on earlier.
Oh, good.
Great guy.
great. Yes, he is.
You guys are doing some of the heavier work that, like, I couldn't imagine years ago when you decided to kind of go into the field of family, defending the family, things like that. Could you ever have imagined it getting as bad as it has been?
No, and especially for families who are who get caught up into this world of child protective services, it's like the twilight zone. Good is evil and evil is good, and the parents who've cared for their kids for a lifetime are suddenly the abusers after 10 seconds in a rogue activist, judge, social worker, counselor's, opinion.
There are so many angles I want to go at with you on this one. And we're probably going to have Congressman jump in. So I want to make sure we get this all out. There's a member, I believe it was of the Minnesota legislature, who was a trans member, who said, and I have to code how I say this because we're on YouTube, that children should have access to corn because that helps them know who they are. That is a level of disgusting.
It is.
That, like, but it's also a level that's accepted by a good chunk of this society now.
Right.
How do we combat this? Because I feel like common sense and logic are going out the window.
Yes.
They might come back when we're winning. I'm going to make this very complex. We're starting to win liability cases against doctors who are mutilating children. Does logic finally come back in? Do we have enough logical people out there, or is it this trans thing going crazy?
I'd like to say the tide has turned, and certainly it's a whole different scenario now than it was, say, 3 years ago or 10 years ago when I first started fighting it in my school board in Fairfax. But I think it's going underground. The medicine is getting privatized. Medicine, in quotes, is getting privatized, going online, going underground. It has the views of the elite shaping the institutions have not changed. So they're still thinking of this as an identity, and the piece which you just mentioned is just absolutely appalling but consistent. And it's part of how kids get trafficked. They get targeted by these things online, even through things like Roblox. There's special chat rooms that you can go in to talk to affinity groups. So adults who are completely unrelated, friends who had their kids pulled into this, say that as soon as their kid puts female to male on their social media, they got bombarded with things that were so disgusting that when the mom read through it, she had to have a trash can by her side to throw up in because it was so awful. These are red flags and invitations for predators.
This is absolutely horrifying. I know I've interviewed Chloe Cole a bunch, and when she said that she first mentioned even the hint of transitioning, it was a plethora of people who came out to make sure that it followed all the way through with all of that. How did this get into our society? I'm just going to ask you. And I just honestly, 50,000 foot question. I know it might be kind of a dumb one, but how? How are we here?
Well, I don't know if I'll go the 50,000 foot route, but I do think this whole idea that who we are is who we are inside, completely dissociate our feelings, completely dissociated from our bodies or reality. That started a while back, and certainly the queer theory piece started a while back. But even this whole idea that somehow if you have certain attractions or sexual proclivities, that is who you are, not just something that you might experience or feel. Just like if you have depression or anger, suddenly you are angry and depressed, and that is your identity. Why do we do this? This is the whole philosophy.
But running with someone believing that they're that identity, they're manipulating children at an early age to then like get them into the funnel.
That's right. That's because adult men who later transitioned to living as females and had some of these surgeries and didn't pass projected the unhappiness they have now about not looking the way they want back onto children and said, well, if we started earlier, then they would feel better about themselves when they got to our age or when they had relationships with people our age. I mean, it's kind of it's all tied together.
Horrifying.
It is
horrifying. I think I see in the distance. Is that right? Come hang out. Come hang out. We're going to be joined by Vice President of Economic and Domestic Policy and the Joseph C. and Elizabeth A. Anderlich Fellow, Roger Severino. Sir, welcome to the show. We're gonna have to share. There's a budget cut in the studio, so we're going to be sharing a microphone. How this kind of loops in with what you're working on, the family policy paper, defending the family. Families and traditional values are under attack from every potential angle now.
Oh yeah.
I mean, what? And I sorry to repeat the question that I asked her. How did we get here?
All right. It goes back to the fall in Genesis. Depends how far back you go. But yes, it's been a fundamental attack on who we are as human beings. Okay. And it actually does go back to Genesis. We're created male and female in the image and likeness of God. So we have inherent human worth. That's why we're pro-life and inherent human dignity of every single human being. But we're embodied male and female. And that notion has been put under attack. And if you get that wrong, what it means to be male and female, then the whole notion of marriage and family falls apart.
Yeah.
Because they're all so linked to each other. Unfortunately, we had a Supreme Court justice testifying unable to say what a woman is. And she's now sitting at the Supreme Court. Ketanji Brown Jackson said she was not qualified because she's not a biologist. Well, the biology is clear. And if you attended grade school biology, you would have understood there is male and female for all mammals. That's part of the definition. It's very clear. And the exceptions, where there's disorders of sexual development, proves a role. What are we male and female for? Well, that's how we propagate the species. And then you take it up another level of understanding. What is the best ideal environment? Well, men and women come naturally together. If you have that commitment for a husband to be a husband and a wife to be a wife, to commit to each other in marriage, that's the most conducive arrangement for human happiness and fulfillment that has ever been devised. I don't think it can be beaten. And all of human history has proven that it cannot be beaten. And we've been on this long 60, 70-year experiment of trying other things. And now we're in a situation where there's all sorts of life circumstances where people aren't in that ideal circumstance. But what are we as a society aiming for? What are our public policies aiming for? And on this question, we have our family policy paper, which says, here's the problem, diagnosing the collapse in marriage and fertility rates, the increase in loneliness, the increase in despair, and all the economic, social, and education deficits that come from kids being born outside of a married home. And what are the policy solutions that we need to address? And that's really the core of what our policy paper is about. How do we get government to help and get culture to shift? Because it's going to take both. Culture has to shift to support marriage and family, and government has a role to play.
It's interesting. Earlier today, I believe I was talking with Daniel Cochran about it. About AI. Everything here seems like there's a funnel that the left or evil, or however you want to call it, tries to get us into. They try to front load us into it. And right now with AI, they're front loading lonely people into AI. Then AI has been written by leftists, obviously, and programmed by leftists. So all of this DEI, all of this information is then being force fed into people who are going to AI for relationships that are lonely. I mean, there is the degradation of society is forced and I believe nefarious with different things like getting kids in. You have this like wholesome sounding pathway that the left has established, but they're forcing people into. They're kind of tricking people into it, then to go down this road that takes you away from traditional values and conservative values.
Well, we're ruled by the algorithm now. And that's why we're in favor of, for example, strict age limits on exposure for children to social media, and as well as AI, these AI companions that you're referring to, right? That's here already. People are getting their life advice and their friendships through AI. That is programmed mostly by people with values that aren't consistent with conservative values and mainstream American values. Woke AI is a major, major problem, and especially when you have exposure to children, right? We're going to be bombarding kids with things that A, they're not prepared for, and B, are wrong on the facts, which led to things like transitioning of children behind parents' backs. A lot of course, terrible anxiety and depression has led to some suicides and people getting into drug abuse. And of course, all the sexual content that children should not be exposed to is going to be force fed based on prompts and our AI overlords.
It's scary what's being fed to children. I mean, like just across the board, it's insane where our culture's gone. Where do we start to unravel this? How do we start? I mean, it's State of the Union Day, obviously. We're changing the culture a little bit at a time. But so much has to be done to correct the course in our country. Where do we begin here?
Well, just if we want to think about the story of Sage and Michelle that the president's going to tell today. I met them 3 years ago when we were trying to figure out how to help. I read their story and realized how much it tied into this whole policy of secret transition having deadly consequences because you keep parents in the dark. And what you're doing is you're opening the door to predators because who's the child's greatest protection? It's the parent. You lock the parent out and suddenly you're just leaving the back door open and anybody can walk in. And that is, essentially how things happen for Sage. And he will tell her story tonight, but part of what is going on there is you've got, at the same time, you have these influences, the online influences, the pull, the culture pull for kids, which was a factor in her story. You have schools suddenly saying they're the safe space and parents are unsafe if they disagree with the child. And so that means they lock the kid out. And so that precipitates all these other horrible things. But with child welfare, especially, child welfare is probably the most captured state system of all. More than education, more than medicine, it is captured. They inherently think that if you do not affirm any identity the child claims to be, that you are abusive. And so this leads to parents losing children, and it leads to foster families being denied the opportunity to provide a safe home to kids who need them. So it's this evil dynamic, and it happens in the shadows because there are gag orders, it's in juvenile court, there's secrecy proceedings because there's minors. So these families are just stuck in the shadows, and this is everywhere. Everyone they run into, it's the Twilight Zone. They're suddenly the bad people, and that's what happened to her. And so we have to shift some of that with we have model legislation on defining abuse that would say it is not abuse to raise a child according to their biology. Who knew we'd ever need a law that says that? Right. But you cannot start a CPS investigation on that basis. You can't take a kid away on that basis. You can't deny placement on that basis. So Roger's right. It's culture, it's education about what is happening here. The story maybe will be pretty eye-opening for some folks when the president tells it. But it's also the policies that we put in place to fix that. And no more school transitions, no more lying to parents about their own kids, no more enabling kids to lead a double life at school, which is deadly.
Yeah. Roger, could you ever have imagined when you first started working in policy that we'd be at this point?
Depends what you mean.
Uh-oh.
So
All right.
we're on some things we're better than when I was a kid. On others we're far, far worse. Right? So Roe v. Wade, for example, was overturned.
Yeah.
That, when I was growing up and getting active in the pro-life movement, did not think I perhaps would not live to see it. So that's been a tremendous victory. And what does it mean that the people could actually vote on it now? And there's a lot of work to be done to respect the dignity of human life. The trans issue came kind of out of left field, but we at Heritage had predicted it. After the Obergefell decision took America in a stage that redefined marriage, all of a sudden everything was up for grabs. And this was, in fact, the logical next step. Where I'm optimistic is that there's been quite the reversal. All the medical associations are falling over themselves now to disavow what they had said before. So they had said, this is the standard practice of care. This is what it means. You could actually be a different sex than what your actual biological sex is, and you can know it when you're 4 or 5 years old. This was the actual literal guidance that they were publishing from the medical associations. Turns out they were flat out wrong. And it turns out when they were abusing parents by saying, if you don't, quote unquote, transition your child, they will commit suicide. That was a form of emotional harm inflicted on both the child and the parents, right? And it's a form of hostage taking. And they were flat wrong. They were flat wrong that if you let nature take its course, in the overwhelming majority of cases, children become comfortable with their own bodies. And the sex rejecting procedures absolutely did more harm than help. And that applies throughout, right? They should not be considered medicine. And the medical associations are finally getting the message. And, a $2 million judgment recently helped.
The little tip of the iceberg on that. Yeah, absolutely. How did we, it's a better question. Are there more people who believe in a traditional family than what the left wants us to believe?
Here's a big irony. People on the left live traditional family lifestyles at greater rates than poor people that they say they're advocating for. Okay. When they're advocating for dissolution of the traditional marriage household. So they don't practice what they preach. They practice what conservatives preach by and large. And that's one of the greatest ironies, is that the people who are pushing for radical redefinition of marriage are enjoying the benefits of a stable married household at greater numbers. And we know that the data is absolutely clear. If this is a success sequence, it's called, if you graduate high school, get a job, get married, and have a child, in that order, you're practically guaranteed to not live a life of poverty. Practically guaranteed. And that stability of a married household is the best thing for children. Absolute best, because you have that home base. I grew up poor, right? All sorts of chaos all around me. My parents stuck together, and that made all the difference. And that simple commitment is what children need from their mom and their dad. Everything else could fall into place. Men and women aren't interchangeable. Moms and dads are not replaceable, right? Everything is going to be second best if you're trying to do something to make up for that. And people try, but we know that on average, what leads to the greatest levels of life success, life outcomes, lower crime rates, higher income, is that stable family unit. Liberals know it because they tend to live it in higher numbers.
Just like
And I
school
wish-
choice, by the way. I always love this when they always talk about they're against school choice. All their kids are in private school.
Yeah, they know.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Isn't Brookings the one that did the success sequence too, which is the big leftist one? So
It's-
yeah,
it's
it's well
left and
known.
right.
It's like it's left. I mean, obviously it's both. We knew that, but
It's unbelievable that it's like that, right? I mean, it's why is it that they advocate for an opposite lifestyle than what they're living?
It's ideology, ultimately. It comes from a place, and I want to give our friends on the other side as much credit as possible for wanting to help people. And it's driven with that impulse. You see somebody who's hurting, you see somebody who's vulnerable, you want to help. Okay. And there's a lot of emotional weight to that, but it has to be done in a way that actually works. And that's the problem you have often on the left, is that they'll take an ideological commitment, convinced of the rightness of the cause, and then not take into account the evidence of what happens. So we see this with the welfare state. You have poor single woman, often African American, maybe a single mother, teenager. Your heart goes out, right? They need help, they need support. Well, our welfare system gave tremendous amount of monetary support, no strings attached. You could be on it forever as long as you want. That was seen as a compassionate thing to do. Well, what ended up happening? You got more single teenage moms. And when we imposed work requirements with welfare reform under Clinton and time limits, well, what happened? It's not that poor single moms ended up on the street. You had fewer single teenage moms. You had fewer. And that is what people should be cheering, right? But again, that's based on the evidence of what works. And oftentimes the stories attract a liberal mindset, and they will focus on that and not take it to the next step of, well, what did the numbers show? What did the statistics show? And that's where the real change happens. And that's where the conservative mindset, I think, is better. I mean, because we have this openness to the data without that prior getting in the way.
How do we claw back the culture? How do we get people to return to sanity with this? Like what's the method?
Culturally, it's difficult because the left controls most of the levers of culture.
Yeah.
They control the movie business, the music business, TV, media, by and large. The academy. Now, we've made some progress pushing back against woke DEI and corporations. Like they've now retreated it. They realize this is not actually good for business when you're hiring based on quotas as opposed to based on merit and talent. That's just not good for business. And by the way, it's illegal.
Yeah.
And under the Trump administration and EEOC and Andrea Lucas and her leadership, they're going after woke corporations that are violating civil rights laws. But that's one area. There's so many other areas of culture where the left does really have an outside voice and dominates. And thank God for Elon Musk that at least we have X, where there can at least be some semblance of an opposite view. So it takes taking back those institutions or making counter institutions and growing them, because we as conservatives believe the truth will prevail.
Yeah.
If we're given a fair fight. Problem is we're not given a fair fight because the left dominates so many of these institutions, which is why we can't let the left dominate AI either. If we're going to be deferring to AI to run our lives, it better not be with this left-wing agenda overlaid on top.
Well, what was interesting earlier when I had Daniel Cochran on, I pulled up ChatGPT and I asked if Charlie Kirk was a good man. No. literally right away. No. And then made a long logical sounding argument. Again, like when it's written by DEI and folks that are woke, they make it sound thorough and flowery and the whole thing, why he's not a good man. And it's like, how could you have that happen? But that's literally, was it 3 of the 4 major AI companies right now? Grok is the only one that is logic.
I think
logically based.
going back to what you were asking about how this started, though, I think the whole movement really, especially in the last 50, 60 years, it's about overturning boundaries. So it's just completely dissolving boundaries between adult and child, male and female, dissolving all the norms. And so you have these, it really just ends up flipping reality on its head. And you end up having males claiming they're females, females claiming they're males, but also good becomes evil and evil becomes good. So your example you started off with, how in the world, how would any sane person think it was healthy education to expose a child to pornographic images or porn? That is not sex education. That is a violation of innocence and of every norm that used to be commonly accepted. But there's always an exploitative side to it, and it's always the most vulnerable who suffer. But I really think part of it is, and going back to Genesis or Romans, flipping the creator and the created. I'm God. I can do whatever I want. I can destroy any boundaries. My body can do anything. No one can stop me. Well, that's how we get Hitler. That's how we get, Mao. But
yeah, I always say that I think we've had it too good in America for too long, and we haven't had any real struggles, and so people get to kind of wander off and do ridiculous things and claim ridiculous things because they've been given the privilege of being American and have had it so well for so long.
I'm encouraged that the younger generation, I'm encouraged by what Charlie Kirk was doing, by people like Cliff Connectley, if you've ever seen him do that. He was actually my husband's seminary friend, and just kind of a guy who spoke on the street for years and years and years, and suddenly in COVID it all went viral. But there's thousands of people turning out to hear people like this, and so I think there is a thirst, and I've seen the same statistics for pulling kids for entertainment, like in culture. There are great avenues trying to retake the culture and tell stories that are uplifting. So I think we're making progress on that too. I'm somewhat encouraged that that's been able to break through.
Well, it's counterculture to go to church now.
I
It's
know.
like it's becoming cool again, which is it's a crazy. Again, I came up where like you go to church and then it's counterculture to go, to Hot Topic and wear all black and whatever. But it's cool to go to church again, and I think it's, again, unfortunately, Charlie Kirk. His murder was one of the things that helped encourage that. But seeing folks like, and one of the people I like to elevate a lot is Chloe Cole, who is just a hero. And I've said over and over again, even when I did the interview with her, I sat down with her for like an hour. I was like, she doesn't realize how much of a hero she is and how bold her going against the system after the system took her to that point. Like now she's a voice, and she's a young voice, and she's a strong voice, and just telling her story has impacted, I think, thousands of people.
More than thousands.
Yeah, and there will be more of her soon. And I think it's incredible what we have happening with culture, but it's just a slow movement, a slow unraveling. Yeah.
So think about, when was the last time you saw a stable family, happy and joyful, in a major motion picture or in a TV series, right? Usually it's usually broken families, or the dad's a butt of jokes, or there's always something where you can never uphold just a traditional family as something good and wholesome and something to aspire to. It's sad that we see this throughout, and we do need a cultural shift. And part of it is people living it and talking about it will help create at least a subculture, and then that could grow from there. Now, we had government help destroy marriage and family with welfare policies that essentially penalized marriage and said, look, instead of a father in the house, you're going to be taken care of by the government. And if you get married, you're going to lose all those benefits to the tune of tens of thousands. And guess what happens? It destroyed marriage as predicted. Yeah. So we got to stop penalizing marriage. But with our family policy paper that came out in January, we don't think it'll be enough to simply have government stop hurting marriage, but to provide the actual help and affirmative support. We have tax credit ideas to make sure that, look, if you're married, working, have kids, you're going to get extra help, because it's not easy. And you're investing in children, which is investing in our country. So our country should invest in you. We also have a great idea of taking the Trump accounts, which is when people are born now under Trump accounts, you get $1,000 deposit, matures when you're an adult for house or going to college or medical expenses. What about marriage? Let's add marriage to that. So we have our own version, nest accounts, to say, look, you have this nest egg waiting for you, so that when you're an adult and you have that window there that you're thinking, what, maybe I should get married, maybe I won't, you're going to have this nest egg waiting for you. So that it'll say, look, now it's a time to enter into that next chapter of life while you're still relatively young. And that's going to be wonderful for you, wonderful for the country, and you have that money waiting for you. And it's cheap. The money up front compounds over time. So these are the sorts of ideas that we're putting forward that are really key to marriage and family, because we need to change the culture, but government has a role to play as well.
Well, and also got a shout out, since we're in the building, that the Heritage Foundation has also backed that up by investing, I believe, $2,500 per child
That's
per
right.
year.
Yeah, if you come work at the Heritage Foundation, when you have a child born, you get $2,500 deposited into the existing Trump accounts.
That's amazing.
Not bad. Not a bad deal.
My kids are too
Tiny.
old to benefit from this.
They could contribute when they're working.
One of the things I brought up earlier, by the way, talking about a media not depicting a solid family, Delano Squires was here, and we talked about the episode of Different Strokes that warned against child predators.
Oh yeah,
back in like 1985.
A very
or whatever it was.
special episode.
Yes, but has there been an episode of a show that has warned people about that since then? Because talking about not having a family, but also not having things to warn against the evils of society, that's not put out there in the culture either.
Yeah, it should be with tech. That's the biggest threat to our children's well-being.
But also what's remarkable is just that our schools and social systems, so child protective systems, are actually intentionally putting adults that are unrelated to the child over authority in ways that are sometimes completely unvetted. You've got nonprofits that are supposedly LGBTQ friendly or affirming, and they're housing kids or becoming glitter families, and it's completely unmonitored. And simply because you have the right alphabet, it's safe? No.
Yeah.
Like it often leads to even worse. In Fairfax, in Virginia, I don't know if you remember, but they had when Governor Youngkin shifted the parental notification policy back to where schools were supposed to tell parents if there was a request for gender transition at school, this whole group that routinely testifies at my Fairfax County School Board was putting together a network of people that was encouraging kids to run to them, and they would be housed with an affirming adult.
Oh, that's scary.
Yes, it was just out there, and they were going to provide money to do it too. I mean, it's just crazy.
We saw it under Biden and immigration, in
Right.
fact. So we had a lot of unaccompanied minors in the tens of thousands showing up at the border with a name tag attached to their jacket. And they were asked, okay, where are we going to hand you over to? Unvetted to these sponsors. And President Trump ended that policy, right? Handing kids over to people that we don't know who they are, and they were unrelated in many cases. That's a scary thing.
And we knew who they were in some cases.
Yeah. We're joined now by Mike Herodopoulos, actually, Congressman Mike Herodopoulos. Hey, good to see you again, sir.
My pleasure.
Welcome to the State of the Union kind of preview show that we're doing here at the Heritage Foundation. I got to ask you first, who is your special guest today for the State of the Union?
One of them is Jared Isaacman, of course, the new head of NASA, who comes from the private sector and, of course, has flown into space himself. He actually flies jet fighters as well. He has done a remarkable job in a short period of time, taking over the job from Bill Nelson, as you know, was not exactly the greatest administrator at NASA. And so we're excited about being number one in space once again, and we're looking forward to the president's comments tonight.
Yeah, I got to tell you, it's been one heck of a year for President Trump, one heck of a year for Congress and you guys, codifying as much as you can. I know it's kind of an uphill battle at times when you have a very slim majority. But what has been your, I kind of want to use this as like a year wrap-up show. What has been your greatest success, or Donald Trump's greatest success in your mind?
Well, I would just go back to what was number one on the minds of voters in 2024. And it was without doubt the border security. We all saw the tens of thousands of people who are trying to come into the country illegally every day. Ultimately, approximately 10 million actually came through, and we do not know who a lot of these people are. But on day one, the president went to work. And of course, we no longer have a border crisis. Now we're just trying to round up those folks who not only came here illegally, but of course, broken the law once here. And so I think that would consider it our best success, that we didn't have to change a law. We simply enforced the current law, and we're making progress there. And so I think that's kind of the year one no brainer. This is what we did, actually backing up our campaign promises. And then I'd love to get into some economic issues as well.
Yeah, no, listen, go for it, because I think this is a time to spike the football. Tonight is a celebration really of the successes of the year, and then kind of setting up for the next year. I love the State of the Union address. I actually collect historic State of the Unions and messages to Congress. I have them all the way back to the early 1800s. So it's very fun for me, and it's great to be able to share it with you. Go for it, because I tell you what, the economic shift in this country has been incredibly significant over the past year.
It really has. And again, I'll do the Ronald Reagan question. Are you better off today than you were, in this case, 1 year ago? And you think about where we're at with interest rates. They are down. Inflation, which got as high as 9% under Joe Biden, it's under 2.5% now. Gas prices are down. And talked about economy, we're also, I think, remember that it's growing dramatically, a lot higher than people expected. We're seeing foreign investment in record numbers because they know America is the place to do business once again. And it really has made a difference where we're putting money back into people's pockets. Remember, the Democrats had control in 21 and 22. They didn't cut taxes on Social Security or overtime and tips. And by the way, those aren't welfare programs. Those are dollars that people have earned, and we're allowing them to keep more money in their pocket because they earned it. And for too long, the answer in Washington had been, we know what's best. We fundamentally disagree. We think that the individual knows what their needs are. And I think that's why you're seeing it's morning in America again. This is the place to invest and save. And I think that people are excited again that America is once again the leading capitalist nation in the world, when for years we candidly stagnated because you thought under the Democrats' plan, they believed that government was the answer. And that's clearly the wrong answer.
Hey, I mean, we know that government's not the answer with the amount of jobs lost from the federal government. It seems like nothing's changed.
Exactly. I mean, look, the Americans, they want Washington out of their lives. The Democrats think that there should be more of Washington in their lives. We just, again, fundamentally disagree. And we want to invest in people again. The best way you do that is not by taking more tax dollars from them. It's by allowing them to keep their money in their pocket. And Social Security, which is a huge issue in my district, in my state, as you can imagine, it's a larger senior population. These folks work their entire life paying taxes into Social Security, and the Democrats never gave them a tax break. We did. Over 80% of the people on Social Security will actually get to keep their money. They don't have to pay taxes on Social Security anymore. And that's a good thing because they have other needs. And finally, you talk about, again, a common sense thing. We actually said we're not going to pay more for pharmaceuticals than the rest of the world. Why should we subsidize the rest of the world? After all, America's been doing that in a lot of ways since the end of World War II. And so when you talk about affordability, I can't wait to have a debate with the Democrats about affordability. It's our bread and butter issue. It's what Americans are realizing right now when they look at their 401k. Hey, it's a lot better when Republicans are in power because it means there's more business growth, and that means my retirement fund will also grow along the way.
Last question for you, because I know you're going to have a busy day today and a busy night tonight. However, my words are, after five hours of doing a live stream, I'm all over the place. But you were president of the Senate in Florida. How is the State of the Union different than the State Address? I'd imagine you got to see a couple of those.
We did. And of course, I served with Jeb Bush and Rick Scott. When I was presiding officer, he was the governor, Rick Scott. And of course, he's now in the United States Senate because we accomplished things in Florida. We never raised taxes. And when I was Senate president, they actually had a budget shortfall of over $4 billion. But what do? We actually spent less. We went from a $75 billion budget down to a $71 billion budget. And we simply just did more with less. We gave a little bit more flexibility to the local governments and how they spent that money. country, which again is common sense. To bore you with a term called federalism, it actually works when you empower people to make difficult decisions. And that's the way that Florida always operated. We always take ceremony in it and accomplishment, but this is a real good way to communicate back to the people who gave us the honor to serve. We want to report back in and say we are making progress. And think about it, border security, interest rates, the idea inflation is down, the idea that gas prices are down, the fact that we are number one in space again because we're reinvesting with private companies to make sure there's satellites for most commercial and military things get into play. And finally, look at the respect we have around the world once again after failures of Ukraine, Israel, let alone, of course, the debacle that's happened across the world with Afghanistan. And so we are once again a dominant power because we have asserted ourselves back on the world stage. And look at what we did to Iran, our 1979 enemy moving forward. We have put them in a situation where they're close to a civil war. And of course, even though the Biden administration put a $25 million bounty on Maduro, we actually accomplished the mission. Our amazing men and women in the military accomplished what no one thought was possible, extracting him with a magnificent raid onto enemy territory. And so as Americans, we are proud, and we had a great time this weekend, of course, as well, celebrating a great win for the first time since 1980 in Olympic hockey, that epic game with Canada winning in overtime. So it's been a heck of a week, and let's spike the football, as you put it best.
Congressman Mike Herodopoulos, thanks for joining us tonight. Have fun tonight. I know you got to get right back to work tomorrow morning. Thanks for joining us today.
Always a pleasure. Thanks for the opportunity, and thanks for what you do every day to promote freedom.
Thank you. Talk to you soon.
Thank you.
Joining me now is someone who I was sitting in front of on a plane yesterday, and you're my final guest on our 5-hour live. Make sure you get a shot of Laura hanging out here, please. She's hanging out for this whole show. Congressman Randy Fine, let me tell you something. You can put it back on me. I just wanted to make sure that she got.
Can I note first that you were in first class and I was in coach, just so everyone is aware on the broadcast that I was in coach with regular Americans.
I live a life of wealth and fame, Randy. And no, sorry. Listen, Congressman, I just want to say, I've been a fan of yours for a while, but I became more of a fan when you stood up because there was this crazy woman in New York, Islamist, who said that they are talking about eliminating the filthy animal of the domestic dog. And you tweeted about it. You said you'd choose dogs over Islam. And boy, oh boy, did the left try to turn it into something. And I think it backfired because I became even more of a fan of yours. I went viral a couple of times sharing quotes of yours. People are overwhelmingly supporting you.
Yeah, absolutely. You're 100% right. I mean, the reaction was extraordinary. I think we've learned a new third rail of politics, and it's talking about taking away people's puppies. Look, Key Mamdani advisor said they want to get rid of dogs as pets in New York. And I said, if I've got to choose between my dog and those who would take my dog away, I choose my dog. They can go home. But apparently we now not only need to welcome anyone who wants to come to our country for any reason, we now not only need to give them whatever free stuff they want, now we apparently have to change the way we live to make them comfortable. Well, I got news for them. There's 57 Sharia compliant countries in the world. We ain't going to be the 58th.
Thank you. Thank you for that. I've been talking about people with wacky beliefs all week. I mean, they are more upset about you talking about choosing domestic animals than the rampant fraud from the left that we've been seeing, from the violence of the left that we've been seeing, the crazy statements and wishing death upon elected officials that members of Congress on the other side of the aisle have dropped. They tried to make a story. And I think really what happened and what you showed this past week is that the left has lost control of the narrative. When they tried to push that fake story on you being hateful and it blew up in their faces. I really am encouraged by the fact that they tried to attack you and it failed.
Well, I would say a couple things. I don't think they were actually upset. I think what it is, I think what it is that they have the weapon of silencing us.
Yes.
They lose on the truth and they lose on the facts. So they have to bully us into silence through threats and you're a racist, you're an Islamophobe, you're a this, you're that. And the fact of the matter is most Republicans go grab their pearls, go, oh my God, I'm so sorry. Someone was offended. And let's go eat some halal food now. And I just said, no, I've got nothing to apologize for. And I think that what we learned from this is our side is craving people who are willing to say what is truthful, are
Yes.
unafraid of the fight, and won't be cowed into submission. I am not.
I will say that I did have falafel over the weekend that I enjoyed at Epcot.
And by the way, I like the halal guy's cart in New York.
Not bad, right? But yeah,
Yeah,
just
no,
just not the
but-
law of
but-
the land.
Yeah, but as I tell people all the time, Jews don't eat pork, but we're not telling the supermarket they can't sell bacon. I mean, that's the difference here. And I think we need to stop being afraid of saying what is right. That is what this is. And by the way, the reason they've gotten so aggressive with me is because they're desperate to get me to shut up, and it won't work. And by the way, we're just getting started, because you know what the number one reaction to this has been? The number one reaction to this has been, wait, what? They don't like dogs? Who doesn't like dogs? That's weird. See,
Hey,
people don't realize that different cultures have different values. And by the way, it's okay that they hate dogs. I think it's weird, but that's okay. What's not okay is they can't tell me I can't have a dog, and they can't tell you can't have a dog, and they can't tell your listeners they can't have a dog.
Wait till they find out about the child marriage.
And by the way, you're joking about that to some degree, but in the UK, which is about 10 years down the path where we are, they have been debating cousin marriage in Parliament. Cousin marriage.
There was someone, wasn't a backbencher very, very upset that they couldn't marry their cousin at the moment. They were, very angry and sad. They went through all the emotions that they couldn't marry. Unbelievable how close we are. We're on the precipice of this potentially coming to America. It's happening in New York. Literally, Mom Donnie was at a service either today or it was either yesterday or today.
Friday.
Where they talked about killing the infidels.
That's right.
And he just sat there.
He didn't sit there. He's sitting, I love this. I agree. He is a full-blown jihadist. The problem with a guy like Mamdani is there's so many things to be disgusted with. It's like an all-you-can-eat buffet. Am I disgusted by the communism? Am I disgusted by the Muslim terror? There's so many bad things. Look how fast the guy is destroying the city of New York, one of our most incredible cities. It's unbelievable. But this will come everywhere if we don't do something about it. And I'm so encouraged. We've got a Sharia-Free America caucus. We've got 42 members. But you ought to call your congressman, anybody watching, and say, have you joined the Sharia-Free America caucus? And by the way, I've got a bill. This is my calling BS on the Democrats. I've got a bill now protecting puppies from Sharia, which is a bill that we want to bring to the House floor and say, hey, let's make sure Americans understand they have a right to have a dog. Let's see how many Democrats vote against that one.
I can't wait to see. It's going to be ridiculous, and hopefully, I just, God bless you on all your work, by the way. And I just want to say, one of the other issues with Islam coming to America is how much money is flowing out of Qatar, and a lot of places buying off people of I hate to call myself an influencer, but because I do real media, but buying off influencers, buying off hosts of shows. It is so obvious when someone has a 180 and suddenly thinks that Islam is amazing. You had a little Megyn Kelly was one of the people who went after you right away. And I'm like, what are you talking about? Because not too long ago, she was speaking out against Islam. And now she's suddenly offended by no one should have been offended by anything you said.
No. Yeah, that was shocking. Honestly, of all the negative reaction, that was the one that stung the most. I'd be interested in your perspective on this. I'll ask you a question in a minute, but I think Megyn Kelly has gone down the Tucker Carlson road. She's just 6 months behind.
Well,
on going
Doha's
down to
wonderful this time of year. What are you talking about?
So no, it's very sad to say. I never would have expected that. Honestly, I think part of it was, here's a little interesting fun fact. The same Megyn Kelly kind of initially attacked me lightly for my comment. So did Meghan McCain. But what was interesting is about 30 minutes after Meghan McCain made the exact same post Megyn Kelly did, she deleted hers. She wrote, WTF is this? And I think what happened is she figured out what it was about. She was getting dragged by her fans and she took it down. Megyn Kelly didn't. And when I circled back, Megyn Kelly got very upset. But it was shocking. To some degree, I was just trying to tell her, hey, you want to debate this with me, have me on her show. Instead, she just told me to F off, which I don't think really worked with her audience very well. But, I'd be curious for you. I've always wondered this, given what you do, have the Qataris ever tried to approach you or buy you off or anything like that?
I'm one of the few people, oddly, that has not been offered anything from them or any foreign. I've been offered some trips to places, but I haven't been offered money from any foreign government, nor would I take it. And I've been very public about that. Other than Japan, I would love to go to see the new Pokemon Center for free over there, the new Pokemon theme park. That's the only country that
you and my 17-year-old and my 14-year-old can go together. Because if I have to go out in the morning to buy Pokemon cards too many more times,
Hold on. You tell your kids this. I went the other day, so the new set got released, and Epcot Center has the Japan area, and I wandered into the store in the Japan area, and they had the packs there, the new packs, for what they should cost. So you tell your anyway. Sorry not to.
No, my kids are. But by the way, I don't even have a problem. You want to take a trip to a country for free and you know where you're going and anything else? I don't think that's the worst thing in the world. I mean, it exposes you. Obviously, you're going to get kind of a curated view of a country, but you'll learn a lot. I often think the best response to anti-Semitism is to take someone to Israel because they see the truth. I don't have a problem with that. You want to go to Qatar? Good for you. That's different than people who take money. And I think there's a lot of that going on out there. And it's actually something I think that we should do as a Congress. If I take political contributions, I have to disclose my donors. People who are engaged in political speech online, they should be able to say anything they want. But I think if they're getting paid to say it, I think it would be valuable to know that.
Yeah, excellent. Before, by the way, I would go over to Saudi Arabia and just see what it's like where women have no rights. Maybe it'll be quiet. Am I allowed to say that? No, I'm going to get hit by people. All right. Before we go, I want to ask you, do you have any special guests for the State of the Union address tonight?
I do. I have two special guests for the State of the Union. They're in the room next door taking a nap. My special guests are my father, a former professor, Dr. Alan Fine, and my father's blind. And so his seeing eye dog will be a guest of the U.S. House of Representatives tonight at the State of the Union, sporting her very own outfit that says, "Don't tread on me." So hopefully at some point, one of the cameras that's covering the speech will go up to the gallery. And when you see this really beautiful dog, giant dog up there, she's not a pet. She's not a service animal. She's a seeing eye dog. I mean, it's not like one of these, I need an emotional support animal. I mean, my father's blind and she helps him get around. So my dad and Sadie are my guests tonight at the State of the Union.
I got to tell you, she's a stunner. I got to meet her on the plane, and the girlfriend was talking about it afterwards. A stunning dog. So I'm very excited. And I'm sure that the Islamists in the audience will run in fear that there is a dog.
Well, I mean, to them, she's haram. And look, I think the good news is, and this is what people want, the fact that I'm leaning into the fight. There's no pearl clutching here. You don't like dogs, go home. That is my answer to these people. Get out of my country. This is America. When my family came here 100+ years ago, we had our own culture, but we integrated into the American culture. We didn't let out dictates about how everyone else had to live. The example I use is this. When I took matzah to school, I'm Jewish. When I took matzah to school during Passover, unleavened bread, I didn't tell the school cafeteria the other kids couldn't have a bun on their hamburger. I mean, that's how it works. You integrate, you bring your own culture, and that's fine, but you recognize the culture of where you're coming. That's what these people need to learn. We're keeping our dogs.
By the way, like I said, I was a fan of yours before, and I became more of a fan when you didn't just double down. You said no way and stood up against the mob, and we need more members of Congress like that. And by the way, in the middle of all of this, I shared a quote of yours when you said that you had a terrible time with dealing with racism because you had to show your ID to get a prescription the other day. Like that guy, really, that's the saddest part of the whole situation is that you had a sweet quote on News Nation the other day that I loved, and then they had to go and attack you for the truth about dogs.
Well, you know what? Fortunately, I'm not good at many things, but I'm fairly quick on my feet. So trust me, you follow me on my social media, there will be many, many, many more where that comes from. I had a pretty good one about Gavin Newsom yesterday. He told me, he was like, resign, racist slob, after I made the comment. So I wrote back yesterday after he said, he's like a black person because he got a lousy SAT score and can't read. I wrote back, well, that didn't age very well. And, You know, that one seems to have gone viral now as well. So there will be more where that came from.
You're doing all right, and you're not a slob. I saw you just in your casual clothes the other day. You're a very fancy man. Just want
Thank you.
everybody to know that. Congressman Randy Fine, thank you for everything you do, and have fun tonight at the State of the Union address.
Thank you. It's my first one. I'm excited.
Thanks for being here. Anything you need sent around, by the way, you tell your people send it my way because you got some good stuff.
All right. That sounds
Everybody
good.
should follow. Thank you.
Take care.
All right, let's wrap up the show, shall we? Get the wide camera back on so that we're both on this. Do we have both of us in this? Do we have a good shot? Laura Hanford, thanks for being here. Really, I like ending with you because I think culture shifts with what your focus is, which is this protecting children. What are you looking forward to tonight with the State of the Union address? And what are you working on policy-wise that we need to be paying attention to in the next year?
Great questions. I think that what I'm most excited about, and it just gives me chills when I think about it, is that these two women, Michelle and her daughter Sage, went through just unbelievable oppression 5 years ago. Were gaslit by everyone. Were harmed in just unspeakable ways that a lot of people never survive, and yet they came through it. But no one was listening, and not only was no one listening, but they were prevented from telling their side of the story. And here they are 5 years later. I mean, I stood with Michelle 2 years after that, so 3 years ago now, when she first told her story publicly. I had documented her story for The Federalist and worked with the Family Foundation and David LaRocque in Virginia on Sage's Law, a bill that would address some of those policy failures. But that was the first time she told her story, and we wanted it to go big so that the mainstream media and everyone out there couldn't pretend it wasn't happening. But do you know what? The Washington Post has happened in their backyard. So democracy dies in darkness. Not once have they said her name since the story came out. And I personally was there with the reporters hearing it, talking about it. So is Dave LaRocque. There's been 5 years to tell it. So nothing there. So to sum up, what I'm most excited about is this story that was suppressed and gaslit and denied for 5 years. Here's this mother and her daughter. Is just kind of this triumph over evil in some ways, that now the leader of the free world is going to tell their story. Their story mattered. Their suffering mattered. And the reason they told it is so that others could be protected. Most people in that situation can't or won't tell the story because there's other kids at home that could get taken away, or because they're too damaged, or any number of valid reasons. But these two women, Sage had the courage to let her story be told. Her mother had the courage to come and tell it. They've become dear friends since then. And it just gives me chills to think that they're going to be heard finally in that way. So that's what I'm most looking forward to.
Yeah, no, it's incredible. It's incredible. I want to thank you for being here, and that's a great way to end the show. It's been a 5-hour live. We did 5:18 today, 5 hours and 18 minutes. A fantastic time. I want to thank the Republican Study Committee. I want to thank the Heritage Foundation. I want to thank Kalshi. By the way, if you go over to Kalshi.com right now, Kalshi.com/Tim Young, I should do this. Let's do a little shout out here. Kalshi.com/Tim Young. You go over to the old website, because I like having some fun. And what will Trump say during the State of the Union is the main thing right now. You can put a couple of dollars down and see what Donald Trump might say in the State of the Union. So go over to Kalshi.com, take a look at it. If he mentions hockey, it's a 90% chance he's going to mention hockey. Fentanyl, 83% chance, and all the way down to the bottom, where 7% chance he says martial law, and for some reason discombobulator is on there at 10%. Insurrection Act, also 12%. Nationalize. Oh, I would put something on nationalize, 17%. Anyway, I can't talk about that. But if you want to go have some fun, go over to Kalshi.com/Tim Young and take a look at what will Trump say during the State of the Union. A fantastic chance to interact in something you're already paying attention to. So make sure you get over there right now. Again, I want to thank our host here at the Heritage Foundation. I'm up in the Swamp Justice podcast room. This is, if you haven't seen Swamp Justice, it's run by Mike Howell, who runs the, what's his project? Oversight Project. Thank you. And Laurie knew that. And Mary Vogt, they go, oh my gosh, Mary Marslander. Woof, kick me. So you know what? Let's just stop talking. Swamp Justice. Tune into Swamp Justice. They do great work, by the way. The Oversight Project with Mike Howell, who uncovered the auto pen in the White House. So with Biden, fantastic work by them. It's a great podcast, and they deal with the stories of the week and all of the garbage happening in the swamp and kind of keep you informed with everything going on there. So make sure you check that out. Thank you guys, the Heritage Foundation, Kalshi, and of course the Dallas Express, the only Texas owned and operated paper that that covers Dallas and Texas. Literally everything else is run by hedge funds in New York. It's crazy. So like Texas Tribune, all that stuff, other places, that's where they're run from. You want Texas owned and operated, so we should go there. All right, guys, thank you for being here today. I'm going to stop. It's been 5 hours. I'm just confusing words at this point. Thanks for being here. Hit the repost button. I can say that if you liked it. Like, share, subscribe, all those things. Talk to you later. Bye.